Chapter 801 Whole Body Restraint. Rabastan Lestrange, who had reported the trip to his master, walked out of the hall where his master was, and he was full of enthusiasm. At this time, he was contented he'll soon become by Severus Snape and Lucius Malfoy are more trusted by their owners. In this way, even if the relationship between Bella and his master became more and more intimate, no one would dare to talk in front of his brother Rudolphus. Suddenly, he felt that the mark on his arm was hot. He reached out and pressed the black devil mark on his arm. Voldemort's cold voice reached his heart. Rabastan lowered his hand and walked back to the stone hall at the entrance, using a loud voice, attracting the attention of several dead Death Eaters who were still doing nothing. Good news. The benevolent master has filthy dirty the old melons and young cubs have been rewarded to us, but none of those adult muls are allowed to move. Please pay attention to me. If there are not enough people at the time, I will pay you. Rabastan's words drew cheers from these Death Eaters. The sloppy-haired bearded big-headed witch Dolphin laughed excitedly, then squinted his eyes, stretched his tongue and licked his mouth. The tortured before muls are still kept a little, so as not to be punished by the master too much. Now that the master has let go of the authority, then there is no need for scrutiny. You can have fun with the old guys and cubs. There is not much entertainment in the Forest of Albania activity. Dolphin's eyes swept over the Death Eaters in the hall, and then extended his finger to the 3 Death Eaters. The 2 of you go to notify the others to come. You go to Bellatrix slay Lord Trancy, tell her about this and invite her to join. Dolphin's wand turned in his palm and glanced at Rabastan. Bellatrix's recent relationship with the owner is not ordinary. She must not want to miss such an entertainment project that can abuse muls unscrupulously. The named Death Eater stood up and left the hall. As Dolphin said, Dolphin's move was seen by Rabastan. He ignored it and turned to look for his brother Rudolphus. After going out so long this time, he had to go and see how his brother was doing. As for Dolphin anyway, he would never dare to hurt those adult muls against the will of his master. Dolphin waited for Rabastan to leave, and he couldn't wait to make a big stride toward the cave where the muls were held. Come out, hurry up. Dolphin, who had no worries, shot a series of spells with his wand and hit the bodies of some muls who had just come out. His clothes were ripped instantly, and the muls were marked with blood. The wand turned ruefully outward. There were instant wailings all over the cave. The childish, heartbreaking cries of mul children who were forced to separate from their families resounded through the cave. But it was indeed a more ruthless blow. Shut up, you filthy little boys. Dolphin laughed grimly, swept his gaze, turned a few steps, and saw Jidro Lockhart at the innermost. He licked his lips, and his eyes stayed on the mother and daughter of Nancy behind him for a moment. What's the matter? Did our Lyra actually fall in love with a mul? It's still with a baby boy. Dolphin strode towards Jidro and they walked over. Jidero smiled all over his face, daring not to refute it at all, but explained, of course not, I just sent them food. Dolphin was uncomfortable. He went up and opened the iron door, and pulled little Patricia out of the iron cage. Dolphin made a palm knife across the neck to Jidro. Pulling the little Patricia strode forward and threw the little girl onto the ground outside the cage. Mom, Mom. Little Patricia was so scared that she cried and was shoved and walked out of the cave. Nancy slapped the iron cage desperately, and continually slammed her hands with rough iron. The prison was scratched with blood, but she kept calling her daughter's name without realizing it, her frightened eyes and tears rippling, watching her own heart-heavy baby gradually away from her. Feeling pained in the corner of the eye, Gwen kept watching Jidro and her state of dwarfing standing, no longer care about Patricia Jr., her wand pointed at Nancy. All petrochemicals, you have some use for the master, thank you for my be compassionate. The desperate and sad mother's arms and legs were close together for a moment, and the whole body was straight and paralyzed on the ground. Only desperately wanted to glance at little Patricia's eyes, and tears continued to flow from it. Patricia Jr. turned her head back. Her small hands kept rubbing her eyes, looking at the big hero in her heart for help. The omnipotent magician Jidero Lockhart, shivering and shouting, Jidro, Save me, save me. Jidero stood on the spot, looking at the crying face of Patricia Jr., and shouted at his little hand, calling for himself to save her. Jidero shook his head and dared not look at her at all. His heart was also full of regrets. "I'm so sorry, little Patricia, I have tried my best, you are so bad luck, I have got the door key." "Are you asking him for help?" Dolphin seemed to hear something particularly funny, raising his voice strangely. "This timid and incompetent idiot." Jidero's hand holding the wand in his sleeve was tight, but he didn't dare to turn his back, as if he had also been petrified. He thought of the ill treatment of moles and incompetent colleagues that he had seen before. Trembling, he didn't want to try those flavors at all. Dolphin looked at Jidro's counseling, laughed, and ignored Jidro, continually issuing curses to urge these moles out of the cave. A few weak-old people with weak legs and feet were unable to move, and Dolphin took his life directly with a killing curse. He lay silently on the ground, his wide eyes staring straight at the top of the black cave. But after killing, Dolphin seemed to be a little unhappy. His eyes turned, and he screamed cruelly, just using the life spell to cheapen them. "Open the cellar door over there, let's go outside, don't get dirty." The cellar made the owner unhappy, and after a while playing with these lowly and dirty moles, it happened to feed them to the murderous vines. Hearing his words, the crying in the stone cave suddenly amplified, and the wailing and cursing sounds kept coming. But for Dolphin, the more miserable moles without any resistance, the more excited he was. Jidero sneaked a glance at the petrified Nancy on the ground, and it was almost time. As long as the time for the door key was up, Nancy could escape and be born together. But Patricia Jr. was full of worship. His little Patricia must be dead. Jidero feels that his heart is being pulled, swinging left and right, giving up Patricia Jr., and only escaping with Nancy is the best choice. As long as Nancy testifies, it is enough to wash his innocence. "Sorry Nancy, I tried my best," Lockhart said to Nancy, crouching down, looking down at the floor on one side, not daring to look at Nancy's eyes, even though Nancy's blurry eyes were actually at this time unable to see his expression clearly. Lockhart panicked in his heart. After trying his best to get the door key, he was about to escape. He shook his head regretfully. His tone was not as exaggerated as usual but full of shame. www.mtlnovel.com. Patricia is out of luck, I can't save her. Although Nancy couldn't move at this time, all of her petrification is actually a whole body restraint spell, which is fundamental to seeing the petrification effect of the snake's eye like a concise look and turning Medusa's eyes into real stones. Differently, the effect can't be removed by a simple curse, and the subject who has been completely petrified, although the arms and legs will stick together, the entire body becomes stiff, and then falls to the ground like a wooden board, but his hearing, sighting, feeling and thinking will not be affected. So when she heard Lockhart's apology, more tears appeared in her eyes, and she ran wildly on her cheeks, and the hair on both sides of her ears was soaked with tears. Desperate and sad eyes looked straight at the top of the black hole above his head. Jidero had found a way to escape. Seeing that he was about to escape from birth, Nancy only felt that she was helpless and fell into despair. The heart is sinking, and the cry of her daughter makes her heart broken. Jidero is her last hope. But she has long known that Jidero did not dare to resist these evil wizards. Those people insulted him like that before. He did not dare to refute even a word. How dare to stand up? Direct confrontation. Moreover, Jidro has done his best to himself, and he cannot ask him to bury his life in order to save his daughter. Wait and Lockhart return to their world, testify for him, and wait for the grace to be returned. Nancy himself. I don't plan to live anymore. Chapter 802. Former liar in the stone cave. The Death Eater's loud sneers, ridiculous laughter, mole's painful groans, wailing, and the children's sharp crying are mixed together. Moles in the air struggled painfully. Their bodies and limbs were twisted into various weird shapes, and these wizards manipulated them slowly to move outside the stone cave. There was the oldest mole. His body was rolled into a ball, and he was rolling in the air painfully. A young boy turned his head down like a gyro, and his soft head flicked in the air. Dolphin looked at Patricia Jr.'s little hand reaching out towards Lockhart and sneered, "Come on, our great writer, the winner of the Merlin Medal of Order 3, except for the forgetting charm. Professor who is not a big liar can save you. Guidero is not a liar. He can do magic, he is a big hero, he has." Little Patricia forgot to cry for a while and screamed angrily, but the little girl immediately covered her mouth and was angry. Next she almost spoke of her mouth, squeezed her small mouth tightly. This crisp and loud child's voice also reached Lockhart's ear. He tremblingly watched the little girl's movements. He understood in his heart that little Patricia would leave the chance of life to herself and her mother, and would be determined for herself. The two are confidential. Lockhart felt that his inner face was hot, and guilt struck his heart. He stood there blankly, like a piece of wood. He was not as courageous as a child. Seeing the girl's stubborn look, Lockhart looked like he was stabbed with a needle. He secretly glanced at Nancy lying stiffly on the ground. His heart grew heavier, and he opened his mouth to say something, but his throat, it was speechless, as if it was blocked by something. "He can do magic, and so can I. This liar has promised to save you, right? Give it a try." Dolphin grinned grimly, raised his wand in his hand, aimed at the little girl, and controlled Xiopatre's also flew into the air. A horrible scream penetrated all the reverb, like a sharp knife stuck in Lockhart's heart. He looked at Dolphin's grimacing face, his lips trembling, and Patricia distorted with extreme pain. The face seemed to zoom in continuously in front of his eyes. The childish and firm child's voice just echoed over and over again at Gidero's ear. "The entire magic world has determined that he is a liar, whether it is a good wizard or a black wizard. The symbol of the liar has always hit himself. His body is engraved with his own bones and cannot be erased in the hearts of the world. No one can afford to see himself. Only Patricia Jr. believes that she is a great magician and a hero who can save her." She looks at Nancy's mother and daughter differently. Patricia Jr.'s unreserved trust and worship is part of the important reason. Under the deep forest like hell, little Patricia almost became the only light of her dark days. At this time, his own light was tortured by the evil and cruel Dolphin, and Patricia Jr.'s scream of unbearable torture and pain made his heartstring tight, like a tightened clockwork. There was a cold sweat in his palm. Lockhart knew that once they left this underground passage, they would be even more unscrupulous, and it would be death to wait for Patricia Jr. Thinking of Patricia Jr. lying quietly on the ground and dying. Even worse fate, Lockhart felt his heart twitch and be cold. Lockhart bit his lip tightly. The door key is about to start time. As long as he waits again, he can escape from this with Nancy. But at this time Lockhart is right. I regretted my decision to set the door key time later for the so-called security. Even when the little girl is in crisis, she never forgets to keep her and Nancy's secret. If she ignores her encounter and escapes like this, she will no longer be able to turn over her identity as a liar, because the world, the only person who believes he is not a liar, no longer exists. Thinking of this, Lockhart felt that without Patricia, the world would have no place for itself. But the world is full of people who despise themselves. Even if Nancy rescued her herself, she admitted to the Ministry of Magic what she had done. So what? She was still a liar in her heart. She had spoken to her, and did not treat their mother and daughter rescue. Then he will never have a place to turn over. Himself will consider himself a liar. Lockhart's sweaty hands randomly wiped his robe a few times, took out the long and worn list, leaned down beside Nancy, and gently wiped off Nancy's falling tears and a pale, stiff smile on the pale face. But this time only 4 teeth were exposed. "Nancy, I, Jidero Lockhart, Merlin Jazz Medal 3, an honorary member of the Black Magic Defense Alliance, will surely rescue your daughter." The former liar put the linked watch on Nancy's neck. His fingers on the dial of the linked watch couldn't help but stop for a moment, and then immediately flicked away as if he was electrocuted. He looked at Nancy and stopped crying because of his own words. With stunned eyes, he urged, "Now, This door key will take you to England. It'll save Patricia. Don't worry, I'm magical." But Nancy didn't feel relieved, and the tears on her face ran even more violently after a brief stop. Lockhart blinked Nancy skillfully, this time successfully revealing his smile that won the Witcher Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award 5 times. Because of his professional reasons, he was good at disguising himself and trying to figure out the hearts of fans. To mobilize the emotions of the fans, he continued to tell, "You stay there after you arrive in the UK, don't go anywhere else. At present, Death Eaters dare not go to the UK to seek provocation. It is relatively safe there. I'm the best in the world. Hogwarts, a magic school who has been a wizard of the Black Magic Defense class. You believe me, although without the door key, I can't go back so fast by my phantom. But I am Jidero Lockhart. You promise that you will take Patricia to find you at www.mtlnovel.com." Lockhart pointed to his chest and wanted to give Nancy confidence. "After you arrive in the UK, you will find a way to check in London. Lynn Cross Road. This may be a little more troublesome. You and I don't have your mole money. You have to find a way to go to London. There is a Broken Cauldron bar. Of course you can't see it, but it's okay. You remember just shouting and asking for Era's help nearby. When a wizard or Era comes over, you can ask them for help and tell them our story. Oh, Era is your police." Nancy's tears couldn't be controlled. From Jidero's words, Nancy could feel that he was actually not sure about saving Patricia, which made her heart shattered. It should be a huge risk to rush to save Patricia. Nancy's heart is up and down. She secretly hopes that Jidro can save Patricia, but she is deeply afraid that she will be together. All mourned their lives. Drill your heart. Dolphin was already using the unforgivable curse over there, and the louder scream made the former liar stand up. Behind him, the door key will Nancy firmly like a magnetic force. She seems to be caught by the linked watch. First, her head disappears from the watch chain, and then the entire body shrinks quickly from the middle of the chain. After drilling through, the whole list disappeared after the whole person disappeared. Chapter 803. You liar. Lockhart looked at the empty cage that had been empty, raised his lower lip, squeezed his lips tightly, and stood up. He found that the big stone door leading to the outside was already open, and he realized that these Death Eaters must be because I didn't want to dirty this underground area. I planned to go outside to solve these muggles. Aura flashed. Lockhart thought of an idea. He quickly walked to the Dolphin who had moved to the stone cave door. Dolphin held his wand, squinted his eyes, and leaned back slightly. Why didn't the big writer stay with his mole lover? The humble people like to get together. Lockhart didn't look at the little girl floating in the air. He bowed slightly to Dolphin, seemingly flattering. "Master, how can I be interested in dirty moles? I just amuse them." "I know you are passionate about being chased by you. You need these moles to satisfy your vanity, so you buy them with Xiao and Xiao Hu." Dolphin touched his chin wisely. Dolphin pointing at these moles hanging in the air, raising eyebrows at Lockhart. "You used the forgetting spell in this operation well. Torture them in your way. If you can make me satisfied, I will let you be my follower." "My honor, sir." Lockhart raised his wand and pointed at the little Patricia in the air, and Dolphin also raised his head. But in an instant, the wand was pointed at Dolphin and shouted, "Arm and arm repair." Dolphin looked at Lockhart with a puzzled face, not understanding why he would suddenly use a healing spell on himself, and was caught off guard by Lockhart's spell. But it was a strange and very uncomfortable. "Feels like lightning," from Dolphin's shoulder to the tip of his finger, as if his arm is being evacuated. Then Lockhart kicked Dolphin directly to the ground. The other two Death Eaters in the cave saw Lockhart making a move, and a quick response would just cast a magic wand to cast a spell on him, but Lockhart took the next step after attacking Dolphin. The proficiency of this spell has made him complete the correct swing gesture. Everything is empty. The Black Wizard who had been forgotten by the spell immediately lost focus in both eyes. He stared blankly at his wand, then looked at the surrounding environment in confusion, opened his mouth and tried to say something but couldn't remember what to say. What? Lockhart gave magic to the only spell he could cast with 100% skill. This very powerful oblivion spell caused permanent damage to the Dark Wizard's Murmurivan mysterious people and other Death Eaters. With this patience to take care of him for a while, he will also become as forgetful as the Bertha Jorkins who was used this spell by Batty Crouch. Seeing the only Dark Wizard in the stone cave, he didn't care about his enchanted companion in the cave, and ran quickly out. Dorphine, hold him, I'll call someone. He didn't want to confronting this inspiring Lockhart. His life is important for health. He plans to wisely call others to siege Lockhart, but did not expect that this coward dare to deal with himself in the owner's nest at this time, only to sit up from the ground. When he opened his eyes to see Lockhart's great power, there was still a sense of unreality. Seeing his companion running away, he wanted to stand up and start fighting, and then he looked at his right hand in disbelief only to find that his own arm was no longer like an arm, protruding from his sleeve, like a thick one, flesh-colored rubber gloves. He tried to move his fingers, but no response. The wand in his hand had already fallen to the ground. You liar! Dolphin, who was deceived by the liar, rolled over and picked up his wand in his left hand to bounce up, glaring at Lockhart, a large bead of sweat on his head, and a deep wrinkle biting his lips stretched toward his violent, protruding chin, and he waved his wand at the liar who had deceived him. Ava. Quack, arm repair. The Black Wizard's life spell was interrupted. It turned out that Lockhart had already pointed at him with his wand again, so that the bones of his left hand were also taken away by this curse that should have a healing effect. S hand rolled down and fell on the ground for a few laps. Thigh and thigh repair. Thigh and thigh repair. Lockhart shouted quickly. He used 2 more spells in revenge. Dorphin's lower body was unsupported and fell to the ground. The bean sweat on his forehead, the beads kept rolling off, pale, and now the bones of his 2 arms and 2 thighs were all pulled away, leaving only the leg bones of his calves. The moles in the air fell down. Lockhart picked up the little Patricia who had fallen into a coma on the ground. He stared at the moles who stared at him, dare not to move. Shouted, escape, this is your last chance. As Lockhart's voice fell, after a very short silence, more chaotic scenes broke out than before. Those moles rushed out, and many people returned to the cave, struggling to pull the iron cage door, want to rescue their loved ones inside. The moles in the cage also desperately cooperated to kick these iron gates. Lockhart's words made these moles feel that if this line of vitality could not be seized, they could not escape until the demons had assembled their hands and came back. Instead of escaping, some moles who once had loved ones but were killed by Dolphine, and a small number of them who had just been abused by Dolphine, gathered around Dolphine, and launched the most damnable and usable harm that he could think of. The attacked dear friends and relatives were killed by him, and hatred made these moles ignore their own life and death, grabbed their eyes and locked their throats, punched and kicked at him, even if they might miss the opportunity to escape. They also wanted to take this. The demon was put to death. Although these moles were detained for a long time, their bodies were weak, and they did not have weapons on their hands. But in addition to the bitter hatred, during this painful period of detention, they encountered fear that they could be killed by others at any time. Emotions such as hatred, pain, etc. are also wantonly vented in the process of attacking Dolphin. With Lockhart's spell on his body, Dolphin, who had no resistance at all, could not withstand so many attacks that he had forgotten to die. His body was like a worn sandbag, and he was beaten loudly. Many yelped and screamed for mercy without pain. Having ran out of the entrance of the underground base, he finally escaped from the stone cave and came to the phantom shiftable range of Lockhart to sigh and escaped safely for a while. But he knew that even if those moles escaped the stone cave, returned to the ground, but they probably can't get out of this space. After all, there are killer vines around. It is almost impossible to run out. The reason why Lockhart had some intentional incitement to let these moles flee was because the Dark Lord needed these moles, and the Death Eaters who would be called would not dare to let these moles flee and die, so they would definitely struggling to get them all back. and the mark of the Death Eaters on his body allows the mysterious people to locate him. So he feels that he needs them to attract the attention of the Death Eaters and let himself and Patricia Jr. escape. The chance is bigger. www.mentalnovel.com. Lockhart. He convinced himself that this is also impossible. If it is not a phantom shift, it would be very difficult, plus he has to bring little Patricia. He really has no confidence, or he would be willing to save a few more. In a flash, he focused his consciousness on his target country, which is about to be phantom shifted. Germany is in the northwest of Albania, which is not too far away. The book has been here, and even the door key used by Nancy was prepared for him by the female book fan there, and he is still familiar with it. Lockhart did not dare to directly transfer the Phantom to the United Kingdom. Even the most good wizards would not use this method. The Phantom was originally a difficult magic, and the longer the distance, the more dangerous. The more familiar, the nearer the safer the place. But the weight of the little girl in his arms makes his brows wrinkle. His lower lip lifts up, and his lips squeeze tightly together. He is determined that he must be successful. The mantra took little Patricia to move to Germany as a transit station. In the hazy moonlight, Lockhart's idea of moving to a wizard bookstore in Germany filled the whole body. He turned around and held little Patricia, feeling his body became nothing. The surroundings became dark. He was squeezed strongly from all directions. His eyes were squeezed back into his head. The eardrums were pressed deep into his head, and then, Chapter 804. Free Elf. The Harris Manor at night is brilliantly lit, and the snow fluttering outside is flying in the cold wind, which is different from the feast on the first day of the holiday. On the last day of the holiday, in this warm restaurant, only Harris's own people looking at the golden roasted turkey filled with the heart of the hearty dining table. This is the turkey sent by Hermione's parents. It is said that it was carefully selected by his customers. I asked Maggie to roast it. The taste should be as good as it looks. Alan took the initiative to introduce to the family, and then ask my sister Daisy for help. Ill cut. Daisy, come and help me deal with it. It's weird, for the first time in so many years. You've taken the initiative to work for the first time. Daisy walked over with a fork in her hand with great interest. Can't Alan cut the turkey? Furong leaned in curiously. The family sat around the table and waited for Alan's first turkey. Alan, sitting beside Alan, held his arms and smiled as he handled things, and Alan held a knife and fork and waited for Daisy. Come to help. Anka stood on Alan's shoulders and felt everyone's emotions. His small round eyes looked at the birds on the table in front of him and gently pecked Alan's ears. It also wanted to eat. For carnivorous birds, eating birds is not at all psychologically inconsistent. Alan touched its feathers and gently cut off a piece of turkey, which was fed directly to Anka. Anka held it in one bite and swallowed it twice or three. Alan, don't patronize your spouse. You should get the stuffing out first. Daisy's fork stretched out towards the roast chicken's upper Lord's moon, pulled the spoon in, and pulled out some stuffing inside. Come out. Alan faced her sister's teasing, but just looked at Emily, and didn't speak. Huh? Why is there meat in it? Daisy's movement stopped at this time. She felt that she stabbed a hard object, frowned, and slammed it in with a fork, then dragged it out. Furong looked when Daisy's expression came. She bowed her head slightly and looked down at the turkey's belly. Daisy's fork took the lead out of a chicken drumstick-like part. Alan's elder sister froze slightly, and then slowly dragged it out. What is this? Everyone was attracted by her exclamation and leaned forward. Daisy slowly dragged the entire chick out of the turkey's belly. Looking at the raw, white and tender baby chick, Daisy's face was unbelievable. It pulled it out completely. The chicken was thrown on the table with a fork. It is a little turkey. It seems that the chicken was pregnant before being killed. Hibiscus couldn't restrain her curiosity and moved closer. The French witch covered her nose with her hands in fright, and then shouted back in her mother tongue, "It's terrible, it's a turkey baby." Chuck! Anku exclaimed, spreading his wings, flew to the other side of the restaurant and began to ruminate. This seemed to be an accident to Alan, attracting his attention. Emily, who was smiling at the phoenix who was not far away, could not help but frown. It's disgusting. With a bang, the cup in front of Ren was overturned. He stared at the white and clear turkey with no head, no claws and no feathers, with a soft and sad eyes that were completely different from the cold and calm eyes of the Ministry of Peace. Misidentifying and sighing, "This is the saddest thing I've ever seen. It doesn't even have a chance to see this world when born." Morgan Le Fay saw the second son's serious expression and wanted to say something, but was pulled away by her husband's sleeve. She looked at it puzzledly. Owen let go, and his sister Josephine was pale fingers quietly pointed in the direction of Alan. Morgan Le Fay glanced at him, shook his head, and leaned back in his chair. The French witch has buried her head in her fiancé's arms. "I can't accept it. Can I not eat turkey today?" "You're wrong. You have been fooled by Alan. The turkey lays eggs and will not have a baby directly." Albert hugged his wife. Although he was not clever this time, he still honestly exposed the mystery. 2. Alan, who is using magic to help Anka clean up the vomit, waved dissatisfiedly at his elder brother. "Albert, you are too boring. You should let them react more." Emily rubbed her aching stomach and stopped giggling. "This is really funny." "Are you really Ravenclaw, Daisy and Ren?" "This little turkey, you actually default it will automatically decapitated himself from his mother's stomach." This little turkey not only automatically cut off his head and feet, but also automatically plucked his hair out of his mother's belly. Alan sneered. At first, they did not see Alan turned into a phoenix courtship. Forget. This time seizing the opportunity to retaliate. "It's not so easy to let them go, Len. Your first job in the Ministry of Magic is still in the Aunt's Magical Biological Management and Control Department." This is not funny. After the reaction, he thought of what he had just said and forced his face to maintain a decent non-existence. "This little turkey is still raw. Can't eat any more." Morgan Le Fay looked at his second son funny. "It doesn't matter, Ren, just bake it for a while, although it will do a little bit more than normal." The French witch who is burying his head in the fiancé's chest obviously will not let his head come out in a short time. "Mom, it's not funny at all." Daisy felt embarrassed. She yelled and jumped over to pull Alan's hair. "Alan, don't run." Morgan Le Fay waited for her daughter to beat her son a few times and stopped her. "Okay Daisy, go and roast the turkey for a while. He will have to go back to school tomorrow. I will help him sort out something to take away things. Stop pulling his hair. He can't teach students with baldness." Alan, who was sore with his scalp saw, took advantage of his sister's words and escaped quickly with a stab, allowing herself to slide behind her mother and return to her room under the protection of Morgan Le Fay. "Thank you Mom for freeing me from Daisy Svigner." "Mom, you are so smart. You are not fooled at all." Alan screamed and thanked his mother for compliment. "I've cooked for you all my life. It's weird to be fooled like this." "Why, it's unhappy not to retaliate on me." Morgan Le Fay actually laughed happily as Alan expected. "But I thought that my son's fooling was not Albert or Len." "Why, Albert is not happy to be a mother. If he is also fooled, the reaction with Fleur should be fun." Morgan Le Fay coughed and then asked gently, "Alan, Punlo spent so long running errands for you this time. Christmas you can't come back. Did you give the elixir to her parents?" "I've contacted her long ago." Alan, who knew her mother was worried, took a step forward and took her mother's arm. "She said that she wanted me to wait for her to come back, and then give her elixir to her parents. So I gave them some mull-like wine first. Mr. Granger gave too many turkeys, and I sent a few." "That's good. Except when it comes to pranks, you are always reassuring. Remember to tell me in advance next time. My mother helps you make an idea." Albert and Furong react together to be fun. "I thought that just a few of Daisy were silly." It looks like Morgan Le Fay, who has started to help Alan pick things in the closet, laughs again. "They will be alert in a short time. I will wait until my next vacation." Alan dragged his toe box out of a corner of the closet with a smile. Unfortunately Luna went home and their response was not taken today. As he said, Morgan Le Fay threw a pile of socks on the bed in front of Alan. "I stink my socks." The host gave Dobby a sock. Alan held his hands in front of his chest. His eyes widened exaggeratedly, screaming in his throat. He jumped up onto the bed and picked up 2 socks, raising his hands and waving his socks quickly and rhythmically. Dobby is a free elf. Obviously, tonight's new savior in the wizarding world, Helena's biological father, has freed herself to play crazy. Morgan Le Fay laughed, and she threw a magic robe on her hand to Alan, and the robe covered directly on Alan's head. "You more Merlin. Go play without having to do housework." Just as Alan waved his socks, there was stillness around the other side of the earth. Lockhart hugged little Patricia and breathed in the air, opened his tearful eyes, and he quickly turned little Patricia after letting it go and seeing Patricia's head. Lockhart took a breath. He quickly explored the little girl and finally relieved. Fortunately, Patricia was the whole person. It's still healthy, except that the long waist hair was cut neatly by half. He has the mood to check on himself. Lockhart did not feel any discomfort or pain on his body. www.mentalnovel.com. This is also the reason why he did not check himself in the first time, and his adventure manuscript is also intact. Staying in his bag was very satisfying to Lockhart. But when he raised his arm, there was an indescribable fear behind him that came like a tide. He just felt thirsty in his throat and was sweating behind soaked. Half of the robe sleeves on Lockhart's arm were gone, and Lockhart, who was worried, no longer dared to use the girl to use Phantom Shift. Who knows if there will be such good luck next time. He was in Hogwarts, applied for this course when he was 17 in 6th grade, but because of his lack of determination, he did not get the Phantom permission until the 3rd examination after graduation. Suddenly, Lockhart heard a cry of an animal and the sound of a jet in his nose. He raised his head to see the scene in front of him, and froze again. The ears of several elephants kept flapping, and his nose was high, stretch into the air. At this time Lockhart surrounded him by the endless grasslands. In the clear sky, there were only a few thin white clouds, no people and cities, no rivers and highways, only black projections of thin clouds. In this tropical grassland, Lockhart did not miss the figure of several zebras running across the grassland. In this green wilderness, in this ancient, wild, natural and pure grassland, Lockhart's eyes confused. Does Germany also have a prairie? Chapter 805 3D Principles. In front of the red steam locomotive, the appearance of Alan caused the attention of the little wizard and their parents, especially the majestic anchor on his shoulder. Through the TV report, everyone knows that this phoenix is Ravenclaw, a gift to Professor Alan Harris. Now Street Mungo has to open up a flyway powder fireplace passage directly to the floor of the Ravenclaw shrine, so as to avoid the visiting wizards from affecting the wizards who really need to see a doctor. The Harris family with the Ravenclaw gift. It seems that the umbrella company has donated a new small temple to be built in Diagon Alley, which caused some controversy. Several Sacred 28 families seem to be in their own magazines. It implies that this is a scam. But Professor Harris really got a phoenix, and those patients are really good. It was also Alan's expectation that caused such attention and repercussions. But he did not expect that the young wizards of Hogwarts did not pay much attention to the decent restraint of British adult wizards. Not only did they hang behind him, just to see more of Anchor, even after the train started, some little wizards passed his box by reason, pretending to conceal their curiosity, and probed and fell on the back of the box chair. Phoenix. Hermione used her status as a female class leader to continually rush those little wizards back to her box. But it's not easy to go out with friends like Ginny Lavender Brown let boyfriend Ron asking his sister to help her come over and observe at close range. She praised Anchor in a fuss. "I'm sorry Hermione, I'm disturbed." Lavender treats Ron and I to see Anchor. "I can't help it." Ginny sat opposite Hermione and saw Lavender excited about them. Kim Nifu controls her not to swallow the leaves in her mouth, and tries to make her apology to Hermione clear. She is quite skilled compared to the vacation. It's not just them. The girls in the training class are also curious. Hermione chinned up at the group of little wizards outside the box, and then murmured a little bit complaint. Some little witches came not to watch the phoenix. At this time, Luna was sitting next to Hermione turning singing the opposition. as if nothing happened could attract her attention, and only from time to time, she used her small eyes that had not been seen before to watch Hermione's other alertly. On one side, beware of possible sudden attacks. The little witch with light blonde hair and the female phoenix can't sit side by side. As long as Anka is close to Luna, she can't help but use her sharp beak to whip Luna's wrist, if it is not used by the female phoenix as a bird nest tool. Hermione separated them, and this box could be upset. In the mind of the female phoenix, Luna is the worst hot witch who has caught herself and turned her spouse into a human being. It is now a concession to let her stay with them in a box. In fact, if it is not knowing the strength of the heart-wrenching witch and taking into account the weak spouse, as a phoenix born in the Middle Ages, Anka's aggressiveness is more than that. Ginny's mouth was deflated to Lavender, who was blowing kisses to Anka exaggeratedly. She was fed up with this girl who likes to express her enthusiasm by kissing, but she was really envious of the female phoenix. She didn't look carefully in the burrow last time. This time, I couldn't help but leaned over and looked at it carefully, but was almost pecked by Phoenix. Anka did not show disgust and discomfort with the enthusiasm of these girls. It held its chest high, Jinjinkan's tail feathers flicked from time to time, demonstrating his posture. It's just that it just found that Ginny was too close when she was looking at it, almost leaning against Alan. Its eyes were sharp and the probe was nagging at the other person. No one wanted to try the sharp beak. Frightened, Ginny stepped back unconsciously, and returned to Hermione, a little further away from Alan, and Phoenix then satisfactorily combed herself with Alan's attack when she was stopped by Alan. Feathers. Sorry, Ginny, it hasn't learned how to get in touch with others properly. Alan apologized to Ginny, and then helped Anka pluck the feathers. Ginny, it looks like you are not liked by Phoenix. Lavender looked at the embarrassed Ginny and chuckled, then said enviously, compared with the Lord Phoenix, I suddenly felt that my owl did so cute. When Lavender finally left Anka, Hermione felt that Alan seemed relieved, but before Hermione laughed, Lavender walked towards her. Hermione's smiling lips suddenly stiffened. Ginny, thank you. Phoenix is the most charming creature I have ever seen except Leo, Lavender said happily, and then she blinked mysteriously. I also have good news here. Christmas Parvati, who stayed at the school, told me that the school posted a notice in each common room. This new semester, there will be a phantom transfer teacher taught by the Ministry of Magic. Phantom transfer teacher. I heard that it will last for 12 weeks. I can stay with Leo for 12 weeks in a row. After talking, Lavender suddenly covered his cheeks with exaggeration. This sudden shyness caused Ginny and Hermione to look at each other, and they were speechless as if they were choking. Ginny even uncomfortably covered her, holding her throat. She almost swallowed the leaves of Mandela. Hermione, I remember you and Luna have already passed the Phantom Shift test in advance. Have you registered with the Ministry of Magic and got the license? Ginny looked at Hermione enviously. I also want to learn in advance it, George. They have never walked up the stairs well since they learned. Oh Ginny, I'm afraid this won't work. Hermione scratched her head awkwardly. According to the Ministry of Magic regulations, Phantom Migrate is limited to students aged 17 and above. Luna and I actually get it in advance. When the Gryffindor female class leader's voice became weaker and weaker about her violations, Luna helped her to continue and said, it is a violation, Hermione, we are in violation. Cough. The Ministry of Magic was under Fudge's leadership, and there were too many loopholes in the management regulations, and it was too simple and crude. And it did not prepare a more reasonable path for talented wizards. Alan ignored his use with a cheeky face. The loophole, my father should start fixing these errors later. Lavender's eyes turned to bring her closer to the female classmate who was actually her roommate. Hermione, you have done so well, and you have mastered the phantom transformation so long in advance. Is there any trick? Hermione, who likes to answer such questions, responded to her. She cleared her body and cleared her throat to start the habitual endorsement teaching. Specific details, the instructor will teach the Phantom Shift class. The most important thing when the Phantom shifts, it is necessary to remember the 3D principles, namely goal, determination and calmness. When performing phantom transformation, focus on the goal, resolve to occupy the space you want, and the movement should be calm. When you first use it, the phantom shift may make a sound, maybe a slight burst of sound, or a harsh burst of noise, which looks like a car tempering in mel. Alan the Phoenix and House Elves can also use phantom-like morphing abilities, and can ignore some of the wizardess limitations. They can phantom shift in their Hogwarts castle, and the magic here will prevent the wizards from being in these places. Use this ability. In addition, wizards usually need to use magic wands for phantom visualization, but if you have enough talents to become more proficient, you can cast without wands. In the training class, except for the wizards who reach the age and a small number of wizards who have practiced at home, most of the members have never practiced phantom transformation, even if they have already practiced the phantom transformation. Some black magic, because in Hogwarts school, anti-phantom shift magic circle is normally effective, they cannot practice this spell in the training class activities, nor can they run into the Black Lake outside the area of the magic circle or Banlinley is a bright practice, and of course the Principal Dumbledore, who has the authority, will not temporarily revoke the magic and lift this restriction. Of course, Alan now has higher founder authority than the principal, and he also has the ability to control these functions of Hogwarts, but he will not be exposed for such students to learn the courses they are destined to learn in advance. Yourself. The distance of phantom is limited. As the distance of phantom increases, its difficulty will become greater and greater. Intercontinental phantom can only be used by highly skilled wizards, otherwise it may lead to split, severe injuries or even death. Appearance of the phantom requires the wizard to have a good understanding of the destination. They need to think about it clearly in their minds. Who saw Katie? Lavender suddenly asked loudly. Some of Hermione, who hadn't had enough fun, looked a little unhappy. What's wrong with her? Ginny deeply regretted the fact that she walked too close to Lavender, but after she interrupted Hermione's excessive science this time, Ginny felt her brother's girlfriend for the first time. This strength is sometimes good. I want her to teach me how to pray to the great Miss Ravenclaw. She is so efficacious. If you read it in my piety, it will surely bless me from learning to move around. www.mtlnovel.com. The most important thing is, when Brown put his hands together in front of him, lowered his head squeezingly, and twisted his body, I hope Ravenclaw can bless me and my beloved Leonen forever and always together. After a brief silence, Ginny had to use her fingers to pull back the half of Mandala's blade of grass in her throat, realizing that it was just an illusion. Hogwarts was about to arrive, and the girls who came to watch Anchor returned to their boxes to pack their bags and put on their school robes. The noisy boxes along the way were finally quiet. Let's just come by train next year. Alan, who has always liked the private environment of the box, just thought that he couldn't resist him going out first. You change and call me. Hermione, who began to take out her school uniform, turned to look at Luna, who was trapped in her turtleneck sweater, and asked deliberately, "So, great Lady Ravenclaw, will you bless her?" "She can bless herself by faith alone." "Hermione, help me." Luna muffled from the black hole in the collar of the turtleneck sweater, and she slipped her head into the sleeve by mistake. Chapter 806 Contact Harry Potter's Invincible Scrolls. Chapter 806 Contacting the Cold Knight. The wizards who just got off the Hogwarts Express quickly walked far away after getting off their horse carriage at night as the castle walked. Such weather made them not want to stay outdoors for a moment. They missed the castle's warm hearth, not to mention the rich dinner waiting for them. Professor Harris. In the cold wind, this voice caused many little wizards to tremble. After discovering that the person who Snape called was Professor Harris, they narrowed their necks and walked faster and faster. Although Alan wore a magic robe to adjust the temperature, the bitter cold wind was not pleasant to the face. In front of the big iron gate, The orange lantern that was swayed by the wind illuminated Snape's figure. His eagle hook nose and the hand holding the lamp were already frozen red and black and greasy. With long hair, those eyes looked at Alan anxiously. "Good evening, Professor Snape," Alan said, and his faint voice sounded again in the heart of the Professor of Defense of the Dark Magic. "Professor Snape, this is not a good place to talk. When you are busy, go to the magic pharmacy classroom. I will see you later." Later, when the last students put on robes and hats in Snape's impatient glance, and quickly slipped towards the castle, Snape flicked the lantern, and he put the Hogwarts gate blankly. With a loud bang, the chain was knocked again with a wand. With the sound of metal collision, the chain moved like a snake and locked the door firmly. At this time, Alan was stepping up, walking up the huge stairs to his lounge. At the brightly lit Hogwarts castle, Anka was once again attracting attention. This time it was not just a little wizard, even on the wall. The people in the murals are looking at Anka on Alan's shoulders, walking around in the frame and talking in a small voice. "Professor Harris." Dumbledore's old voice sounded. He stood on a slightly higher step and looked at Alan from above the half-moon-shaped spectacle lens. Alan greeted politely when he looked up. "Good evening, Principal Dumbledore." "Congratulations, it's a blessing to be recognized by Phoenix." Dumbledore's eyes swept over Anka on Alan's shoulder, and he did not question Ravenclaw. "Thank you, Headmaster." Alan touched Anka's feathers. Anka straightened his body, and his dark eyes watched Fox on Dumbledore's shoulder. "This is Fox." Dumbledore smiled friendlily at Anka. Fox suddenly sang the song. The sound was illusory, ethereal and mysterious, and the little wizard heard that the hair on the scalp was all erected. It seemed that the sound was shaking in his chest, bringing an exciting power. The crimson-winged fox spread its wings and circled Anka in the air, showing its golden tail and claws. "Oh, Fox wants to be friends with your Phoenix, Professor Harris." Dumbledore looked at Fox and Anka's comforting eyes as if the elderly were watching their children. "Maybe they can be good friends, Professor Harris. You know they are different from ours, and there are not so many ideas." "Please don't let Fox approach Anka. Anka may attack it." Alan frowned, refusing Dumbledore to let Fox approach Anka, warning Dumbledore, "Animals also have their own feelings and thoughts. Not having so many ideas doesn't mean they won't think." "Anka, the name of the Arab immortal bird?" "It's a good name." Dumbledore smiled kindly. "Don't worry about Professor Harris. They are all phoenixes. They have their own way of getting along. Fox is just pleasing it." Alan raised his eyes and glanced at the benevolent Dumbledore, and raised a corner of his mouth to stop making noises. Since Dumbledore insisted that way, Anka would teach Fox how to be a phoenix. Fox slowly approached Anka. When it approached a certain position, Anka suddenly spread its wings into a flame and appeared over Fox. Its long golden beak passed Fox, and Fox had not responded at all. It still sings weird songs in its mouth, but Anka seems to be more angry. It grabs Fox's neck with his claws, and then bombards Fox with a beak. Here, peck there. Fox gold glitters. The tail feathers have been snatched down. When the incident progressed to Anka's vicious use of the attack tactics he learned in the wild, and began to use his beak to aim at the fox's eyes that had been captive for decades. Dumbledore surprised and Alan pretended to be surprised. They separated them back on their shoulders. "Sorry, Principal Dumbledore, Anka is proud of temperament, and has been in the wild state before. He is not too used to how to get along with others normally. If it warns, it can't be easily approached." The bright red light is light flying across Dumbledore's eyes. Anka replaced himself with Eleanor's shoulder closer to Fox's side, thinking that he had won. It was provocatively combing his feathers with a long beak. "I'm sorry, Principal Dumbledore, I just listened to you and thought that the time I had raised the Phoenix was too short to understand their habits, so I'm sorry I didn't stop it in advance." Fox fell behind Dumbledore, without the majestic look before him. The feathers on his body were very messy and unprecedented, but even more dismal is that it was obviously stunned by this inexplicable attack, and his spirit was stunned. On the shoulder of Dumbledore like a trauma, this caused Alan to have a little apology. After all, maybe because of his own animagus form, Fox's attitude towards Alan has always been quite not bad. The first contact, they are still very strange to each other, they will get acquainted in the future, maybe they will still make friends in the end. Dumbledore, who found Fox and himself under the steps, held his glasses, his blue eyes full of doubts. Through the crescent-shaped glasses, Anchor, who began to rub Alan's cheek intimately again, couldn't help but wonder at the difference between male and female Phoenix's personality so big. Fox and have never been so close to him. Regarding Dumbledore's words, Alan was not sure, but he was too lazy to dispute Dumbledore's entangled and meaningless topic. Then, President Dumbledore, please allow me to quit first, and I will get my salute the office. Professor Harris, please wait. Dumbledore halted Alan, who wanted to turn and leave again. Alan turned sideways, waiting quietly for his following. If your ancient magic class only teaches dangerous black magic, give up those two dangerous black magic. Dumbledore stared at Alan, the air seemed to be frozen. I won't object to you setting this any more courses. According to the classification of the 7 types of spells that modern magic is divided into, strictly speaking, the obstacles in the evil spells are already considered to be slight black magic. Although all the petrochemical body-bound binding spells are completely different from the petrochemical effects themselves, they are themselves. It is also a curse type of magic, and curses usually used to cause harm, control or even death to victims. Like Curse and Poison Curse, Hogwarts students will already learn some of them in school. Alan looked at Professor Dumbledore and said solemnly, most of this kind of magic can be cancelled or dispelled by special cracking spells and universal anti-mantras, so we have become accustomed to them, but it also shows their lack of effectiveness. Of course, I don't let my students use magic that is irreversible or gives people no chance to reverse it to their classmates. I have also been strengthening this, just like the protective clothing on them and the power of the curse, the magic wand. So, Principal Dumbledore, I believe you also know the news of Miss Rowena Ravenclaw recently, and I assure you that this is true, and if you can give up the reforms against me, I am willing to plead Miss Ravenclaw will remove the vicious curse in your hand for you, and is willing to cooperate with you to solve the mysterious person. What do you think? Dumbledore choked for a while www.mentalnovel.com, but he couldn't promise Alan the condition that seemed to be very favorable to him. In fact, if he wanted, as Snape had told him, he spent his time on the curse in his hands. He is confident that he can solve it on his own. But he simply cannot watch so many students come into contact with such dangerous, evil, and easy to lose in power when their behavior is most easily deformed and deformed. Black magic, Alan. Since the two of us work together, and you think Tom can be solved, then why do we have to let the students risk these spells again? Because we have solved a Dark Lord Tom. There is no guarantee that the next Dark Lord Jerry will not appear. We have to teach our fellow citizens to try to solve the problem on their own, or take a step back and make them more capable of supporting people like us when solving problems for them. And if the strength of each individual in the wizarding world can be improved, the good chain reaction will trigger the development of the wizarding world. But forget it, Principal Dumbledore. Still depends on our own means. All right. Alan shrugged and spread his hands in frustration, and then said goodbye to Dumbledore and began to walk the stairs and walk toward his own office. The current principal of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore, silently watched the young professor of ancient magic, Alan Harris, heading upstairs until the corner of his unique magic robe disappeared in the corner, and then only then continued his pace and began to go downstairs to the lobby on the first floor. Chapter 807 Quit Drinking. Alan just walked into his office and closed the door. He stepped into a shadow with his Phoenix Anchor, who was closing his eyes, and then from a piece of a glass jar, an animal specimen soaked inside, and a shadow cast by a wall display cabinet and lights came out. This potions classroom has been colder than the main building of the castle above, and it is even more so in this winter. The sudden change in temperature makes Anchor open his eyes, and it can even form a white fog. Looking at anchor squeezed into the raven feathers on his cloak, Alan said aloud, "Professor Snape, can't you put a constant temperature curse on your classroom?" Now this classroom belongs to Professor Holler's Slughorn. In the dark room, Snape's cold voice came from the blackboard, and there was Professor Slughorn left during the class. The ingredients and preparation methods needed to configure the potions left behind. Colder environment can make it easier for stupid students to keep calm when making potions, although this seems not to be a big problem for those who are prone to be excited. Usefulness. It makes sense, but even Professor Slughorn can't stand being in this classroom environment for a long time. He asked Dumbledore to take Professor Mellor's former office away. "To be honest, I still prefer to take your class in the summer." "Please sit down, Professor Harris." Impatient for this kind of greeting, Snape walked directly to his previous podium, silently cast a double copy on the teacher's chair with a magic wand, and then silently picked up his bat-like black cloak. Jang sat down. After Alan sat down, in a brief silence, Snape put his arms on the table and leaned forward slightly. His hands were held together. "Professor Harris, I think you should. I know I should get the news. I didn't expect that person to be you at first." Alan made the same posture as Snape. His body leaned forward as well, and the two people's eyes collided together. "Let me teach you. Please speak straight." Snape intended to maintain the calmness, but at this time he couldn't hold back the urgency in his heart. He just added Sheng as soon as he said, "As long as you can get the resurrection stone, you can do anything." Alan's fingers lightly tapped on the table. "I hope you can help me make a potion that allows the wizard to lose his ability to act in a short period of time after taking it, but it cannot let the user lose consciousness, and the ability to think can't cause any damage to their bodies." "Well, I think you can easily do this with Professor Harris' level of your own potion." Snape, who finished with a unique ironic tone, raised his eyebrows, and seemed to be dissatisfied with Alan's request. In the children's play, his gloomy and cold eyes turned around Alan, and then he seemed to worry about his tone too much. He hesitated for a moment before adding, "In addition, I think Professor Harris, even if you don't use magic medicine, it's not difficult to get anyone." "You misunderstood, Professor. I wasn't trying to get anyone." Snape stabbed Alan with a sneer, and he noticed the problem in his words. He coughed twice and received the power from the twin brothers. The diarrhea potion formula was handed over to Snape. "Please forgive me, Professor, I haven't finished yet. Actually, I hope you can help me make it and the potion function of this formula does not conflict with each other, and let both effects. A potion that works at the same time." "Although I have been able to work out this kind of potion by your own instruction, it is too much trouble and time-consuming. I have also been nervous recently. If the professor can help me solve it, it would be better." "Now, I didn't expect you to like to do this kind of bad prank." Snape frowned at the formula in his hand. "Just such a trivial thing." "I did it for you." "You'll help me," pleaded Miss Ravenclaw. "Give me the resurrection stone." "It's just a trivial matter, Severus. That's the resurrection stone." Alan reminded Snape with a pretense gesture. In fact, if it wasn't for Luna, he could wait for the death to deal with the resurrection stone. Alan actually has nothing to trouble the former potions professor, but now he has to find something for the other party to make him think he is working hard for his goal. "In a few days, I will give it to you." Snape saw that he couldn't tell from Alan's expression. He had no other choice, and he slowly agreed. At this time, in front of an arch window outside the auditorium, Lavender Brown was pulling Ron to sit on the side steps. She wrapped Ron's arm and wore a thick gold chain without any care on Ron's neck. "My dear Leo, Merry Christmas. Keep wearing it." "Of course I will wear it, Laffer." Ron held the gold chain. He wanted to smile, but the wound on his lips that had been kissed broke open again and began to flow. Don't kiss too hard. You know I have Mandela in my mouth." "This is my good grace." Lavender smiled sweetly, and she fell into Ron's arms at once, her face rubbing on Ron's arm. "You will soon become Animagus." Originally pretending to see the scenery outside the castle and waiting for Harry's roommate to see him, He quickly waved to Ron. Ron, then, "I'll go back to the dorm first." Young people's love is always so sticky. A slightly ridiculous old voice sounded from the stairs behind them. Harry turned around sharply and shouted, "Principal Dumbledore." Ron was also a little embarrassed, wanting to draw his arm out of Lavender's arms, which completely ignored the eyes of others, but he was not frightened by the range of movements. "Harry, if you have time, I hope to talk to you." Dumbledore, who had not been separated from Alan for a long time, walked in front of Harry. "There is still a long time to go before the curfew." "Sure, www.mentalnovel.com Professor." Harry was very happy to leave Ron and Lavender temporarily. He blinked at Ron and turned around to follow behind Dumbledore, and Harry turned his head. At the beginning of the third floor with Dumbledore, Lavender jumped on Ron's back, kissing Ron constantly, and began to change direction and rubbed Ron's shoulder. "By the way, Harry, I heard that you and Miss Ginny Weasley have also been to Madame Pattyfest tea house. How was your Christmas in the Burrow? Have you stayed under mistletoe with her?" On the way upstairs, Dumbledore saw that Harry was a little against Ron and Lavender's behavior, so he ridiculed. Harry was said to be a bit ashamed, and he responded in a low voice, "No, Principal." "By the way, Harry, speaking of Christmas, the password in your common room has also changed. The new password is quit drinking. Remember to whisper when saying the password to the fat lady. She is in a bad state and looks more pale than usual." "What's wrong with fat lady?" "It's crazy to play Christmas. She and her friend Violet drank all the wine in the picture of a few drunk monks in the corridor of the curse classroom." Chenjiu. Chapter 808 Shrine. The lights in Dumbledore's office all light up the moment they step in, and the portraits of the principals gently snore in the frame. While Harry was still looking at the layout of the office, Dumbledore had directed the meditation basin to fly to the desk. "Harry, the memories I want to show you tonight are hard won. I think this is the most important of all the memories I have collected." "Go up and take out a small crystal bottle." Harry noticed that the contents of the bottle were not easy to pour into the meditation basin. It seemed to be a little frozen, and he couldn't help but wonder, does the memory deteriorate? Dumbledore pointed at the meditation basin and gave Harry an inviting gesture. Harry approached the stone basin, obediently leaned down, immersed his face in the memories, and he experienced the familiar fall in the void feel. "I'd love to know where you got the news. You are more informed than most professors at Hogwarts." This is Horace Slughorn, whose voice is much younger. 6 or 7 boys sat beside him, all 15 or 16 years old. Harry recognized Riddle at a glance, and he had the most handsome face. He seemed to relax the most, smiled slightly, and said, "Professor, is it true that Professor Mellors is about to retire?" "Oh Tom, I certainly can't tell you directly that I know, right?" Slughorn's hand picked a piece out of a box of pineapple preserves. With wide eyes and a broad smile, he looked refreshed, with thick, shiny yellow hair. "Thank you for the pineapple you brought. This is indeed my favorite, but how do you know?" Slughorn asked, narrowing his eyes in confusion, leaning forward. Riddle lifted a corner of his mouth and smiled gently. His eyes narrowed slightly. Intuition. At the end of the party, the boys all stood up and walked out. Riddle sat unmoved in the position and left behind deliberately. He obviously wanted to stay with Slughorn alone in the room. Slughorn glanced at the hourglass and asked, "I think we have some time, Tom. Is there anything else?" "There's one, Professor." Riddle frowned slightly to endure Horace constantly calling him by the name that he thought was too ordinary, and then slowly whispered to his professor of potion lessons close to him, "One night in the library area, I read some materials about some kind of rare magic. I think you might be able to point me." Riddle approached Slughorn. "If I remember correctly, that thing is called Horcrux." Slughorn's already kind face suddenly became very severe. He screamed at Riddle and asked, "What are you saying? I haven't heard of this kind of thing. And I won't tell you even if I know it. Give it to me immediately." "Leave. Don't mention it to me again." Slughorn's arm flicked violently, and the room was distorted with black mist, and Harry could neither see Slughorn nor Riddle. and remembered that his head had gone from the meditation basin lifted up. It's confusing. Dumbledore looked at Harry. If you don't think it, I would be surprised. I don't understand what happened just now. Harry dried the water droplets on his face blankly. This is perhaps the most important of the memories I have collected, but at the same time this is a lie. This memory has been tampered with. It is his master, our old friend Professor Slughorn, Dumbledore explained. So the truth-telling agent and the goddess can't be counted as real evidence, because it is likely to be tampered with. Otherwise, it will be simple. When you were brought to court by Fudge last year, why should he change his memory? Why? Yeah, why? I guess he was ashamed of it. He thought he made Voldemort himself. Dumbledore looked at Harry. I let you go to Slughorn, you two arrived. Then I would like to ask you to persuade him to surrender this memory. Dumbledore's hand flicked over the meditation basin, looking down at the slowly spinning silver memory in the basin. The non-solid and non-liquid thing in the meditation basin slipped from his hand. This memory is everything. Without him, we are nothing short of blind. Then, on the first weekend after returning to school, Goalkeeper Filch stood at the entrance to Hogwarts Castle, carefully checking the permission form of the wizards with the Guardian's signature to allow visit to Hogmode. Although the snow around the path from Hogwarts to Hogmode has melted, it does not mean that the sun is warm and comfortable. The melted snow makes the weather more cold and wet. The dark clouds pressed down in the sky. Nevertheless, the wizards of Hogwarts happily seized this rare opportunity to go out. On this muddy and slippery path, Luna jumped lightly with her weird singing, and Ginny walked side by side with her slightly dressed Hermione, talking and laughing. A few beautiful little ones there, which became a landscape on the road. Hogsmeade on Saturday was very lively because of the patronage of these little wizards. The Duke of Honey was crowded with Hogwarts students. At this time, the little wizards who were aroused by appetite were attracted by the dazzling array of commodities, and turned their eyes away from the beautiful witches. Rows of shelves were filled with the most delicious and juicy sweets. Last time, the owner of the Duke of Honey shop, Ambrosius Froom, when he went to Hogwarts to attend the dinner of Professor Slughorn, he carried a variety of sweets in the basket where he cast a seamless stretch spell. He gave these sweets to the students who attended the dinner. As he expected, the wizards who received his sweets were great. Some have become his loyal customers. However, the owner, Ambrosius, thought that the ice cream that would be loved by the little wizard was treated coldly. No one except Ravenclaw, the famous crazy girl Luna Lovegood, just came in. Whether to eat ice-cold ice cream, diagonally, different from the bustling scenes of people in the past, in front of a house in a rectangular, but the central part of the roof is composed of a huge circular dome and a semicircular dome in front and back, many eras while maintaining order. A large group of journalists squeezed outside the door. Many foreign media who heard the wind of the British magic world made a special trip from abroad. They were crowded and aimed at their photographic equipment. The eras opened the way to maintain the central door. This matter is a new thing for the local wizarding community in the UK. It does not prevent this from attracting the attention of the wizarding community in other countries. Fermentation. In this forced and benign development, the effect will be much better than Luna's previous deception method of performing double read. The male and female eras, who were specially selected for their good looks, stood at the door and persuaded gently and helplessly, "Gentlemen and ladies, please be quiet, don't be crowded, be careful." Today is the inauguration ceremony of the Ravenclaw Temple donated by the Harris family in Diagon Alley. Many celebrities in the magic world, even the local pureblood families who are fighting with the Harris family secretly, are also invited to attend. At least in the Ming, on the other hand, they all maintained enough decentness and proper etiquette. On such occasions, as a nominal Ravenclaw voter, Alan stood in the hall of the temple where the seamless telescoping spell was cast. www.mentalnovel.com waiting for the inauguration of the Ravenclaw Temple to begin. The wizards who had received Ravenclaw's sacred grace dressed up and took the initiative to contact various media to talk about their once received the grace of Ravenclaw, as the first batch of Ravenclaw's manifestation the beneficiary. after Alan privately funded an additional group of people who had been working in Street Mungo's hospital for a long time due to illness and did not work. In addition to Katie Bell will also complete school at school. These were originally, unfortunately, wizards without a stable source of life. All agreed to stay in this new temple to be a part of it, and they will carry out evangelistic activities in Diagon Alley later. There are elegant arched windows on the wall of this temple, hanging with blue and bronze silk. The ceiling is a dome with stars on it, and the dark blue carpet below is also decorated with stars. In the dome, many ravens flew and perched under the stars, adding a lot of mystery to the temple. The surrounding walls are all composed of this huge bookshelf. If it is not deep, it is more grand and solemn than the public lounge in Ravenclaw. The white marble statue of Royna Ravenclaw and its dragon-shaped relief base, as well as the preaching platform and bench in front of it. Ravenclaw graduates even mistakenly thought that they had returned Hogwarts. You know, even Miss Grey, the ghost of Hogwarts Ravenclaw's college, is floating near the statue of her mother, which not only adds to this feeling, but also seems to prove the authenticity of the incident. Chapter 809. Mr. Alan Harris, please wait. These ravens automatically flew from all sides when the temple was built, and then settled in the temple. The surname of Ravenclaw itself means the claws of the raven, which seems to add some mystery to this temple. Halo. Furong smiled at the camera and introduced the temple. A raven flew in front of Alan, but didn't wait to approach Alan. Anchor landed on Alan's shoulders, his eyes scorched, and he spread his wings alertly, warning the other party not to approach. In fact, in the Mole world, the raven has also been regarded as a symbol of the British nation. It has always been carefully supported by the British Mole royal family. They also appointed a raven officer to take care of these ravens. In fact, this stems from a proverb: once the raven flies off the Tower of London or dies, the Tower of London will collapse and the crown will fall to the ground. For this reason, the Tower of London raven is regarded as a symbol of the rise and fall of the national games, and it has an unimaginable position in the hearts of moles. Furong continued to introduce the message she had recited in advance. But although they loved the raven in the tower more, they feared to offend it and bring bad luck to themselves. However, in order to prevent the raven from flying out of the Tower of London, specially hired breeders will trim each raven's wings under the guidance of experts, so that they can only flutter inside the tower. So people now call the raven the Tower of London. Inside the last prisoner. Moles are moles. They are too foolish and feudal superstitions compared to our wizards. Lawrence, the former permanent patient of Street Mungo who was already praying to the idol, could not help but sneer and just satirized. It seems that he was distracted when praying, and he quickly and steadily began to pray, Ravenclaw bless. Alan listened to the silly words of this true believer and struggled for a while before he succeeded in making himself not satire on his self's lap. The raven was what I told the moles back then. Luna's faint voice rang in Alan's heart, and a smack of rumbling came. What are you doing with your mouth? Alan asked. Hungry? What will you eat in Diagon Alley later? My deity is eating raw chew ice cream in Hogsmeade. The vague female voice rejected Alan's proposal. Eating ice cream in winter? Alan swallowed when he heard Luna's doppelganger. I will bring one when I return to school. When the guests approached, Alan and Helena stood at the forefront near the statue of Royna Ravenclaw. They closed their eyes, clenched their fists in both hands, and moved their lips slightly. The statue of Ravenclaw followed the crowd's prayer emits a faint blue light, and the wizards who are praying feel that the negative emotions such as pain and remorse in themselves are gradually being calmed down by this light. The nebula flows above the dome, and all the ravens face the direction of the Ravenclaw shrine, standing still. After praying, Owen and Alan stood up, and all the ravens spread their wings in an instant. After flying around the dome, they flew through the sky and moved freely and did not pull in the temple at all. Alan, who had been distracted by the head, was relieved. Although the prayer ceremony was over, the wizards present more or less felt piety in their hearts, and they felt the false feeling just created by the divine power. Many people quite obsessively chose to continue to use their own in the hall way of praying religiously to the Ravenclaw shrine. Among them, the wizards of Mull and mixed races were affected by the original family before they knew that they were wizards. Many people had the habit of praying at this time, although they changed a prayer object in the magic world. They really felt the divine power. On the contrary, they are more religious than in the Mull world, but just logically changed their prayer faith object to Ravenclaw in the wizarding world. But relatively speaking, although the wizards of the pure blood family have maintained the necessary respect for Ravenclaw in the environment at this time, in fact, their hearts are very faithful to Ravenclaw, and to Ravenclaw prayed for this behavior, or held a spirit of resistance and repulsion. They thought that the wizard should not believe in any gods with the she is a true god, or more importantly, to enhance her strength. Some of the 28 members of the Holy Family who did not deal with heresy even began to suspect that there are any magic effects that can affect people's minds, so they took the occlusion of the brain to say hello and prepared to leave. And some did not. He even walked out quickly. Alan narrowed his eyes and looked at the performance of these people, secretly calculating back to let the umbrella send some more people to disguise themselves as believers and come over as temple guards, to avoid them from repeating the little means of the last time Scrimgeour suddenly attack head-armed. After all, Aurors are not suitable to participate in such private activities, otherwise they will be attacked and abused. Although the temple was donated by the Harris family, Alan himself was also a nominal voter of Ravenclaw, but in order to show that he was just an ordinary believer, Alan did not entertain their wizards as a master. Therefore, after the prayer ceremony was over, Alan thought that he didn't have the need to stay here, so he walked out of the temple, randomly found a stall and sat down, bought a brownie cake and ate a few bites. After signing a few more fans, he was impatient. When he was about to return to Hogsmeade in a phantom, a voice came from behind Alan. "Mr. Alan Harris, please wait later." Author's note: watch this man with BMG come on stage. Please cooperate with the BGM of the 5th season of The Evil Forces. Gentitis odiath has better eating effect. As if something choked in the throat, hoarse, depressed and slow, as if it could shock the creatures, the voice of the indistinguishable men and women sounded. Alan, standing at the door of the temple, smelled the prestige but did not find the master of the sound for a while until he saw 3 Yeki pulled in a white wagon from a distance. The vehicle slowly parked on the side of the road near the temple. The door opened. A pair of leather sandals, which were completely out of season and suitable for winter, stepped on the stone brick. The cobra-shaped walking stick in the hands of the masters of these feet sounded on the ground. His fingers were wearing a silver wide ring. The man was wearing a black magic robe in front of him. As long as you can, the long white hair under the bald head was shaken slightly by the wind, and it was as pale and abnormal as bronze. The expression on the white skin was daunting, but the wizards around seemed to be like a malign expulsion spell. Turn a blind eye to him completely. During his march www.mentalnovel.com, a wizard in brown robes immersed himself in the Prophet daily. When he passed him, he accidentally hit his shoulder. The witch crossed him and turned his head to notice the old man in front of him. He complained casually, "Old man, walk carefully." Just finished. The witch frowned, as if wondering why the body was unbearable. The pain. But after a moment, his eyes lost, his knees softened, and he fell to his knees on the ground in confusion around him, and then he rolled over and fell straight down, and the newspaper in his hand also followed it, scattered in the air, and the wizards around him saw this situation and quickly gathered around to try to rescue. But he had no vital signs at all. And the old man who just got off the carriage slowed his head. His head slightly shifted to the right, his yellow eyes dropped down to look at his shoulder, and then he raised his hand and brushed his shoulders. His face was still. The ground continued to advance to Alan. His facial features were like a combative armor, pair of unforgettable big yellow eyes on light-colored skin. The bridge of his nose was very straight. It was just that his lips were tightly closed and the decree lines on both sides of his nose made him very strict and inaccessible. Helbo, I haven't seen you for a long time. Luna's voice rang beside them, with awe-inspiring majesty in her arms. Chapter 810 Foul Hogsmeade Village. The decorations for Christmas have not been removed by some lazy shopkeepers. Many huts with thatched roofs and shops have holy wreaths hanging on the doors, and the trees are dotted with a series of gifts. Magic Candle. The Hogsmeade who patrol Draress little wizards at Hogwarts are the busiest. They are all little wizards who have not graduated. It is normal to have some wrangling and even use the magic wand to send some small curses to each other, although now the public security is good, and the ERA command has repeatedly emphasized the need to eliminate all possible dangers, so they often have to work part-time as adults to persuade the children to stop fighting. On the road between villages, in the literati quill shop, Ginny held a quill made of peacock tail feathers that would automatically correct typos and smiled at Hermione. How about this pen? I think Harry will like it. I doubt he and Ron would like any feather pens, especially after Umbridge punished them last year. Hermione picked up a black raven-shaped feather pen. This estimate is Ravencrows will like it. Harry likes the professor of the new potions lesson, and recently went to him every day. Although Ginny knew that this was Dumbledore's command, she still had some taste, and she frowned again. Rare weekend. Harley said that he had the leaves of Mandela in his mouth, and when he came to Hogsmeade, he couldn't have a free beer and eat delicious beer. What about Alan? Why didn't you come with you today? I think the leaves of Mandela grass have little effect on you. Seeing Ginny so quickly mastered the skills that can be clearly expressed with the leaves in her mouth, Hermione praised. Today is Diagonal Lane. Ravenclaw held the inauguration ceremony, and Alan had to attend. Hermione, is this true of Ravenclaw? Ginny asked her own doubts. Hermione remembered Luna, who was still sitting on the bench outside the door of the Duke of Honey shop, closed her eyes and tasting the raw gill ice cream in her hand, and remembered that she was frozen to the top and constantly pinched the bridge of her nose. Deflated, shaking his fluffy hair and throwing away all the raven quills in his hands, let them make a crisp impact sound. It is true. Ravenclaw can indeed satisfy the wishes of the most devout believers. Not waiting for Ginny's reaction, Hermione opened the subject after some reluctance to admit that this guy is a god. We will invite the wizards who have obtained the permission of the 7th grade to explain the phantom transformation in the next training session. What you learn is that if you are interested in the lower grades, you can listen to it. After all, there are age restrictions for attending training courses. But just listening in advance is not a violation. Of course, the premise is that you don't try to practice it yourself. When Fred and George had just passed the phantom transfer, they had to use the phantom transfer even when they went downstairs to eat. They were very proud. Ginny was yearning for the twins at the time. Fred and George were on holiday. There are many kinds of terrorist accidents described to us. Although they know that they are deliberately frightening us, they sound too scary. Most wizards should learn that it shouldn't be too difficult. What we should worry about is what will happen to Neville and Fletcher. Hermione finished and Ginny started walking towards the counter to check out and start to go to a clothing store. Alan is too bad. My family finally corrected Dobby's dressing habits. He bought a lot of weird socks at Fenrir Sorcerer's clothing store during his holiday. Dobby started to dress up again to match them. Fenrir Sorcerer clothing store is a big sorcerer chain clothing store, with branches in London and Paris. It is also one of the favorite shops of Hogwarts witches, and the most popular wizards in the past are not far away. The Magic Joke Shop in Zoko is said to have been because the old prank toy has been in business since the Weasley Magic Workshop opened. Ginny, by the way, Zoko's Magic Joke Shop also tried to get the Ministry of Magic to pass a bill to restrict the monopoly of Weasley Brothers' Magic Trick Shop, but the Ministry of Magic dismissed the appeal on the grounds of insufficient evidence. Hermione, seeing that the traffic flow is as good as ever, Zoko's magic joke shop, shook his head. Although Weasley's magic tricks had a certain impact on the business of Zoko's magic joke shop by virtue of novelties and the provision of mail delivery services. To this extent, there must be some troubles caused by those pure-blood families. Ginny nodded. I know, they are a little sad. This is actually their original intention, to create the Weasley magic trick. The joke and prank materials that even the most crazy dreams of George and Fred can be realized here, like it is Big Bomb, Hiccup Sugar, Frog Egg Soap and Nosebite Teacup. What are you? What are you doing here? The yells of the Aurors patrolling in the distance attracted the attention of Hermione and Ginny and the other wizards. They were suddenly surprised to find that there were suddenly more streets in the village of Hogsmeade. A huge monster, how did he not see him before? As if appearing out of thin air. On the streets of Hogsmeade, the sharp black nails on the huge red palms painted the last stroke of the huge formation on the ground. Anti-phantom shifting array? Although some local details are different, an ancient Aurora took Ossera to recognize the monster's formation on the ground at a glance, exclaimed. The temperature became hot, and a strong smell of sulfur gradually spread on the streets. He's the big devil bear in the goblet of fire. A student screamed, and he saw the opponent's share in the game. When did it appear? Such a big monster laid out a formation under his eyelids. Why didn't he find it before? The patrolling Aurors could only draw their wands at each other. A vicious darkness surrounds the flame and the devil in the shadow, and Hermione recognizes this spell, which allows Bayer to be protected when attacked. The devil straightened his body, and his burning eyes looked at the Auror who asked him. The patrol Auror saw this unprecedented situation. Although he was terrified, but his duty was, he still rushed forward with his companions and asked sharply, I am Auror, the devil. This is Britain. Under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Magic, you immediately stop troubles, put down your weapons, surrender. Before the words were finished, the screams of the heartbreaking lungs sounded, and the Auror's whole bangs swelled up, the blood inside his body swelled, and small bubbles were sprayed rhythmically. His blood vessel slammed. It ruptured and instantly became a blood man, and the tissues around these blood vessels were necrotic one after another, and his skin immediately fell off from his face, revealing the vague blood inside, and soon these blood also fell into pieces one by one. When he has only bones left, he can see the position of his cavity, and those internal organs have become a mess of mud because of the previous resonance. The Auror on his side was pale. www.mtlnovel.com. The hand holding the wand was full of blue muscles, and he shouted and waved their wand at Bayer, but the spell was also cast by the shadow of Bayer's burning flame in his eyes. With a bang, he suffered the same fate as his Auror colleagues. Screaming throughout the street, the wizards who witnessed this and cruel scene fled around in panic. Some of them fell to the ground, ran their hands and feet away from Bayer. Some Aurors went the other way, their eyes fixed, and they rushed toward Bayer with their wands. Some Aurors saw that the situation was not good, realizing that these people present were probably not the opponent of the devil in front of them. They wanted to inform the ministry through the badge, but when they touched the badge, they were used by Bayer for 3 times. The tail of a silver-white skull was drawn in 2. Even if Auror was not attacked by the front, as long as the upper skin was swept by the tail, and the wound was stained with the venom on the tail, the poison fell to the ground before they realized what had happened. A male Auror just tied a note to the owl's leg, and the whole person and the owl burst apart, and fragments of blood foam skeletons spilled to the ground. No foul. This game can only participate in the game. Bayer shaking his index finger with an exotic wind accent is cold. The few want to use magic to inform the Department of Auror. Without exception, Bayer was killed in an instant. Chapter 811 Martyrdom for Miss Granger. Chapter 811 of Harry Potter's Invincible Scriptures is buried for Miss Granger. This devil has the same ability as Alan, and can sense in advance what magic others are using. Hermione, abandoning the idea of telling Alan through a perceptual mark, Bayer is Lucius informing Alan that the big devil who was bought by the mysterious man to assassinate Alan must have come to Alan, since after knowing this news, Luna has always guaranteed that at least one avatar stays with Alan. Even if the devil finds that Alan is not here, there will be no big problem running to Diagon Alley to find them. Hermione frowned and glanced at the outline like a huge human figure, and like a shadow of a wandering movement, the core of which was the blazing bear, took Ginny's hand, and fled with the panic screaming and crowd go. We first rushed out of Hogsmeade Village, and then I will take you away with a phantom to notify Alan that they are coming. Ginny squeezed her wand in her hands, and she was noisy and pale and nodded obediently. She also saw the end of the Aurors who wanted to phantom in front of the devil. They wanted to escape directly when his face was obviously not. May succeed. Hermione greeted her female companion with a short scream. When she saw that the devil began to perform the implosion technique that made people disintegrate from the inside, she knew that she must not be Bayer's opponent, and the two little witches quickly shuttle and try to escape in the opposite direction to the devil. Stop. With a single syllable that Bayer read out at random, suddenly a huge panic shrouded them. They stood in place and could not move, not just Hermione and Ginny, all the wizards in this large area on the street. They were all shrouded in lore, shock by Bayer, unable to move their footsteps. All the purchases they carried in their hands, and the magic wands they took out of their hands fell to the ground. How could the devil suddenly appear in front? Hermione's pupils were wide open, her eyelashes twitched slightly, and the gap between herself and the other party was far beyond her imagination. Under his shock, he didn't want to run out of Hogsmeade to inform Alan, and now he would do it even if he moved less than. When Alan Harris beloved fell down on the ground wailing and let her eventually stain the earth, then I will complete the contract. Bayer's burning yellow eyes stared at Hermione, the goat-like horns on his head gently shaking. Black poisonous droplets sizzled onto the ground under his feet, hissed, and the affected plants withered instantly, and the wind turned into ashes and scattered. Is the goal of the devil's trip actually his own? Hermione was startled when he heard Bayer's words. Bayer looked at Hermione playfully with his elegant voice with an old rhyme, winked at her and said aloud in the distance, "If the target of the deal and I ran away, I wouldn't have a good relationship. You must know that you are from the UK. The purer blood families gave me a tribute that I could not refuse, so I had to say sorry to Mr. Alan Harris." Suddenly and unexpectedly, everything happened so suddenly, her sensitive was very unwilling. She seemed to foresee her next situation. Her brain was spinning rapidly, desperately thinking about the way to get out, but she was moving continuously. When she couldn't do it, Miss Masterstone had no idea for a moment, and she always thought of a way at the crisis. She didn't know how to get out of the crisis. Hermione had many thoughts in his mind, and the other party directly said that the tribute provided by the British pure blood family was seriously misleading. Although it could not be wrong, the devil did not mention that the pure blood family were Death Eaters under the mysterious people. Is he trying to provoke the conflict between Harris and the pure blood family? So you want to kill yourself? Hermione even came up with the idea of whether Lucius Malfoy had betrayed. Otherwise, how the information he passed and the real situation had such a big deviation. Her amber pupils were squinted round, and mottled bloodstains were faintly visible inside, and cold sweat rolled from her forehead drop by drop. Avada Kedavra. A green light flew straight to Bayer, and Alan's armourer, defending Pupae and Bruto, rushed toward Hermione with a determined wand. The life-threatening spell that Bruto had just shot through those black mists, centered on the devil's red skin, but the spell only turned the devil in the flames, and shadows around green light hit him as mud bulls enter the sea. There is no wave. Pupae's heart sank. His eyes swept over the wizards who had lost their ability to act under the devil's shock, knowing that he was definitely not the opponent of the devil in front of him. "We are Aurors and can't hold back, let alone Miss Granger." Pupae clenched the wand in his hand, staring at Bayer, and said to Bruto, who didn't reply, but his ugly face some are grim, but their eyes are firm. "Originally, because Alan went to the temple event today, it was inconvenient to bring guards as a voter, so as not to appear high profile. and they do not have the duty to do so today. They habitually came to the Hogsmeade three-broom taverns to relax and found out the changes after they rushed out and heard Bayer's words. They knew that his target turned out to be Hermione Granger. Knowing the importance of Hermione to the Umbrella Company and to Alan, they ignored their own safety and rushed up to want to protect Hermione. Bayer's strength made Pupa and Bruto have no solution. Facing such a terrible enemy, Pupa and Bruto looked at each other and made the final decision. Seeing the power of Bayer, the faction has been completely desperate. He has no hope of which magic of his own will destroy this enemy in front of him, and he no longer expects to survive, but he is still full of hope, praying that he can hold back for a moment. Bayer asked Bruto to rescue Miss Granger, even if it was only to give Miss Hermione Granger a breathing moment. His sacrifice would not be meaningless. In going, I can't let my respect put more pressure on the wizards. Bruto smiled at Pupa at the World Cup. Albert joked about his appearance and did not allow him to stay when he came down to heal the wounded wizard. He would now use this sentence to make a joke. He was actually determined to die, and he did not even plan to attack. No, Olivo is still waiting at home. Without waiting for the generals to continue, Bruto cast himself an armor to keep it in front of him. Time is tight and imminent, and Pupa did not dispute with Bruto to drag the devil's candidate. Two tacitly quickly pulled the smoke bombs carried on the H-94 uniform and tossed out the pull ring one by one. In the diffuse smoke, Pupa's handsome face became serious and gloomy, frowning, and quickly rushed towards Hermione. However, Hermione was in a state of being terrified, and several magic spells tried by generalists could not be lifted. In anxiety, generalists had to hold Hermione and Ginny next to her on one side and hold them back. At this moment, Bruto's screams made him turn back uncontrollably, only to see Bruto. Several parts of Bruto were thrown to the ground in an arc from the air, stirring up a dust, gurgling blood flowing out of him, stained the street under him. And there has been no trace of Bayer there. Pupa bit his lips tightly, his eyes split, and suddenly felt a pain in his chest. Hermione and Ginny rolled off his shoulders. Pupa lowered his head and found that his body was caught by the devil's hand. He lifted into the air, and the Pupa ribs began to break in Bayer's increasing strength. He raised his arm reluctantly and lifted his wand hard, pointing directly at Bayer. Awada. Bayer's burning yellow eyes gazed playfully at the struggling wizard in his hand, and stopped the execution of his execution. His cold, polite voice sounded again. Warrior, I appreciate your loyalty. Now give you a choice. If you give up, I will let you go. If you still want to continue, then I will give you a chance to attack me. After that, Bayer opened his large mouth with venom, his mouth full of fangs and a strong odor of sulfur exposed to the puppies. It seemed to have the appearance of wanting to swallow the puppy's life-spelling mantra. Guardian Guard. To Bayer's surprise, a silver swan flew out of the top of the pip's wand and quickly burrowed into his mouth. Bayer raised his other hand slightly in a panic. www.mentalnovel.com grabbed the swan's neck, tightened his fists, and a few strands of black smoke overflowed from his mouth and palm. With a mouthful of smoke, Bayer coughed and angrily stamped the handsome face of the dead Pope into mud, then raised his uninjured hand and snapped his fingers under the eyes. Just like when Alan and Luna were making that great Arcanist's staff, they sold Bill's subordinate Abyssal Demonum to them. A trace of mist appeared on the bodies of Pupa and Pluto, slowly rotating and gathering in the air, and finally compressed into two strange soul gems. The faces of Howling 2 before the death flashed from time to time inside the gem. Witnessing the death of the familiar Pupa and Bruto in person, Hermione's body trembled. The screams of the wind, the sound of bones being crushed, the screams of Pope and Bruto before she died. The only thing she could do without closing her eyes was the tears. At the moment, blood was spilling from the streets of Hogsmeade, and Bayer's body bowed slightly, lowering his head and simultaneously manipulating both pupils to look in different directions around him. His burning, steam-diffusing flame mane followed the wind swayed, and the jumping flames made him look majestic even with such a gentleman's move. The momentum was astonishing. in order to show respect and apology, maybe I should let all the people in the village come to bury the Lady Granger. Chapter 812 Greek cut cake diagonally. Hybo sat across from Alan and let his hands rest on the cobra-shaped walking stick. Alan's back was straight, facing the faint pressure from the other side. His back was tight, feeling the blood flow was squeezed, and his head was dizzy, although Luna told himself that it was nothing but death. The incarnation of true power is not that the coming of the body does not constitute a real threat to them, but as a mortal, he can still feel the suppression of the identity of the true revealed by the other party. Do you want some? In front of an incarnation of the true God, trying to hide his vigilance and discomfort, Alan pushed the menu on the stall in the direction of Hybo. At this time, the pressure that the other party caused Alan was different from the death that was seen in the underworld after entering the curtain. The death that he saw was almost impossible to look directly at. It seemed that he could suffocate him just by approaching it. It will make Alan's hair stand upright, and every cell will cry out to warn the opposite wizard that it is in full danger. But Alan still barely makes his actions seem normal. Hybo's eyes stayed on the brownie cake with only a little left in Alan's hand, and his hoarse voice was smooth. Uxpit. Thanks in Greek. 2 brownie cakes, thank you. Alan beckoned to the clerk and commanded the good menu to fly over. The clerk quickly delivered 2 chocolate brownie cakes filled with walnuts and almonds. The difference in strength was too great. He could not perceive the existence of Hybo. The freehand clerk had some joy. It's an honor. Mr. Alan Harris can like our cake. Hybo ignored the fork placed on the side of the cake and directly picked up the cake with his hand. Because he did not control the force, his fingers broke through the crispy shell on the surface to the fluffy part and pinched the cake. Inconsistent with the appearance that looks elaborately dressed, Hybo bit off a piece of rudeness. He with a mouthful of cake froze for a while. He hadn't eaten any food for 2,000 years and made him forget how to eat for a while. Dunfang just remembered that he should continue to chew. After completely swallowing the cake in his mouth, Hybo wiped the chocolate-covered fingers on the tablecloth. If not baklava Greek cut cake. Alan lowered his fork and adjusted a posture to make him look more relaxed. His body leaned on the back of the chair, and his back touched the real thing, which also supported his stressed body. That's not the power that mortals should control. Hybo's crutches nodded in the direction of the temple. You used to be immortal. Alan didn't like Hybo's tone. The high tone revealed the other's contempt. Since he has mastered those arcane arts and obscure knowledge in recent years, it's been a long time since I've been taken seriously. I've been immortal. You should advise the false who is paying attention to us in the temple, and don't try to use deception to gain faith. Hybo was calm and peaceful, not at all in the almost ironic tone of Alan. Moved, everyone has a death. Death is a part of the life cycle. It is not the end, but another beginning. It is not a punishment, but an inevitable need in life. Hybo spoke like this. If Alan didn't get the information about the nether scroll from Luna, it's not easy to understand what he was talking about, but the feeling of being ignored by the other party makes Alan even more annoyed, which helped him relax more when facing the other party's repression. His body leaned forward slightly and asked, don't you also get the priesthood in a similar way? Speaking, we are just to avoid letting you absorb the soul. Never mind. Alan debunked his behavior of devouring the soul of the dead to strengthen his strength. Hybo's emotions still did not produce any waves. He just calmly tried to guide Alan back to the correct path. He thought, mortal, if you and that the pseudonym tried to escape death only for this reason, I have already corrected this error caused by my mortal nature. Death is just another way of existence. The mortal fear of death is only because of ignorance, and living will encounter more than death. Bad thing. Facing Hybo's guidance, although Alan was puzzled, it seemed that he had not continued to greedily absorb the souls of the dead. And it seemed that he was only trying to complete the priestly work. Still let him refuse. I think my own destiny is best controlled by myself, rather than putting hope on whether you will make mistakes. Alan's words fell, and he couldn't help but lean on the back of the chair. The pressure caused by the gap between the power of the true and his mortal identity suddenly revealed by Alan made Alan nervous. The kind of suffocation that felt like falling into the deep sea tightly bound Alan, and the kind of oppression that felt like a pair of giant hands formed by death, mercilessly squeezed and kneaded the air around Alan's body, leaving no trace of space. But it was different when I first met each other after the curtain. This time relying on the power brought by the nether scroll, he himself expelled the darkness of death, with the air of nuts and chocolate aroma on the brownie cake. He soon refilled his lungs. The nether scroll is also not the power you should master. Because the Arcanist of Netheril has no restrictions on research, the prohibition from the gods also dared to break through, trying to steal the power that should not be held, and the whole world is almost destroyed. The Grim Reaper also seems to realize that the power of his incarnation in the world has no effect on the little wizard in front of him. He still looks at Alan blankly, as if he did nothing just now. As long as the pseudo give up her plan, you will no longer continue to practice knowledge that should not exist in the world. I can ignore your stupid attempt to live forever in the world. At this time, Hogsmeade Village. Bear waved his arm gently, as if to wipe out the life of the wizard in this village, as easily as blowing a piece of smoke. The dragon-like wings on his back vibrated gently, and he gradually flew upward, with a mouth widening around his groaning human head, and the hollow skeleton eyes made the people who saw them hairy and cold on the back. Hearing Bear's words, the wizards who had lost their ability to act from these skeletons seemed to see their own future, and despair filled the sky above Hogsmeade. A strange and special tone came out of Bear's mouth, and the sky slowly began to spread red light. Countless red ray-like rays of light were arbitrarily stirred, and the light slowly spread out, as countless fireballs were about to converge in the air. Similarly, bright red occupies the whole sky. The gusty wind www.mentalnovel.com blew the thatched roofs on both sides of Hogsmeade Street. Even with magical reinforcement, some roofs were still overturned by this gusty wind. The wizard, who was deterred in place, was swayed by the violent wind. Hermione's messy hair was blown all behind by the oncoming gust, and her eyes could not be opened. No. He is calling meteors. This is a meteor burst. Meteor falls. Even a small piece is enough to destroy all of us. 3 broom bar entrances. An old scarred wizard was horrified. Pointing at the anomaly in the sky, he desperately howled in vain. Once again, he tried to use the flyway powder and tried to escape with the fireplace. After finding that the connection between the flyway nets was also disturbed, he decided to venture out of the tavern and saw this. A scene. The sky is red, and the red is getting thicker and heavier, like if you want to press the whole Hogsmeade underground and hear the old wizard. The wizards flee in panic and want to rush out. Phantom shift range. A terrifying gust of wind continued to pour in from the ears. In the panic shouts of the people and the roar of the wind, the old wizard collapsed on the ground, holding the tin wine bottle, shaking his hand and pulling the stopper to remove the remaining liquid. Fully poured into his mouth and whimpered, "It's too late." Then, the air in Hogsmeade Village, submerged in despair and screams, suddenly became silent. Chapter 813. Not allowed to steal these lives that are like ants, for Bear won't let him care. At this time he and the others present are focused on the Ravenclaw Academy that is jumping forward and forward towards him. On the little girl, Luna hummed with ease, ignoring the miserable surroundings, holding a packaged ice cream in one hand and half-eaten ice cream with the smell of raw gill in the other. In the process of jumping, she stopped and took a lick from time to time. Her lips hung a circle of cream beard. Ignoring some whispered reminders of some wizards, Luna, who came to Bear, seemed like a little bit smaller than the devil's huge figure. Her abrupt light silver eyes fixed on the deep prison refining. "What are you doing?" "Ah, congratulations, you recovered." The flame around Bear's yellow eyes jumped indefinitely, which was different from the arrogance and mercilessness he just showed. If Bear ignored his terrible appearance at this time the tone of his heart is almost polite as a gentleman. "Madam." "Oh, please forgive me. I mean miss. I am just upholding the principle of trustworthiness and preparing to complete a transaction that your British pureblood family provides me." When Alan, Mr. Harris' beloved, fell down on the ground in wailing, letting her eventually stain the earth, "And then I will complete the contract." "Shall I count?" "Of course you are, Alan, Mr. Harris' beloved. Help me to hold it." Luna handed the ice cream in her hand to Bea unashamedly, just like instructing her classmates to help. Bea was stunned. His head and body leaned back slightly. The brain had not responded. The body had fallen down, and had relied on the regeneration ability, recovering the huge burn caused by the last patron saint curse before the end of the pupa life. Raising his arms, he subconsciously took the two small ice creams for his size. As it took over the action of ice cream, the magic of maintaining a meteor burst was also interrupted. The accumulated red clouds and the amazing gust of wind just caused by the casting of the spell called the meteorite also began to disperse and return to the color of the normal sky. The wizards around them exhaled for the rest of their lives, and even some wizards who were a little bit careless could not help but sneer, but they immediately sighed back and bowed their heads so that the devil did not dare to find himself laughing at him. They saw the horror of the devil with their own eyes, but now, looking at his dumbfounded holding ice cream, it is completely impossible to see that these same arms just tripped a well-trained eliterer in half. Seeing that the situation had changed, the wizards who were still able to move began to move their footsteps after a short observation and wanted to escape from here. After careful steps away from it, they found that Bea did not stop them this time, and most of the crowd started swept away. Among the Hogwarts students who played in Hogsmeade today, most of the students are also scattered like birds and beasts. A few Hufflepuffs who were not members of the senior Gryffindor and were members of the Harris training class pulling behind a few shelves. I was persuading several lions not to rashly discuss how to more effectively rescue the deterred classmates. None of the Ravenclaws were still there, but a few Slytherins stayed unexpectedly. Unlike most people's inherent vision of them, as described in the Song of the Branch Hat, maybe you will enter Slytherin and make real friends here, even if these cunning and insidious people will do whatever they can to achieve their goal. But once you are really regarded as a friend by them, this relationship will be more reliable than the overall unity of Hufflepuff in a sense. In the distance, Ara, who came to the reinforcements, had just stepped into Hogsmeade's streets and merged with several Hogwarts professors who arrived almost simultaneously. "That's Luna." Felius Flivi, the dean, couldn't help but see that standing in front of the terrifying and imposing devil turned out to be a student of his own Ravenclaw. Afraid of the devil hurting Luna, he could not care about anything else, and wanted to rush over directly. Professor Pomona Sprout, who was pulling something out of his bag, wanted to observe the situation and immediately asked Kujang and Lisa Duping, "Don't follow me if Dumbledore and McGonagall can." When I received the news, I hurried back, and you brought them over just like before. After talking, he followed the horseman with a bow and arrow, Fearens, and waved his wand and rushed up. The divination professor Fearens pulled out a few arrows in his right hand and grabbed his homemade horseman's bow in his left hand, preparing to shoot arrows at Bea. As a non-human race, he was not allowed to use his wand. Kujang and Lisa Duping didn't dare to go. They immediately backed away obediently, far away, watching the movements inside this Hogsmeade that they thought was safer, just like other Ravenclaws. Knowing she stayed to no avail. After successfully escaping, she started to help her classmates with what she believed to be smarter. She even encountered a professor who was unable to phantom shift because of Hogwarts. After we quickly explained the situation, we led the Eras and the professors to the place where the incident happened. Although Ravenclaw, like Kujang's friend Mariettu Akemo, did it to protect himself, life ran away. But at least the members of the training class started to rescue in the most intelligent way they thought. The Eras saw that the professors at Hogwarts had launched a charge, and they also had to give up their usual tactics and launched a charge against Bea. The existence of an anti-phantom shift type circle made them have to run to the devil in this way. In the past, Professor Sprout, who was famous for his very kind and optimistic personality, had magic at this time that made gospel bumps for wizards watching from a distance. I saw the centipede all over the sky as she whipped her wand. As Professor Sprout's wand slammed against Bear, these parasites swayed their tentacles, their mouth-poisoning pliers were purplish-red, smelly, and the dense worms quickly squirmed towards Bear. Bear saw these creatures that looked like little reptiles in his eyes. But he didn't want to die. www.mentalnovel.com. He dared to provoke himself, let out the venom in his fangs on the ground, but he just after staring at the preparation of the powerful spell, Luna's voice was interrupted. No stealing is allowed. Luna, who didn't notice the reinforcements, glanced at Bear's venom with some distrust, as if the other party was warning because her mouth was drooling over her ice cream. I won't steal. I will buy it if I want to eat it. Bear's chin shrank back, and when he heard Luna's words, he seemed to be forced to swallow a shelled egg and was choked. Because of Luna's distrustful warning, Bear with red skin only felt that his cheeks were hot, and the venom dripping from the corners of his mouth flowed faster. However, he understood the hidden meaning in the other party's words. He stopped using implosion, and used the scaled skin with excellent magic resistance to withstand the purple spell launched by the dual champion Flitwick. Then, with his sensitive tail, he flicked away the flying arrows from the horseman. The flames of this deep prisoner were rising. Except for the two arms holding the ice cream, the other parts were burning violently. The blazing flames made those groups of dense centipedes rushing back and forth like a sun and a sky. In the hot flames, the centipedes twisted their bodies and continued to roll, being burned with a pungent burnt smell. Unable to break through these centipedes of the flame defense line went forward and succeeded in groups, and finally turned into ashes in the burning fire. Chapter 814 Class System. Taking advantage of the confusion, Bear carefully put an ice cream all over his left hand. His right hand extended his fingers with claws to the open space full of centipede corpses in front of his eyes, and a strange syllable uttered in his mouth. Out of thin air, there appeared a woman with a beautiful and soul-stirring beauty, which still made people feel enchanted under full armament. Huge red wings spread behind the woman. She held a magical rope wrapped around her left arm. She wore a crooked horned helmet with curved and shiny heads. She was tight from head to toe. The ground is wrapped in black armor and outlined with red lines. Bear summoned the desires that once appeared in the Hogwarts wizards, although they can only be regarded as mid-level demons, and they are better at confusing than fighting. This is obviously not the case. He threw out his own rope. On this side, a very small conical crystal appeared in Professor Flitwick's left hand. His wand was facing the crystal, dragged with his left hand a bit, and an extremely cold force poured out from his wand. There was an explosion, and the heat in the large cone-shaped area that he faced seemed to be evacuated in an instant, and was occupied by the cold. The demoness' huge red wings were folded together and wrapped in it to protect it, but the demon, who was frostbitten because of Flitwick's curse, closed her eyes slightly and remembered the strange syllables of Bear just now, but when it opened again, 4 barbs covered with barbs and long thorns, and their faces covered with many tentacles and snake-like beards, and even barbs with tails covered with barbs appeared on her. With Professors and errors. Update: the fastest mobile terminal. The face of these lower-level devil in armor is more rugged, and their sharp fangs, knotted muscles, and the jagged machete in their hands all show their badness. Taking advantage of the gap between Professor Fly's spell on the barb demon, the magic glowing rope in the demon's hand is like a flying snake. Its head swings back and forth slightly, fast and accurately wrapped, reaching Professor Flitwick's waist. The professor who was wielding his wand was instantly lifted and pulled high into the air, as if the intention was to raise him to a high place in the sky and then toss him to death. Despite the cold weather, in Hogsmeade, many shops still maintain many ivy, clematis and other plants in the magical arrangement at the door, with carefully planted potted plants to add vitality to the winter. Professor Sprout glanced over these plants, and then shouted to the errors around him, "Hannaford, you cover me." The three armed arrows glanced at each other, and in this case expressed their obedience to the order of the former herbal medicine professor who was in front of them, and they were trained to start the operation in tacit agreement. One of the arrows continued to cast super strong armor curses in front of them, forming a dense wall of iron armor curses in order to block the attacks of those barb demon. The other two arrows raised their wands and stretched out, and three huge dogs appeared in the open space. The captain named Hannaford summoned both ends out once, and they directed towards those who were used the serrated machete to hack off the barb of the super strong armor curse. The top of Professor Sprout's wand was aimed at the plants. The vines were like activated long snakes, arbitrarily growing wildly, and quickly meandering towards the battlefield. Professor Sprout took out a handful of seeds from the bag he carried with him, and lifted them. The seeds fell into the ground from the air as if they were alive, and then burrowed down like a worm. Felons stood tall, put the sword that he had taken from the quiver in his right hand on the string, stretched his arms and pulled the bow, and the bow was full of moon, and he did not see him aiming deliberately. The arrow hit the barb demon at the same time. The barb demon's eyes, throat, chest and abdomen were deeply inserted by an arrow, shaking a few times in place, and hitting the ground with a bang. Mentioned by the demon's activation rope that Professor Flivy in the air was not struggling randomly, his thick white hair was blown up in the air, and Professor Flivy adjusted his posture with his wand and tied it around his waist. Activation rope, cast a spell in a short period of time, relax and let go. The activation rope instantly became loose and collapsed, and it lay on the waist of Professor Flitwick. It then broke and fell from the sky. Speed shock absorption. Professor Flitwick applied a shock absorption spell to himself, and fell from the sky. He saw the barb demon who was hit by Phalens's precise arrow and fell to the ground. Well done, beautiful Fearens. It was just horrifying that Professor Curse's arrows re-engaged by the praised Fearens turned on himself this time, and the professor who fell to the ground quickly applied himself with armor. Professor Flitwick looked at the dull eyes and desires of the fellow horseman. It sounded a bit creepy and smirked, and he was clear. The desires took advantage of Fearens while fighting Barbarian, while taking advantage of fear in the moment when wins the spirit of relaxation. He charms him and exercises mental control over him. Only then can this kind of situation of his own beating himself. Many strong-willed wizards can even get rid of the control of the soul-recaping man alone, but unlike the wizard, the horse people are less resistant to such spells. With a wave of his wand, the shield made by the iron armor easily blocked the magic arrow from the controlled Fearens, but Professor Flivy was a little distressed, wanting to fight demon and fear and under's joint attack. Helping his colleagues lift the spell without harming Fearens is really not a simple matter. In order to avoid causing too much damage to Fearens, many of the powerful magic spells mastered by the Professor of Magic Spells cannot be cast. As a former duel champion, Professor Flitwick did not get confused because of their joint attack. He faced the demon and the horseman alone, resisting their attack, calmly looking for the opportunity to attack the demon. But the devil tactics, known for being cunning, are not rigid. In addition to letting the horseman resist in front of her, the devil also occasionally makes the barb devil attack the horseman when Flitwick is preparing to cast a spell. The Professor of Curses was shrunken. On the side of the barb demon, when a companion was killed, these low-level demons wrinkled their noses to reveal their sharp teeth, and those disgusting flesh kept shaking. He raised his arms, which were thicker than the thighs of ordinary people. Mud-like flesh and blood flew out of the ground. They rolled and moved on the ground, with deformed and swollen faces and stubborn limbs on there. The body appears and disappears from time to time. I just summoned a dog to open a mouthful of fangs, and sprayed a mass of energy similar to the ice cone technique used by Professor Flitwick to these flesh groups. The difference is that this time the energy is composed of flames, and a small group of inferior magic cones in this range are regarded as combustible objects by this flame, and are instantly ignited, but those barb demon are completely safe. Even if it is a low-level devil, flames and toxins are also can't hurt them. In the blaze of fire, The inferiors waved their stubby limbs wildly, walked swaying a few steps before falling to the ground. But many other evil monsters are like the tide, ignoring the flame and continue to move forward slowly, and try to use the claws on the flesh to tear the dog, but the agile opponent easily escapes. But unless other devil uses commands or bad monsters are all destroyed by telepathy, otherwise they will not stop. This also makes the fat on their bodies that are subsequently ignited crackling under the flames of fire. www.mentalnovel.com. Pungent smell. The smell permeated the field. The inferior demon is not one of the lowest devil in the middle, and they can't communicate without the brain. They can only sense the telepathic information transmitted by other advanced devil, and will obey the other party's commands. In fact, they are not even treated as devil by other devil. Look, although in addition to the special cases of being directly promoted by the upper devil and the special existence of the devil, even the deep prison refining is also promoted step by step from this piece of meat. Baal summons the devil, Desire calls the barb devil, and the barb demon calls the devil. This fighting method reveals the extreme bureaucracy of the devil's society. As the embodiment of order and evil, the devil is in accordance with the strictest class system. Come to act and be happy to do this, layer by layer, order the lower devil to fight for himself, which is completely reasonable in the devil's cognition. This kind of thing has no advantage other than the number. Even the younger students of Hogwarts can easily solve it with a few spells. It is just the purpose of the barbs. They are not expecting them to actually kill. Who died? For professors and others, these inferior demons are even less dangerous. The only organs that can work normally in these inferior demons are stubby limbs. The three dogs can do it. Suppress these things, but because of the large number, they have successfully hindered their pace. Chapter 815. Hey! After striking a bad monster close to Professor Sprout, the captain of the Era Squad, Hannaford, who was standing in front of Professor Sprout, again used his armor spell to resist his control. The sharp arrow shot by Professor Maren, then he accidentally dodged, was cut into the shoulder by a cunning barb demon who had already found the right opportunity. Although the uniform worn on his body can provide excellent protection against this direct physical attack, to avoid the danger of a broken arm, but with the insidious movement of the barb demon to pull out the machete, under the action of the sort of hook, the flesh and blood at the original small wound rolled and blurred, and immediately blood flowed. Seeing that his captain was injured, the other two Eras quickly approached him. The Era who had previously cast the super armor spell took his place and wanted to retaliate against the barbs, but then discovered that if it was an Etun that could be easily solved by them and was returned to the inferior demons, using these subconscious subordinates to protect themselves. Another Era began to try to point his captain's wound with his wand, but he usually, because of the immediate healing magic and the potion that can help the wound heal quickly, the effect of the barb magic machete is limited, and it seems that it has to be repeated many times to make it intact. They have to temporarily give up the treatment and go back to the fight. Being hit by the barb devil's machete is a lasting wound that cannot be healed naturally and will resist healing magic. At this time, the activated plants exhibited by Professor Sprout finally came into effect. The ornamental plants in those shops quickly spread to the battlefield, entangled and the clumsy inferior demons, and then contracted more and more tightly. Even if the inferiors have torn up some vines, the vines that have been entangled with them will continue to grow on them. The speed is very fast, and the inferiors have no way to get rid of their entanglement. The seeds that Professor Sprout had sprinkled from the ground were drilled from the ground. These vines were growing frantically. Their thick stems and branches were interlaced, and they were intertwined to form a huge plant monster. The tentacles also have huge claws. This creep looks like piles of rotten vegetables, pimples, and claws. The hellhounds with black bones on their backs roared towards the barb demon. Their eyes gleamed with red light. Their large mouths with two sharp black horns protruded from its cheeks widened and bit the barb demon. The calf, no matter how the barb demon struggles, can't get rid of it. The barb demon raises the machete in his hand and slashes fiercely at the head of the dog. But when approaching the dog, The knife is spread strangely, the paws caught. The barb demon yelled violently, but in front of the powerful creature such as the mongoose, it had no resistance. It wanted to move its body, but could not move because it was dragged by the dog. There are countless twisting small vine branches on the two giant arms like arms, and they tightly hold the barb devil together, tightening as if to swallow it. The barb devil screams again and again before being held in the arms by the vine monster. It was wrapped into mortar by the vine monster's limbs, and finally was stirred into the vine monster's sturdy body, and merged with the vine monster to become a part of the vine monster. After seeing the creeps appear, Desire also put away a relaxed posture that seemed to be playing on the battlefield. She controlled the horse to entangle Flivai, and then the red wings opened, the gorgeous red lips slightly opened, the pupils stared at the activated plants that were entangled with the evil demon. She pointed her finger at the target point, and a hot pea-sized ball flew out of her fingertip. And then it burst into a huge fireball with a low roar in the evil demon group. In the outbreak, the activated plants and the inferior demons entrapped in it swallowed in one bite, and even the barb demon without fear of flames was upset by the explosion of the waves and could not crawl for a long time. The creeps were also affected by the fireballs released by the demon. Although they were not as fragile as the plants activated by the pot, they also started to burn. But because the roots were thick, the fire did not spread quickly. When the demon was energized by these creeps and began to cast spells, Professor Flivai took the opportunity to cast an anti-curse for Fearens to release the controlled state. But the sapphire-like eyes of Fearens, who had just regained consciousness, were still a little confused. He was bullying violently in his belly ribs, sweating. Fearens flew. Professor Flitwick's distinctive voice sounded, and Frenza crossed the hordes of disgusting evils on the ground, and flew to Professor Freeve, with his blonde hair and bushy back. The silver mane horsehair was blown up by the wind, clusters, and the ponytail was blown uncontrollably behind him. Sorry, Professor Flitwick. Feelenza, who remembered what he had done just now, was ashamed. But Professor Flivai waved his hand before he said his apology. Fears nothing about Fearens. The demon's confusion is limited. You have a farther range than her. Then back off some archery to help. Professor Flivai pointed behind him, and he wanted to use it without consideration. The powerful curse solves the trouble, and his students are still waiting for his rescue. Throw out all the portable swamps. Edward Brown, who had come to see the flames on the creeps and hadn't come to Hogsmeade because of sleepiness, saw the scene before him and turned his eyes, shouted the students of Hogwarts. Last year, the Weasley twin brothers activated a portable swamp in the corridor on the 6th floor to the east of the tower during the hoax of Hogwarts. The entire corridor was flooded by annoying muddy swamps. Filch tried any way to clear the swamp was useless. In the end, the administrator had to use the flat-bottomed boat to ride the students across the swamp. Then, at the end of the semester, Professor Flitwick deliberately left a small piece under the window, because he felt that that's a small piece of magic. For this reason, this portable swamp has become one of the most popular commodities in the Weasley magic trick. Several Gryffindor bear children can't wait to throw a portable swamp they bought into the vicinity of a fiery-rooted monster. The swamp fell to the ground and quickly grew, expanding the monsters, and the monsters fell to the ground. On the ground, a roll in the swamp, the flame on the body extinguished. And then it was covered with natural fireproof mud. It was awkward and turned up again, rushed to the next one and was forced to resist under the command of the barb demon in front of her. It seems that Fearens, who was just controlled, has been shooting at the demon in the distance for revenge. The arrows can accurately use the gap between the remaining inferior devil and the barb demon, so that the devil has to protect it. The enchantment avoids being hit, but she also has no chance to cast other offensive enchantments. As long as the slow-growing monster rushes over, the defeat seems only a matter of time. The professors are doing well. Hearing the sound of trance, Bayer's burning yellow eyes retracted his gaze and stared at Luna beside him, as if watching a movie, and he felt helpless in his tone, urging to time seems not much alright. I think we'd better hurry up. After hearing Bear's urging, Luna nodded and nodded. She began to touch her pockets with her hands like looking for a key. Finally she turned around and looked around. Finally she focused her attention on Bear. I ended up with a tale that I don't know how many people's lives. Tale, borrow it for me. Ginny, who had just fallen to the ground because of being picked up by Piper, knew how good Mad Girl and Alan had a relationship. In ancient magic lessons, she also knew that she had learned some magic that was difficult for ordinary people to reach in advance. But both Hermione and the school professors have no ability to fight back in front of the devil. She wants to stop Luna's behavior of madness in front of the devil. The crazy girl is strangely angry and mad at her classmates' obstacle, but the big devil in front of her will not have the intention to play with her. Silent Bear was carrying 2 ice creams, keeping his arms still. His eyes became a little wary, but eventually he obediently handed his tail to Luna. In this case, the 3 on his tail, all the skulls looked dull. The wizards around them were physically unable to move, but everyone was paying attention to their conversation. When he heard Bear's request and Luna's response, Dean Ravenclaw was anxious, and at this moment he produced a feeling of helpless despair. The desire in front of her is really difficult, and she will soon be defeated in victory. But the devil apparently is urging Luna and does not want to give her time. This is a trick that the devil likes to play, giving you hope in despair, but crushing that hope at the last minute. Fearens was eager to burn. He thought it was after he was controlled that he delayed the time for so long. The attack on desire has been abandoned and it is projected at Bear, but the arrows without magic power have no deterrent to this devil. On the way to support, he has heard Kujang describe the power of the devil's tail. Luna certainly did not see the power of the devil's tail. He even hurriedly asked the other's tail if he was stabbed. If she scraped a little bit of skin, wouldn't she be mortal? In the 3 broom bars, Mrs. Rosetta and the waitress Cheryl quietly watched the devil and Luna not too far apart through the window. What is she going to do with her tail? Mrs. Rosetta asked in breathless breath. It's a pity that the professors will almost succeed. Cheryl, the waiter of the 3 broom taverns, was shocked and her arms were all on the windowsill. www.mentalnovel.com. Faintly and glitteringly, too romantic. She is willing to die for Professor Alan Harris, instead of Miss Granger. In this way, he will never forget her. No, Miss Lovegood. Stop now. Flitwick's voice was sharper than usual, and Professor Sprout, in vain, directed in vain to the monstrous creature he had summoned. The last barb devoured. Luna's tranced gaze focused on Bear's tail. She used her left index finger to poke gently at the tip of the poisonous tail. In an instant, a drop of red blood came out of her delicate fingertip, and it was difficult to come around. The suppressed exclamation. The wizards saw Luna's almost death-dealing action in their eyes, and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. But immediately, these wizards immediately restrained these surprises, and suppressed them in their throats. Oh, Luna suddenly wailed without any warning, and fell to the ground with shaking. The plain wailing did not make a sharp howling like other arrows with tails like arrows, but the same instantly. In the distance, she walked to the door of the 3 broom bars. Cheryl, who was concerned about the development, leaned on the door frame and covered her mouth with her hands, so as not to exclaim. She sobbed like many little wizards and professors present. I'm afraid this little witch is running away. Professor Alan Harris knows how uncomfortable it is. Chapter 816 Contract Completion. It seems to be the kind of sincere cry made by third-rate actors. Unexpectedly, Luna did not die like the others because of the toxins in it. The witches usually played on the grass of the Black Lake. Rolling a few times on the ground, then she stopped suddenly. Her brows were light, her slender palms were raised, and they were still white and smooth. There was no blood drop outside the small hole. She squeezed angrily with her right hand towards the place where Belle's tail had just poked, but there was still no blood drop. Bear carefully carried 2 ice creams and wiped his forehead with his arms, as if he could sweat too. He leaned down and looked at him with a reptile-like pupil. The thorn is too shallow, it has healed. Faint eyebrows frowned, and Luna, who was still rolling on the ground, cleanly climbed up from the ground in the exclamation of others, completely disregarding the dust all over her head, palms stretched out to Bea again. Hermione's lips were still tightly tightened. With the effect of attribute potions and potions, she was the first to get rid of the stabilization effect of legal deterrence, but Luna used her teleportation to prevent her from moving, explaining that she maintains her current appearance. Before Luna stabbed her finger, she wanted to understand that there were loopholes in Bea's statement several times. It's just that Luna directly stabbed her finger with the devil's tail. The toxicity of the devil's tail has shown its power many times in the chaos just now. The toxin almost died when it saw blood. Seeing Luna intact, Hermione knew that she was worried. Bea, who carefully held an ice cream in each hand, had to gently shake his tail and delivered it to Luna's eyes. She pulled Bea's tail and stabs into the of her left hand at once. After loosening Bea's tail, Luna once again issued the sound of lack of emotional input. It seemed that the third-rate actor had read aloud ouch and let herself lie on the ground again slowly, but it seemed that the wound had begun to heal again, and she had to speed up and stab it deeper from the root with her right hand. Some fingers squeezed along the base of the finger towards the tip of the finger, allowing blood to flow out of the small wound, and the blood bead rolled down and dropped to the ground. Bea looked down at the ice cream in his hand and couldn't help but rolled his eyes at the sky and said with relief, "The contract is completed." In the deep forest of Albania, in the most spacious hall, full of silent Death Eaters, Rabastan, Lestrange, Dolphine, Roll. They did not dare to look up. What happened here? It's impossible to hide things from the owner. The accident caused by the Jidero Lockhart made them suffer in front of the master, who was increasingly unable to predict his emotions. Master, that liar is so greasy that he slipped into Africa. Dolphin bowed slightly to his upper body and wiped the sweat from his forehead, lest the sweat flow into the eye that he was wearing a blindfold. Even though he was lucky, Jiro's arms and thighs with bones healed by healing spells have recovered as before. But when the beavers were besieged by the moles at that time, the excited moles poked one of his blinds with the one he dropped to the side. Eyes, the remaining black magic power of his wand, so that this injury could not heal and regenerate. Rabastan quickly expressed his attitude. His lowered head could not see the expression of the owner. The owner, who did not make any sound, made him more frightened. Master, please forgive me. Africa is too big. We rushed over and he was no longer in place, and we intercepted a few times. He didn't get rid of it foolishly. But this liar seems to dare not use phantom dislocation. We have forced him deep into the African continent, making him unable to reach coastal cities to use mole tools. Master, please give us some more time. You can definitely get this guy back. A liar. Let him escape to Africa. Voldemort's red eyes stared at Rabastan. You are much different than your brother when they are intact. Do you want me to take this small matter yourself? I am disappointed. Dolphin's body continued to tremble slightly, and he could no longer care for the sweat that was constantly leaking from his forehead, and his body bowed even more. It seemed that the fierce eyes burned his waist. This caused the Dark Lord's note. I think that the look of being begged for mercy by the moles was more suitable for you that day. The firelight glowed strangely in Voldemort's red eyes. He raised a large pale hand, and the room was so quiet that it was infiltrating. No people dared to stand up and plead for Dorfing. In fact, they also resented Dorfing's incompetence. The Death Eaters in the room watched their masters diligently. From their expressions, it seemed that everyone was worried that Jidro Lockhart would not only be in trouble but still alive. Dolphin was desperate. He closed his eyes and hit him with a spell, striking him directly. His body hit the stone wall on the other side of the hall. He clutched his chest in pain and rolled to the ground. But this was just the beginning. He seemed to be drawn by invisible power, and he was suspended in the air with his head down, like he was suspended by an invisible rope, and rotated slowly. Dolphin didn't even dare to struggle, but then he was pulled back by Voldemort and watched as his master's finger was pressed on his own chest. www.mentalnovel.com. Like the hot knife touched the butter, and the fingers of the Dark Lord Spider's legs were inserted into his chest and abdomen. The vitality of the whole body was slowly sucked away, causing the unbearable Dolphin to prolong miserable wailing. In the empty hall, only Dolphin's screams echoed, and the Death Eaters dared not show up, and no one wanted to be the next target to be punished by the owner. But suddenly, they heard a horrible hissing sound from the host at the top of their own, and the bolder Rabstein quietly raised his eyes and found that the owner's mouth without lips was twisted into a weird smile. Voldemort raised his hand, and Dolphin fell from midair. Rabastein's eyes widened in fear. He looked dully at the chest exposed in Dolphin's broken robe. The Death Eaters around him followed this. Some wizard-like wizards looked out of sight, and some were dizzy. They all took a breath. There were 5 wounds and deep holes in Dolphin's chest surrounded by veins of dead leaves. The organ is still beating normally inside. You two had good luck. Just after Alan Harris' beloved one died, Voldemort's snake-faced smiling opponent told the good news. I feel that the devil has completed the contract. Chapter 817. Arrogant. The original stagnant atmosphere seemed to be thawed. The Death Eaters clapped their palms. Many people leaned forward, as if they wanted to know more news, but actually did not really take a step forward. The target is not Alan Harris but his beloved one. Master, you are really cruel and wise. Bellatrix approached Voldemort with pleasure. Master, although not sure who it is, I want her to die. The pain I suffered in the past must not be lighter. Now that nasty Harris Devil's head must be crazy. Voldemort leaned his head slightly towards Bellatrix, and his gleaming red eyes had joy that could not be discerned. His simple response made the other person ecstatic, and she excitedly gave a baby-like sharp laughter. Bella, get ready tonight and celebrate for this. Voldemort nodded with satisfaction, then looked at the faces of his followers. His eyes turned to Rabastain. We have enough moles left. Is it more? Master, enough. Rabastain quickly assured. Rudolph's provided enough water and the remaining moles are good. Although some moles died on the day of the accident, there were some lucky ones escaped, but the remaining moles were strictly guarded by Rabastain, and no Death Eaters would ever be allowed to entertain them to avoid further casualties. Even Dolphin, Rabastain only gave him the moles that caused him great damage, letting him vent, but he also told Dolphin that he must ensure that these moles are alive before completing their mission, so much that Dolphin dared not even use revenge to use powerful spells. How about Dolphin? Can I hear the news that Lockhart was caught? Voldemort asked Dolphin, who was dying from pain on the ground. If you can succeed this time, you 5 the wounds will be healed. Otherwise you will endure pain they cause for a lifetime. Dolphin couldn't care about the pain, and quickly raised his head to ensure. Yes, my master. I will definitely bring him to you this time. Lord Voldemort's pale hand reached behind him, and he seemed to feel it. Then a crystal ball flew out of his private room. Voldemort floated it in front of him. His hands flicked over the crystal ball, and then pressed again. Inside his own personal imprint, Gidro appeared in the crystal ball. Lockhart, like the dog of the bereavement, was running desperately, carrying little Patricia. Voldemort's finger clicked on the crystal ball, and Gidero's figure gradually became after a small dot. The map appeared in the crystal ball. Because it was shrunk too small, the small dot representing Gidro could hardly see that he was constantly moving on this map. Voldemort's finger tapped on the map, and his vertical pupil was pointed at Dolphin again. Rabastain, you don't want to go this time, just give more to this waste. This is a test for him whether he still has the ability to follow my trials. The traitor must be punished. Dolphin, don't let me down. Great master, thank you for your kindness. I must grab him this time. Dolphin did not know whether it was pain or excitement, and he shivered slightly. Nagini, you will soon be able to eat. Voldemort's cold voice scorned, and a low hiss sounded, and the giant snake hidden in the dark slowly reached out, and the higher and higher. Voldemort's finger slowly stroked on the head of the giant snake. Then he frowned. The devil came to get paid. Rabastain, tell him to let him take it. If he doesn't want the old man and the child, it's him my own business. Hogsmeade, seeing strange signs appearing in the shadows not far from him, Bayer's burning reptile eyes flashed. Please forgive me, and I have to be paid to take a step ahead and ask Mr. Alan Harris for me good. After speaking of calling out a door to another world, Bayer walked in. With the departure of the Devil's Grand Duke, the only one who wanted to relax was relieved in a smirk, with a hint of fleeing away drilled in. Alan also came out of the shadows. He looked at Luna at first glance, and nodded at Luna, and Alan walked to Hermione, who had just climbed up. Although Hermione has recovered her ability to move, but thinking of the pupa and Bruto who had just died in front of herself to save herself, Hermione's eyes were flushed, and when she saw Alan, she was stubborn and could not help but start to go dripping down. Alan's anger engulfed his heart like a monster. He forced to hold the anger in his heart and pulled Hermione up in his arms, patting her back gently, gently wiping Hermione's face. Tears, above Hermione's invisible head, Alan's always polite face ignited a fire that was particularly terrifying. His brow furrowed, his squinting eyes half squinted, and the green bars in his forehead followed his breath, a piece of uncontrollable anger rumbling in his heart. Thinking of what conversation he was holding at this juncture by death, Aaron's face sank like water. He wouldn't naively think it would be a coincidence. Obviously, he chose this time to appear on purpose, so as to delay him. This is the usual means of death in the world, using the death of mortal love to let this mortal into despair or madness. He used the resurrection stone at the beginning. A similar method www.mentalnovel.com caused the death of Cadmus in the story of the three brothers of Peveril. Cadmus Peveril, the earliest owner of the resurrection stone, the ancestor of Slytherin and Voldemort, an arrogant person, who wanted to make death more embarrassing. He demanded to have the ability to call other people back from the death. The power of death picked up a stone from the riverbank and gave it to the second child, telling him that the stone had the power to bring the dead back to life. Cadmus returned to his own home alone. There he took out the stone that could summon the dead and put it in his hand 3 times. To his surprise and joy, the girl he had wanted to marry but died unfortunately appeared in front of him. But she was sad and indifferent, and she was separated from him with a veil. Despite her rebirth, she did not really belong there. She suffered there. In the end, Cadmus went mad in endless despair, and he committed suicide in order to truly integrate into her world. Alan always likes and enjoys the feeling of being in control. Even the mysterious man has been turned around by him. This time he received the information provided by Lucius Malfoy. He knew that it had been provided for Harris. Lucius, who has so much intelligence, must not have the courage to deceive him, so he did not doubt the truth of the information. Now I want to estimate that even Lucius was deceived by Voldemort, thinking that Voldemort's goal is himself, but as a result, they have to deal with it. He turned out to be his beloved relatives and friends around him. Thinking of this, an indescribable fear and anger hit Alan's heart. His arrogance almost killed people around him. Chapter 818 Aftermath. The patrollers have started rescue, and distributed Hogsmeade Village to repeat the anti-curse bit by bit to try to dispel the anti-phantom shifting enchantment. Professor Flitwick has now come to Luna. Miss Good, please show me your wound. Luna moved the ice cream aside and put her finger in front of Professor Flitwick. Why can't I see the wound? The professor, who had always been gentle and friendly, frowned and looked carefully, and still worried, he said to Sprout beside him, Pomona, I don't think Luna seems to have any problems. For insurance, please come and see. Professor Sprout took Luna's hand directly and pressed it around Luna's wound with her wand, carefully distinguishing. Boy, did you just cast a healing spell for yourself just now? Phileas, according to in my opinion, there are no symptoms of poisoning, and even the wound has healed. Watching Flitwick breathe a sigh of relief, Professor Sprout frowned at Luna's still white and tender fingers, unable to suppress her inner doubts, and couldn't help but ask, Child, forgive me for curiosity. What are you doing to be unaffected by the devil's toxin? I have a bottle of experimental antidote potion for the umbrella, Luna said lightly. I drank it in advance. Professor Sprout was even more puzzled. As a professor of herbal medicine at Hogwarts, although her potions were not as good as Snape's, she was also specialized in this. Various herbs and potions were in her mind. Turning around, she really couldn't think of any medicine that would just and completely resist this potent toxicity. But Luna's description involved the umbrella drug company's internal test drugs, which made her inconvenient to ask. Fearon's got the long hair that was messy due to the battle behind him, and the Grimm cult horse stepped closer. Maybe the devil didn't really mean to kill these foals. If he wanted to, he would. It can be done easily. It is all about Alan. Professor Flivy clapped to praise Luna's voice and distracted Professor Sprout's attention. Oh, I must say, well done, Miss Lovegood. Professor Sprout nodded consciously too. I'm fine, Alan. After a brief hug, Hermione pushed Alan away a little to make herself a little more active, and then pointed to Ginny, who was still lying on the ground in shock. Alan's eyes were then placed on the red-haired witch along Hermione's finger. Anura was trying to cast a spell on her, but it seemed to be in trouble. He just wanted to reach out to help, but for a while the silver light flickered, and Ginny's hand supported the ground and sat up, but the person seemed to be a bit dull because of the encounter. It turned out to be Professor Flitwick. As a master of spells, he faced such troubles more than ordinary errors. He continuously waved his wand to solve the spells at the wizards who were still in a state of shock, and faced the most important students. Feeling guilty, sorry Alan, we failed to save them in time. If not, Miss Lovegood is a real Ravenclaw enough wit. Professor, this can't blame you. Alan suppressed his anger forcibly and squeezed out a smile, so that he would not lose his gaze in front of the most respected professor. I am grateful for everything you have done for them. Professor Sprout, who has restored the strange-smelling vines to seeds, has also restored the normal appearance of the short witch with flowing grey hair. They are all my students. Protect they are our responsibilities as professors, but I have to say that Miss Lovegood did well, and I think we should apply for a special contribution award from Hogwarts for her. Whether or not the devil really treats meteors, pull it down, but she stopped it after all. I think the Ministry of Magic should apply for the Merlin Medal to Miss Lovegood. Flivy wiped his sweat. After the end, I have to go to Miss Rosmeter and drink a few glasses of sherry juice soda with ice and umbrella. After that, let me put on a thick patchy hat again. Professor Sprout, who was covered with mud, felt that if this matter was put on the group of solid-eyed children in his college, although he did not want to admit it, I am afraid it would never be like it. This is now resolved lightly. Then a large number of smoke caused by the phantom shift appeared one after another out of thin air. Alan, Luna, Hermione, aren't you injured? Irving took his wife and strode in front of Alan, and they followed. Len and Daisy completely ignored the past few years as the boss. The elegant image that was created returned to the rude appearance of the previous one, and when she rushed to Hermione, she gave her a big hug and whispered, "Haw." The patrol errors led by Albert and the director of the error office, Rufus Scrimgeour, who led the entire team of errors, also rushed in from outside the village of Hogsmeade. They received the news because they were Auntie and Tom Yixing was forced to move outside the village. Sorry, we are late. Albert's gaze reached the battlefield that had not been cleaned, and he recognized the body of the Allen guards who were on the rest day. His fists were clenched and his muscles were exposed. Puepi, Bruto. He and Oliver's children are less than a year old. Albert, give me a copy of their family's information. Alan looked a little somber, holding in his hand the 2 soul gems that Gang Luna sent to him. Luna put it before Bale left. They asked back. Puepi and Bruto are dead. To save me. But the devil can kill me, but he deliberately didn't do it. Hermione's lips trembled, and his hand slammed Alan's clothes. Hermione, don't worry, you go back and take a rest. What will happen when we go back and rest? Let me take you back to the manor with Luna and Hermione. Obviously this is not the place to speak. Owen reached out in time to stop Hermione, and then used this somewhat exaggerated tone. Other people stay. Hogsmeade Village needs our Ministry of Magic after this disaster. We must seize the time and do our best to rescue and investigate the men behind the attack and punish them." After Albert responded, www.mentalnovel.com, joining the Errors was really a job for the aftermath, and regardless of the destroyed houses and blood-stained streets, in fact no one was killed except for Error. These injuries some of the wizards were unable to evade when the house collapsed and their heads and bodies were injured. Some older wizards and weaker wizards were accidentally injured when people escaped from the chaos caused by Bea and pushed and trampled. These injuries can be healed without any sequelae under the effect of the healing curse. Of course, those fragile wizards may inevitably have nightmares for a few days after seeing Bea's killing, but as long as they take tranquilizers, these can also be avoided. The reporters rushed to Hogsmeade, and the wizards worked together to restore the destroyed building with the restoration of the original curse, appease the frightened wizard, and rescue the scene. In addition to Harris, professors and others, more and more ordinary wizards took the initiative to join the aftermath, and Miss Rosmer, two of the three Broombars and Cheryl were among them. For the rest of his life, the little wizard who had never experienced such a horrible situation even cried out, and some bold ones who couldn't help but want to go to the periphery to find themselves in hiding after bragging to brag about themselves' experience. It was only the Errors who stopped them at once and checked their bodies to make sure that nothing was wrong before allowing them to leave. Fortunately, except for some wizards who were severely frightened, none of these wizards stunned by Bea really mattered. Chapter 819 Qualifications. Good boy, drink some hot tea and go to take a shower soon. Don't be afraid, you are safe now. In the Harris Tower, Morgan Le Fay directed the warm black tea to Hermione and Luna's Alanis mother, who had poured a glass for each of them in front of her, had developed a habit of ignoring Luna's true identity. "Thank you, Mrs. Harris." Hermione squeezed a reluctant smile at Morgan Le Fay. Her hair was disheveled and described as a little embarrassed. After gently sipping tea, the teacup was put aside, and the finger forbeared. Not living on the sofa, bouncing, looking at the clock hanging in the living room a little fascinated, Luna handed Hermione the raw mashed juice ice cream she had prepared for Alan. "Belle will not have another time." Absently, Hermione took the ice cream and took a bite without looking closely. After being stimulated, she took a bite, and then realized that she ate a bite of ice cream in the winter. And the taste was too strange, it felt frozen. When she got to her head, she covered her nose bridge with a bitter face, trying to relieve the cranial cavity that was so cold. "Luna, I was just thinking that the devil could kill me, but he deliberately didn't do it." Moreover, he read out the contents of the transaction aloud, as if he wanted someone to detect the loopholes in the transaction, but he used "I was shocked" to put me in place. I didn't even have a chance to say it. It also killed puppies and Bruto. Hermione lifted all her shaggy hair behind her head, leaning forward, and according to what we got, the news is that the mysterious man and the devil have made a deal. And it is a tribute from the Death Eaters, but the devil has deliberately shouted that some English pure-blood family to mislead the wizard, if he really wants to provoke us and pure-blood family conflicts. Is it better to kill me? The devil is cunning and habitually hides his true purpose. Josephine Harris, who was rushed back to the news, sat next to Hermione, grabbed Hermione's shoulder and tried to comfort her. "He wanted to see if I regained my strength before making the final decision." Luna licked the remaining ice cream lightly, and then threw it into the trash can in disgust. "It turns into sulfur raw mastic." That Bea didn't really start with Hermione anyway. "No matter what, you are just fine." Morgan Le Fay took out a comb and stood behind Hermione, gently combing her messy long hair. "It's just, why did he kill so many Errors before confirming them?" Both Pupae and Pluto died because of this. Thinking of Error, who protected himself from the tragic death, Hermione restrained the tumultuous wounds in his heart. Sorrow and anger, the leather sofa under both hands became deformed. Because they are not minded by Bea, unless exceptional circumstances, people who are better than him will gain his goodwill, and people with enough power will be treated as equal objects of communication, Without power, Luna took a few mouthfuls of black tea made by Morgan Le Fay in her mouth and swallowed them all into her stomach. It's like you are aware of the hole, but he won't give you a chance to take advantage of this loophole, even if it was intentionally discovered by him to be discovered. Since he has taken care of it, is he not worried about being retaliated against by you and Alan? Josephine asked suspiciously. As a vampire, she was more sensitive to the power of darkness than the rest of Harris. She knew her nephew and Luna's growing power. It was because he was worried that he would be retaliated for this temptation. So he used this to inform Alan and Luna that if he wanted to break him out, he would risk his family being assassinated and the soul still not peaceful after death. Maybe he can't take Alan and Luna, but if he sincerely wants to take action against us, temporarily abandoning his guilt against Pupa and Bruto, the thought of Hermione is even more unwilling and angry. I don't know that we have spies among the mysterious people. If we are killed, Alan will definitely not let go of those pure blood families. The extreme means of anger may make Alan walk the opposite of ordinary people. And now, fast after the same ending, his remarks are left to us for compensation, so that we can use this in turn to combat the pure blood family's troubles in the time of this attack. The three little unicorns who were dozing in the spacious living room noticed that the atmosphere at home was wrong, and after squeezing close to each other, they slid down the stairs to the pet space in the basement one by one. On the cupboard, the little bird snake that was originally hiding in the teacup quietly leaned out his head and looked around. The small round eyes rolled around and retracted his neck. I used to have the upper hand in many transactions and gambling with him. Luna stared at Hermione with staring eyes. This time he knew my situation and decided to come and try as long as I and Alan all have a certain strength to go to Bay Eye's nest to trouble him. Hermione nodded somewhat clearly, and Bayer decided how to complete the transaction. If Luna didn't recover, then he would actually kill himself and Luna Alan's strength. It has no problem, but if you lose your mind and want to go to the other party's hometown to get revenge, you have to take yourself in. Otherwise, it will end like this farce. There should be a conspiracy of death. Alan left her avatar in Hogsmeade because he was not at ease and returned to the tower. The fastest update computer. Did you meet the of death? Morgan Le Fay stopped her hair for Hermione, and looked at Alan nervously. Today was too exciting for her. Hermione was attacked. The son actually encountered death. MOK mother, this is just an incarnation of him, not a threat. Alan comforted his mother, and then continued to say to the family members who were surprised by the name of the death, it should be the death that revealed to Bayer in the underworld. Luna used the divine information to make the devil think carefully, and then he himself deliberately seized the moment when Bayer wanted to complete the contract and appeared in Diagon Alley to negotiate with me. He hoped I could persuade Luna abandoning my plan to absorb faith, and I will no longer study the Nether Scroll, in exchange for the fact that he will allow us to live forever in the world. The result is that he intends to use him against the three brothers. Cadmus Bephalia's old routines deal with me. Sensing Alan's inner anger, Phoenix Anchor, who stood on Alan's shoulder, constantly rubbed Alan's cheek with his head intimately. Its soft feathers touched Alan's neck, making him a little itchy. Alan, reaching out and scratching, he gently touched Anchor's neck flesh. Only if we have enough power ourselves to have the power to communicate with these beings. Luna stared at Anchor, who squinted comfortably, and refocused her attention on Morgan Le Fay. Don't worry about Morgan Le Fay. His avatar in the mortal world was not a threat to me and Alan. As a god, he almost never risked being killed forever and let his own body come to the mortal world. In addition, maybe because the relationship of the priesthood itself is more used to lead others to death, rather than directly shot to bring others to death. After this action, he will not take any action for a short time. For God, the concept of time is different from mortals. He has enough patience and time to plan next time. It's like he found out that I made the deal after the Nether Scroll www.untilnovel.com instead of before. Alan's fingers slowly flicked on the table, and Hermione's heart was shocked today. She nipped her dragon heart tendon mithril wand. She was proficient in academics, hardworking, and able to transform into magic animagus. Although at the same time, she was nerdy, but because the management umbrella company led it to gradually erode business in many areas of the wizarding world, and was regarded as a genius by others. In recent years, especially in the ancient magic duel class, the rolling of other peers made her confident. But Alan, Luna or Dumbledore Voldemort will not be completely without the power to fight back. Hermione always likes to be in the library in the tower when she is okay. It is easy to write down the contents of each book she read. Her knowledge has proved to be very useful in many adventures. But it is only until today that she be alert that you haven't turned what you know into your own strength. Morgan Le Fay looked at her comb once again entangled in Hermione's curls, tried a few times, and finally rescued the comb from the hair app. Hermione's teeth in pain and contemplation grinned, and finally gave up Hermione's thoughts about smoothing her hair. She raised her eyebrows and leaned her head slightly, patting Hermione's shoulder gently and suggesting, "Honey, you should go for a bath, blow it up and then comb it later, it should be easier." She looked again at Luna, who was dusty on the ground. "Luna, you go too." Chapter 820. Conceive. When the rest of the family came back, it was late at night. "Hurry up with a cup of tea to warm your body." Morgan Le Fay stood up and walked over to take over the cloak that Irving wore. As Owen returned, Xenophilius crossed the Minister of Magic and ran towards her daughter. Luna, after a short nap, shook her head somewhat confusedly. She raised her finger and saw no signs of injury. After Irving sat down on the sofa, he immediately cared and said, "Luna and Hermione are frightened. Do you want to take a leave for Hogwarts? Do you want to rest at home for a few days?" "I'm fine, thank you, Mr. Harris." Hermione is also reluctant to miss the Hogwarts class. She doesn't want to waste time at home doing nothing but thinking about it, but plans to take some time later to step up her strength. She is now a bit annoyed. If she has more experience in combat, she will become a head lion, scorpion and tail beast with excellent resistance to spells at the first time, and she will not be subdued by the other party like today. Tonight's news will report that the devil appeared in Hogsmeade, although in fact there are no lethal cases for ordinary wizards except Tara. Owen Harris' finger flicked on the sofa, but the public panics still as a result. Morgan Le Fay, I estimate that I will come back very late in the past few days. Compared to these trivial matters, I think we should first study how to ensure everyone's safety. Alan raised his eyes, leaned forward, crossed his fingers, elbows on his knees. Bear deterred Luna this time, restored the divine power, did not really hurt Hermione, but this situation can only be counted as the devil has enough reason to make it worry, but we can no longer let this situation that is not under our control appear, and we cannot pin our hopes on good luck. Thinking of the heroic sacrifice of the pupa and Bruto, Albert clenched his fists. Armly armorers are no longer able to withstand enemies of that level. This is no longer a war between mortals. The giants may be able to procrastinate for a while, but they are too bulky, but they can be used as guards when they go out. But it is not realistic to want them to follow in the indoor environment. Ren held one hand and rubbed one-handed gently his chin. Do you want to call Punlo and the Umbrella Squad back? Their strength is much better than the average Arab because of the internal knowledge we provide. No, they have collected the knowledge that the African wizarding community can get on the market. Recently, they have focused on the unique skills of the famous witch doctors. If they are temporarily replaced by other ordinary people, the mission may fail or be exposed. Alan looked at Len. Hermione, I'll give you a report in 4 eyes. What about the Death Knights I brought back? Except for a few talents who have language talents. Most of them have some dyslexia, but they can barely communicate with us and can understand some uncomplicated commands that are rich in English. Now, Hermione has since matched after meeting the Death Knight leader Lynch in the incidents of Lupin and Tonks. She left her alive and brought her into conflict. After getting along with each other and understanding each other, she also had an attitude towards these undead creatures who also retained the former wisdom. It's no longer so exclusive, We asked Rosgala to use the surface armor technology of the battle golem that was not successful in the past few years. After the transformation, it was used on the Death Knights. The average person can't use such heavy armor and they just the right thing. Another thing is that they always attract some corpses, ghouls, female ghosts and the like to come over and do their followers a little trouble. I think it is necessary to advance the schedule of these Death Knights as escorts. The current situation does not allow us to slowly train them to adapt to this era. Alan nodded when he heard Hermione's report. The fact it is not difficult to let this group of medieval illiterates learn to communicate in this period of time. These Vikings were former elite warriors written by King Harald III of Norway. Many of them were members of the Varangian Guard. At the moment when the fire of life extinguished, they not only retained all the martial arts and experience of their lives, but also received a lot of damage reduction, special abilities and immunity after becoming undead. Son. But if we go out so boldly with undead creatures, this will definitely cause criticism. Irving said worriedly. In the ordinary wizard's cognition, it is a symbol of evil to call such powerful undead creatures. These Death Knights do not eat us, not just like the ghouls in the attic of the Weasleys, who only know to eat some rat rot. We are also forced to do so. Nothing is more important than ensuring people's safety. These guys may not be able to defeat enemies of Bayer's level, but they can definitely give us enough time for me or Luna to rush to reinforcements. Alan raised his tone slightly. He reached out and gestured, but don't worry. Even without Bayer, I had planned to teach students to summon simple undead in my ancient magic class at Hogwarts. To protect your own safety, only to make the original step-by-step process more radical. Before Hogsmeade, there were interviews by media and reporters controlled by other pureblood families. Their speech problems were very sharp. It is conceivable that the next thing they might face is the defamation of the British pureblood families. Ordinary people preached that we did not maintain the security of the magic world. It was a weak and loose regime. Ren did not worry too. He glanced at his brother and said, the people who follow Harris need to divide these British traditions. The cake in the hands of the pure blood family, their contradiction with us is irreconcilable. If this time plus Zengda bright use of undead creatures, they will definitely take the opportunity to make trouble. Is there any problem with the undead? Xenophilius, who had been circling around Luna all the time, seemed to be mad and did not return his head. The female singer Tina Wobeck also has a whole team female ghost choir. I listened to 2 games in a row a few years ago. Although the voices of those female ghosts were controlled to be no longer fatal, they also made me uncomfortable for a long time. It's mainly because moles and half-breed wizards make up the majority of the population. Aunt Josephine as a vampire was deeply touched by this. Pureblood-born Eldwipper has been living with vampires. Come to create the Ghoul Expulsion Team in the Department of Magical Creature Management and Control. When they want to help clean up ghouls like the Wesley's Loft, most of them will be rejected by the pure blood wizard family, and many of them will take it as a pet. Tunks, who are not afraid of werewolves, are also a little afraid of these things, even if her mother is a black. Daisy mentioned the situation of her girlfriends. Mullen mixed breeding education and culture seem to make them very resistant to the dead. I remember those classmates who saw the ghost of the college scream when I first entered school. Now that we have expected that Bayer's attack, coupled with the help of those pureblood families, may cause panic, they will definitely use this thing. But we can take advantage of this opportunity. That Bayer is very cunningly compensation was left for us. Wasn't he deliberately claiming that this attack was due to the tribute provided by these pureblood families? We also poured dirty water on them. Irving raised his chin, his index finger, and on the sofa the armrest was vigorously placed twice. In this situation, we cannot be weak, we must be tough, and adopt pragmatism. Since even the safest British magic world today has faced a crisis, so not only students, we must also to improve the self-protection ability of adult wizards. Alan, you can directly disclose the few spells that you plan to teach students in the name of contributing to the Ministry of Magic. Let us directly announce it. so that ordinary wizards can learn and be used to summon this planting creatures as temporary guards. It will be the trend and public opinion at that time. We have to strengthen the concept of the official permission of the Ministry of Magic. www.mentalnovel.com. I think we can provide free teaching and testing for the people to call the corresponding magic of undead creatures, just like the phantom shifting class now, only through the test. Only the wizards with the license issued by the Ministry of Magic can use the undead creatures to provide self-sufficiency. Ren understood his father's proposal and further expanded the scope of learning. Even the mild and pure blood in the entire magic world wizards are used to using undead creatures, and the harassment's use of Death Knights as guards will naturally not be particularly noticeable. Even the Elitera has no power to fight back in front of the devil, and ordinary wizards will certainly lack a sense of security. At this time, we will vigorously promote the magic of summoning undead creatures and increase their life-saving means, and they will certainly get the hemp without family heritage. The support of wizards from melons or mixed-race families. I can disclose some of the magic in this area that is not too important, but I will also teach this knowledge in Hogwarts Ancient Magic class. The neighboring countries have also established our broadcast station to broadcast our wizard TV programs. Furong said with confidence in Albert's hand. The TV station has always been under our control, and its ability to control public opinion has already exceeded that of traditional newspapers. No, it's not enough. And it's not just relying on the Ministry of Magic. We are going to deal with more than mortal affairs now. Alan had long been thinking about the promotion method. At this time, he stood with his hands on his back and planned to take I conceived and thought out in my heart. Chapter 821. My goal is not just to cope with this crisis or to let us Harris be able to use undead creatures as guards. Of course, my education career at Hogwarts is not going to change. I will continue to follow my plan to impart this knowledge to students, but don't use the Ministry of Magic too much outside of Hogwarts, but set it in Ravenclaw's temple, and I am not going to just pass a few simple spells. Rather, some ancient magical knowledge is systematically imparted. In traditional concepts, Ravenclaw itself is a symbol of wisdom and knowledge. The knowledge is passed on by me as a voter of Ravenclaw. For other wizards, even the most arrogant person, as long as he has a desire for knowledge and power in his heart, no matter whether he is willing or not, most of them will put down the shelf and come to our new temple. Secret art like this will basically be treasured by the ancient pureblood family, and will not be made public. Then the pureblood wizard with insufficient heritage, the unmixed blood and the wizard of the Mull family will certainly support us, and we will do the same. Give these ordinary wizards a chance to rise. From the perspective of a politician, Ren thinks this is a good opportunity to increase the reputation of the Harris family and improve the support of the people. We don't leave them for those ground snake families because they are unwilling. A piece of cake wants to use Mulls and half-blood wizards on the issue of undead creatures, which is difficult for us. That is, we lifted stones and smashed ourselves in the feet. Whoever opposes us in our current practice is to live with them. The proportion is quite large, and it is beneficial for our Harris family to draw such a part of the force. Actually, there is another issue that needs attention. Albert's words attracted the attention of the whole family. The reason why some armorers are willing to follow us in private, and many other wizards who joined our Harris family, their own purpose is learning this kind of hidden magic that is difficult to obtain in the wizarding world. Now that we have opened up some knowledge to everyone, do we have to provide these wizards who have joined us with higher levels of magic knowledge and give them higher permissions, so that they can be exposed to more advanced magic? Although Albert's words make sense, but directly leaking these higher level magic knowledge to them, I still feel wrong. Irving took a sip of black tea and moistened his throat. Those two advanced magic knowledge has greatly improved the wizards, and you also know how strong Alan was in the 4th grade by learning these things, although other people do not have the aid of attribute potions and potions. Most people will not growing up to Voldemort's point. But if their strength grows too much, will they still be willing to stay in the ordinary position? and whether some ordinary people will become easily disobedient to the ministry of magic because of their powerful power, these will all become there is an unknown number. Actually, I think we can provide them with a relatively easier treatment. For example, we can increase their salary and increase vacations. The fastest mobile phone update. Daddy's worries are not unreasonable, but for us, the ancient magic knowledge that these ordinary wizards can use after learning has little meaning to us. Alan coughed twice. He took a sip of tea to cover up his own expression. Although his father said it sounds grand, sounds reasonable, but Alan can see that he is also caught in the strange circle of traditional pure-blood family philosophy, reluctant to let those magic that can be inherited as family heritage leak out. We have the Nether Scroll. As long as members of our family have learned this core power, we can maintain our absolute superiority in power in the magic world, and if a certain number of ordinary wizards have enough knowledge, this will let the magic world be like the Renaissance experienced by the moles. The color-tolerant period was as high as the literature and art in the classical eras of Greece and Rome, but then declined and disappeared in the medieval Dark Age. The moles until the 14th century, only then did they gain regeneration and revival, and the so-called revival was actually to restore ancient Rim's progressive ideas. In fact, it was a spiritual innovation, an unprecedented liberation and creation of knowledge and spirit. My son, you are indeed very inspiring. Maybe we will become the pioneers. But the learning conditions of the Nether Scroll are too harsh. I was dizzy before I tried to read some. Owen faced the young son. His eyes are a little embarrassed. In fact, he is never stingy to provide good treatment to his own people. The high efficiency and high loyalty returned by the high treatment is far more than what he paid for. The reason why Harris is to face the native pure blood is that the essence is in order to the cakes from their hands. The interests were redivided to those foreign families who followed Harris. Now there is a fixed source of faith, Luna said. Her eyes widened. It's not difficult for everyone to read 10 pictures to understand a whole chapter. Now Luna's temple is built. With the fermentation of time, I believe that the power of this faith will increase with each passing day. Alan's words made everyone happy, and the Nether Scroll was a huge temptation for the wizard to resist. Alan and Luna's arcane arts mastered by the Nether Scroll have long been seen in everyone's eyes. But even if they take the attribute potions, they have stronger mental resistance than ordinary people and can last longer. But I can't read the Nether Scroll by myself. According to Alan's previous statement, if any mortal claimed that he had read a complete set of Nether Scrolls, he was either crazy or bragging, or he may have read the fake scrolls. There is only one way to avoid it going crazy: direct assistance with the existence of divine power. And the deity himself must be very proficient in magic. The Nether Scroll can be divided into 5 chapters, each covering a different aspect of mystery. There are 10 scrolls in a chapter, which includes an introduction to mystery, magic creation, advanced creation, boundary mechanism, mystery, and only one. Jangna's scroll can get a deep understanding of the mysteries of magic. Overall, I need about half a month to a month of focused research before it is possible to read a single Nez scroll. Luna, who has studied the Nez scroll himself, Alan, who knew the relevant knowledge there, introduced the family members. This is a long process. Your first chapter that you need to practice is an introduction to occultism, a chapter on the basic principles of dialysis magic. The wizard himself can have more or less pictures, so Luna can protect everyone's mind without spending too much energy. After 10 complete scrolls of the same chapter, you will get additional benefits, the nature of which depends on the topic you read. Luna's trance voice added, the divine power to be consumed will increase by multiples as you go deeper. Let Alan finish the whole set of 50 sheets by himself. It was said that Alan took out the 8-inch by 10-inch paper sheets that were grouped into 5 bucks of paper like thin gold foil and let them float in front of everyone. Mystery Introduction, the basic principle of magic, study the theory of magic origin. In addition, like Alan and Luna are relying on learning to change the original wizarding ability of ordinary wizards, it allows you to directly rely on the magic of the caster when casting. Perceive and identify the spell he is going to build and cast. allowing you to identify the effects of potions or magic items without relying on tools or experiments, or understand a strange or unique magic effect, such as the effect of a magic flow. Magic creation. Ancient magic is different from modern, even if it is the same magic, but the era that has not been generalized. It is different according to their own conditions and cultural differences according to the wizards, giving modern wizards an optimized after the practice. They can be cast as long as they are not too stupid. Unlike in ancient times, a wizard can cast this spell with this syllable and waving his wand, while another wizard directly uses the wizard's practice. Failure to cast is a trivial matter, and may even cause catastrophic consequences. If a wizard can optimize and adjust the spell according to his individual situation, the power and consumption of this spell will be greatly improved. Of course, if the wizard and the talent are not enough, the wizard may be less effective. Learning the content of this chapter will make it easier for the wizard to know how to create or transform a new spell, wanton reaving the components of the spell to change their original effect to better suit his personal situation, or let himself ignore the original necessity. The components allow the master to easily master and use various super magic skills, advanced creations, related theories of alchemy, potions, and the creation of magical wonders, etc. After the study, you want to study what formula and what items will make the process very easy, and because the creator can easily judge the differences in the raw materials used, and the understanding of the principles of creation must make the objects produced are excellent fine products. Luna S. Ravenclaw Crown. www.mentalnovel.com. Alan S. Textbooks for his students, and the staff that represents his Arcanist's identity is derived from this boundary mechanism, to let users understand the mysteries of space and time. The Hogwarts. In fact, the ontology and Hogwarts are not in the same plane. The Ravenclaw Tower where they are now staying and the special time converter is made by Raina Ravenclaw based on these theories and advanced creations. After mastering the data in this chapter, using various teleportation abilities becomes like a caster to him. Instincts are generally simple, and phantom shifts no longer need to worry about errors or split hazards caused by too far distance or insufficient concentration, and when using the door of the outside world to span the plane, the breath can be freed from the door to know whether the opposite environment is you are in danger. This is useful when you are exploring unfamiliar worlds or when you are guided by the devil. These devils often kindly guide the innocent people who stray into Bartor and promise them to take them to the nearest leaving the stable portal of hell. But when these unlucky eggs who heard the devil's tricks passed through, they found that the nearest door led to a lava lake or the bottom of the ice sea. Secret Arcana. The specific effect of this part is unknown, because Luna's own divine power contradicts this intellectual power, but according to the words she can see and understand and from the ancient records, the content of this chapter is magic arcane, the most fundamental core. Like the super-legendary spell that Casus destroyed the Nezreal Empire and some powerful creation principles that can be called artifacts, comes from this chapter. Chapter 822 Black Week 5. Since we can learn the Nether Scrolls, you can think about whether to teach the public for free or increase the permissions of our Harris family elite wizards. Only these specific operations. We still need long-term deliberations, can't be hasty. Owen will be able to learn from the joy of the Nether Scroll, and reluctantly agree with Alan's approach, but still think that it should be implemented with caution. Our knowledge is not suitable for being publicly available, the knowledge we provide, but the author marked above may be a well-known black wizard, which may bring bad to the reputation of our Harris family. The influence of ancient magic is different from that of modern wizards that have been integrated and optimized by several generations of wizards. A lot of knowledge requires you to have enough talent and knowledge to adjust, and those copied through the Hogwarts Ravenclaw Public Lounge Library. The books that the students put in by themselves are also jagged. Some of them contain theories of magical knowledge proved to be wrong by time, and they cannot be distinguished and screened without a sufficient basis. Seeing his father's agreement, Alan was already sitting on the sofa, the arm leaning on the sofa arm and the other hand gesturing. Then if some wizards are not talented enough, their own random experiments lead to physical injury or even death, it may cause us trouble. So I will put these: the use of knowledge is revised by the way when preparing textbooks for students. After screening, it is too dangerous and optimized to be published. Don't write the names of the famous dark wizards. You can write your own name, like Miranda Gossack, the author of Standard Curse, a Hogwarts textbook that covers all the curse lessons. Owen just finished a little bit smugly, and noticed the face of his relative Xenophilius Lovegood, and he was a little ashamed to add, also write, Xenophilius, because Luna was in Huo this time. In the performance of Mode Village, the Ministry of Magic is applying for her a Merlin Medal of Class 2. It's troublesome to receive the award. I don't want to. Ouch. Luna finished her ejection, and her father stepped on her foot. At least this time the wailing sounded more sincere than Bayer's. Speaking of Miranda Gossack, I admire her very much. Seeing the scene because of the awkward behavior of Lovegood's father and daughter, Hermione coughed off the digression about the author of Standard Spell, and followed her the description, originally intended to be a little popular science. She was very excited. Author's note: please be assured that I am posting an interesting official story with a free word count other than 1,000 words. Miranda Gossack was born in 1921 and was the youngest of the 9 sisters in the family. When Miranda was born, her family was already a little poor. She remembered that she had to wear the robes used by her sisters. It made her feel a little embarrassed. Miranda Gossack entered Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry from about 1932 to 1939. She found that the old-fashioned textbooks at that time were full of complicated explanations and esoteric concepts. Obscure. It's hard to understand. What makes her even more confused when she learns magic is that her sisters always give her wrong spells deliberately when she practices spells. As the youngest child in the family, Miranda found it difficult to let her sisters listen to their ideas. This makes her sometimes choose to use her invented Bat Essence curse to solve problems. Let them temporarily remain silent to give themselves enough time to speak. When letting Sister Didmore return clothes borrowed without her permission, when letting Sister Omida not rush into his room at random, and letting Sister Tovist keep quiet and give him time to complete his homework at that time, she used this spell. After acknowledging that she had struggled for many years and finally graduated, Gossack realized that the kind of help she needed when she was young did not exist. To this end, she began to make a living by writing school textbooks, and strived to make her writings theoretically correct and academically valuable, while ensuring that its content was easy to understand and not too difficult to understand, so that all students could learn to basic and not so basic magic knowledge. Her first book, The Book of Spells, was a success. It was not only translated into 72 different languages including Goblin language and Mermaid language, but also became a textbook for many magic schools in the world. Gossack didn't miss the chance to fight back to her prank sisters. She sent them a special edition of the Book of Spells. There were only a few mistakes. As a result, with a series of funny accidents, her sister Omida grew a tail, and the relationship between them became worse. However, Miranda also pointed out that the tail finally disappeared, and they eventually reconciled. Although the content of the curse contained in the textbook The Book of Spells caused controversy, Miranda Gossack pointed out that the inclusion of moderately aggressive spells in the textbook helps prevent students from solving disputes by using more dangerous spells. She later wrote a series of standard spells textbooks, which became a textbook for Hogwarts curse science. To commemorate Miranda Gossack's achievements in curse science, she boarded the chocolate frog picture. Furong also added cooperatingly, "We also have basic textbooks for her. But it is strange that some versions of the Book of Spells are said to have been 200 years old, indicating that its publication date should be around the 18th century. But its author Miranda Gossack's birth year on the chocolate card was 1921, which was seriously inconsistent with the publication of the Book of Spells. Would she also use the time converter? Morgan Le Fay glared at Owen and drank most of his cup of tea into the tea. Luna's name is not suitable for appearing directly on it, but since it is intended teaching in the shrine, Alan, you can state that you have inherited the inheritance from Royna Ravenclaw. I think this will also help Luna's collection of faith. Seeing that Morgan Le Fay gave a bright solution, Alan and Luna both looked at each other with a sigh of relief. They both had an indifferent attitude towards this kind of thing, but even as a savior or goddess, they had to take care of it. What each dad meant. In addition to Alan's original intention to teach the students the knowledge, I think that other higher magical knowledge taught in the Ravenclaw Temple cannot be taught completely and unconditionally for free. Hermione slightly raised her chin and said, From my experience of managing training courses, those that are too easy to get are often not cherished, and will be taken for granted. Moreover, if you can learn these magics casually, I am afraid that some people will be greedy and each magic will only learn fur. That is against our original intention to increase their strength. We can ask these wizards to donate to Gingy Arlong ranging from the Temple of Ravenclaw to exchange. Furong arms around his chest, and he glances slightly at Albert as he turns his mind quickly. Albert patted Phil's legs. What about the poor wizard in the family? Mul currency is almost useless in the wizarding world, and there is not much gold galleon in the pocket of the wizard who came from the wizard. Daisy put one leg on the other, index finger gently scratching her chin, habitually put down a lot of Furong she didn't like. We can use a point system similar to the training class to let this part of wizards choose to participate in activities organized by the temple, pray, help the temple promotion, and work for the temple to accumulate points, and then rely on the points to redeem the corresponding level of magic knowledge. Minutes straightened her body and held out her finger. She likes to answer questions and solve problems quickly. In addition, we can still use the Ministry of Magic to issue a certificate as a limit. Only if you have learned your own knowledge can you exchange for the next kind of magic. But you have to set a time limit, because not everyone has enough ability and talent to learn to redeem things. For example, for a period of 1 year, if the Redeemer really can't learn, then he can redeem him for the new moon and sit down. He is still reluctant to give up the Ministry of Magic to participate. The exchange of knowledge with knowledge is more difficult for pure-blood wizards to change their traditional beliefs and beliefs. I don't believe it myself, but I can exchange more advanced knowledge for their family's private possessions. Luna has some indecently lying on the sofa, rubbing the foot that was stepped on by his father just now. In the 11th century, a wizard named Orlando built a huge library called Candle Castle on the west coast of France. Foreign wizards who want to conduct research in the large library of Candle Castle must provide a book for Candle Castle, and the professionals of Candle Castle evaluate the value of the knowledge contained. If the library is for storing knowledge, it is very valuable. If it doesn't matter if it has duplicate content, and the price of the book itself was not cheap in that era. Visitors decide how many days they can stay in the book based on the value of the books they provide, but no visitor can spend 10 days at a time in Candlestick. Moreover, you cannot enter again within 1 month after leaving. Visitors are not allowed to write in the library, but the monks here can charge you to copy copies on your behalf. Copying a common theoretical knowledge costs 10 gold galleons, while copying the direct magic spells or spell formulas, or presentations that include spell rituals, spell protection, mantras, and similar content are 100 gold galleons per copy. Knowledge is much more valuable in that era than it is now. Hermione had a strong liking for the existence of such a library, and was also puzzled. Why does Candlestick not exist now? Luna wiped her finger on Alan's robe. On Friday, October 13, 1307, together with the candlesticks in the Mole world, the French wizards were united by the beautiful man Moles, who were known for their shrewd ability. King Philip IV eradicated together. Apart from a part of my collection of valuable books, many of them have been staying in the area of Booth Barton School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Hearing that his alma mater might have been involved in this kind of thing, Furong pursed her lips a little embarrassedly, and asked another question. But if someone exchanges privately, there is no way to monitor this. Alan beat Luna's hand away. Since it can't be stopped, but it doesn't really need to be stopped. Our original intention is not to rely on it to earn anything material. We should in turn encourage this exchange of knowledge, the formation of the devil world. This kind of culture is a benign development, but we can use this to promote the role of Ravenclaw in the field of spreading knowledge, directly promote Ravenclaw to encourage wizards to spread these magics, inherit ancient magic, promote knowledge sharing, and promote wizards' strength, promote the progress of the magic world. After that, we will sort out the contents discussed by everyone to facilitate the implementation afterwards. Ren took out a craft paper bag, his voice was a little low, and handed the bag to Alan. This is the popular school and cloth you want. Ruto their profile. The agitated atmosphere in the tower suddenly fell silent. Just after receiving the parchment, Albert and Hermione couldn't help but get to Alan's side at this time. www.mentalnovel.com. One person took the information of the two from Alan and saw the information the ugly-faced witch Bruto, who was beckoning excitedly, and some elegant pupils. Hermione's nose was sour, and she turned her head to suppress the tears forcibly. Her fingers holding the craft paper were pinched tightly. His fingers turned blue, and Albert fell into silence for a while. He asked colleagues who followed him during the little dwarf Peter incident. Albert's affection for them was much deeper than other colleagues. Seeing Hermione's look all in her eyes, Owen gently exhorted, "The Ministry of Magic has some policies to compensate for this situation. Not only General and Pluto. Any patrol error sacrificed for this will give compensation. In addition to generous compensation, the current policy to help their families can make them live well." Furong glanced at the fiancé who was in a low mood next to him, and said to Xenophilius, "Director, maybe we can do a special interview to broadcast the lives of these sacrificed errors." Sacrifice. The deeds of heroes should be widely publicized. This is also a good way for ordinary wizards to understand error. Xenophilius raised his eyes and nodded. It will be broadcast on the Golden Event, and it will be the same in singing the opposition. Albert let go of his fist and took his fiancée's hand. Chapter 823. Overall situation. Alan raised his head and condensed his eyes, taking a deep breath, his voice calming down. Since Voldemort dared to put his goal on you, then he must have made plans to be avenged by me. Alan, calm down. I can understand your mood. Irving hurriedly, but now is not the time to kill Voldemort. As we discussed before, now we need him to live. Alan, don't forget your layout. If you don't have this foreign enemy now and make him an external threat to the magic world, the International Wizarding Federation will hinder the change we want to make. Hermione bit tooth. She still remembers the words that Alan said to her at the Black Lake, forcibly suppressing her desire to kill Voldemort, and persuaded, the big thing is important, he will be punished sooner or later. Just after talking, Hermione covered her mouth and looked at Alan apologetically. You misunderstood. Of course I will not kill him. I have another way to avenge Voldemort. And I think Tom Riddle will be very happy for this. Alan Ning, who has regained his calmness, tried to follow the topic. Len, any serious criminals caught by the Magic Law Enforcement Department remember me to keep to, and ask the wizards not to be dumb. Although Ren didn't know what his brother wanted to do, he still recorded this requirement in his notebook. Alan, do you want to make any changes other than education? Why is it related to the International Wizarding Federation? Owen, who took the teacup patiently and asked them after they finished. He heard Hermione's tone. This so-called change they already have preparation and layout actions, and it doesn't sound as easy as Alan's education reforms before, and having a relationship with the International Wizarding Federation gives him a bad hunch. It's okay, Hermione. Alan softly appeased Hermione, who wanted to explain. Although this was not the time he expected to confess to his family in his heart, it was no big deal to be accidentally said by Hermione. He took his inner ideals. Say it, I want to break the International Witcher Union confidentiality law. Owen just took a sip of the teacup and almost choked on hearing Alan's words. He was anxious when the unknown hunch was confirmed. Do you want to break the secrecy law like Grindelwald? Dad, as time goes on, the development of technology, you have also seen the power of television. and the world of the wizard is discovered sooner or later. Alan leaned forward, his legs apart. His hands gestured to let the family understand the idea of supporting themselves, instead of letting the wizards be discovered without preparation, and passively violent conflicts with the moles because of misunderstandings. It is better to let the wizards prepare to actively integrate. Owen raised his eyebrows. Even when he was young, he could not remember too many things because he was too young. But it was also a personal experience of the original forced migration from Germany to Britain. Change often means blood and sacrifice. This is even green. None of the reforms completed by Dvor. Once Alan fails, the consequences are unpredictable. Then, Owen looked suspiciously at his seemingly harmless young son. As a father, he never believed that his son's purpose would be such pure love. Thinking of Grindelwald and the thought that Alan had asked to meet with Grindelwald at the time, Owen skeptically said, "You wouldn't have been indoctrinated by Grindelwald, right?" Our Harris family was kicked out of Germany because of his failure to change. The winner is accounted for after the autumn. Alan looked at his father a little funny. Of course not a father. I prefer to instill ideas to others than to be taught by others. Don't I? I just agree with some of his ideas at this point, but with his reform there are fundamental differences. This is my own idea. Alan, our wizarding world is also progressing. Don't you still want to complete the educational change? By then our magical progress will also keep up. Ren also looked a little flustered. I am in charge of the Ministry of Magic now. I knew it on the TV station. And even if the mole's TV station showed anything that might expose the wizarding world, don't worry. Since Newt's commander in 1926, in order to prevent the exposure of the magic world, in the help of Thunderbird Frank after making a heavy rain with curling wing venom that can erase the memories of the entire moles in the city, the United States of America has an agreement with the Ministry of Magic in other countries, and they will lend Thunderbirds when necessary. Help other countries to easily wash away all the bad memories of moles, and the top management of the world is under the supervision of the Ministry of Magic of each country. You don't have to worry that we will be exposed. Ren, the combination of a Thunderbird and a crooked-winged devil may solve several cities in a short period of time, and their number is also instant enough to make moles in several countries forget that these are bad for them. Memories. But what if the moles can pass these videos all over the world in a flash? Alan stared at the disturbed second brother, ignoring them and actually following the original plot process until at Hogwarts 19 years after the Battle of Defense, in 2017, the magic world did not mention the fact of risk exposure at all. Alan, do you know the impact of this incident on Harris? Our Harris family is now on the rise. According to the current benign development trend, in time, as the magic world's largest power and control of the greatest power, it is very safe things. Owen raised his eyes and looked at his most respected little son. His tone was a little low. What do you think? In the past, the family supports you unconditionally. Pay attention to your opinions, and do your best to satisfy you. But you are in when thinking about things. You should also consider the family. You are the heir to the position of the patriarch of the Harris family. You are responsible for the fate of the whole family. I think you should focus on the overall situation. You should learn that everything cannot come from your own ideas. Ron put down the paper and pen, and these conversations are not suitable for recording. Once this matter is leaked, there will be an uproar. Alan, give up your idea, even if we can't accept it. Let alone those strange wizards. And there are our hostile forces. They will seize this handle to attack you wantonly. Your thoughts can only be thoughts. Albert held his arms. His eyes worried, and Furong beside him straightened his eyes. His eyes flickered, but he didn't continue. Albert noticed the fiancée's expression and understood that Furong was embarrassed because of her identity. I was directly opposed to Ren, so I took the hand of Furong. It doesn't matter, it's all from my family. Just say what you want to say in front of your family. Feeling the temperature in his hands, Hibiscus's red lips curled up, no longer covering up. At that time, Newt's commander assisted the U.S. Magic Congress to arrest Gellert Grindelwald. But Grindelwald was soon he successfully escaped from prison, came to Paris, France, and began to gather believers, and began to achieve their goal, to make the wizard a complete ruling class, and exploit all non-sorcerer creatures. Unlike the mysterious man who created terror, they are undergoing a revolution. This has caused France and even the entire European magic world to face unprecedented divisions and chaos. Even the mole world is full of wars and countless deaths and injuries. The magic circles in all countries of the European continent have been overturned, although for unknown reasons. Grindelwald has never been not going to make his speech in the British magic world. The British magic world is calm, but the wizards of other European countries that were deeply affected by it were more sensitive than the wizards of Britain. Alan, I am worried that once you reveal such a spearhead will be targeted and become a target. You must know that many European wizard families will have more or less relatives and friends suffering in that catastrophe. The fastest mobile phone update. Fear wrong. Alan's purpose is to avoid conflict. Albert expressed a different opinion by holding his fiancée's hand. Alan, even if you think you are right, this matter must be carefully considered, but I will support you no matter what you want to do. I can honestly rely on you at home today. I am not as good at political affairs as my father and Ren, but if there are any operational matters left to me, it is right. Daisy raised her eyebrows and glanced at Hibiscus. She walked to Alan's back and rubbed his brother's head with half a naked twist. To me, when did Alan make such a big mistake over the past few years? What did he want to do? Just follow him. Why bother to think so much? His head will be able to think about these things long ago. Hermione, who is now on the same line as Alan, is also trying to explain to Alan. Alan is different from Grindelwald. Alan wants to break the international secrecy laws, not to hurt and enslave moles. He just doesn't want to wait until the wizard and the conflict between moles intensified and then dealt with, so that things would be in an uncontrollable state. I am a wizard of mole background. www.mentalnovel.com. I will accompany Alan to complete his changes and help him not will make this change a disaster for the magic world and the mole world. Morgan Le Fay's eyes fell on Alan's white hair. Thinking of the fact that Alan had fallen behind the tent, there was a pain in his heart. Alan, the reason why my Rosil family fell, is because Wenda Rosier, who followed Mr. Grindelwald, and Drula Rosier, who later followed the mysterious man as a Death Eater, had a great relationship. Their wanton behavior led to the decline of the family. Alan, no matter what you do, your mother will support you. But my mother hopes that you can be more stable. In the long run, you are still young and the future is unlimited. I only hope that you can live a healthy life, and don't encounter risks and misfortunes. I thought when I was traveling to Bulgaria with Pandora, I walked down the street and suddenly got beaten up by the local wizard. Fortunately, even if Luna and her mother arrived. Well, I mean, fortunately, Luna and the curse of her mother subdued the bold thugs, and then I realized that it was my logo on the necklace that would be mistaken for Grindelwald's symbol. Said, Xenophilius opened his shirt indecently, took out the necklace on his neck, and showed the sign of the Deathly Hallows to everyone. Alan's hands were clasped together. The reason why he didn't tell his family the ideal of change was that he expected that this might happen. Alan bowed his head to black tea, making it impossible for him to see the look in his eyes. Chapter 824. Conform to public opinion. Alan raised his head, and the family looked at him worriedly. Alan has always been the pride of the family. The family has hardly refuted his ideas and any requests. This time, the entrenched concept of the magic world makes everyone not like in the past. He was optimistic about his decision, and there were voices of opposition. Although everyone only stood in their own perspective, the purpose was to help Alan grow and develop better. However, Alan stood up from the expression. It seemed that there was no mood change and no compromise. He walked to the wizard TV under everyone's attention and took out a triangular magic disc. Putting the tablets in, the various technological achievements of the rapid development of the mole world are displayed in front of the people at home. Until the film was finished, There was still no sound in the tower for a long time. The mole's technological strength exceeded the power of the pure-blood wizards present. Harris found that ordinary moles with thermal weapons and nuclear weapons can also cause top wizards in the magic world destructive power. Damn, those mole governments have these weapons. Why hasn't anyone paid attention before? Owen frowned and asked some stunned Len. Alan turned off the TV with a finger. Because the powerful mole-born wizards do not occupy a high position in the Ministry of Magic, and the mole's high level is monitored and controlled by us. Now we can easily control them, so the wizard we don't care about them at all, and magic-rich places such as Hogwarts will automatically damage electronic products as soon as they are close. Our mole-born classmates, at this age, they will not consider these issues, and they can't bring something to prove the world of moles. However, the technology of moles is progressing at a very fast rate. Although our own magic world cannot be said to stop developing, it is faster than the speed of the moles for 200 years. It's going to be too slow. I am worried about this problem, so I think about education reform and the initiative to break the secrecy law. In fact, it is not just force. In the daily life, the mole world has also produced many unique inventions. If we shamanize them through the umbrella company, they can also improve the quality of life of the wizards, just like the Wizard TV. Hermione added, if we can really break the secrecy law in the future, then our wizards' advantages in medical treatment, space, and time can also help moles. We can easily recover those unfortunate patients who are terminally ill for moles. Letting those moles who are not crippled by magic spells get rid of their crippling fate can make the transportation and travel of the mole world change dramatically, and even rely on magic to prevent the mole war. This will be a win-win situation. Owen glanced at Hermione, who was too idealistic and ignored the actual problems. He didn't talk about the difficulties but looked at Alan. I thought you were only trying to control public opinion and did not expect your main purpose this is actually. But now it seems that you are doing right. We have to guarantee the advantages of our wizards. Our population is too small for the moles. But don't worry too much. The wizards can help the undefeated position by relying on a few points anyway. Seeing his father's attitude eased, Alan felt as if he had described the matter to them too seriously, so he changed his mood and eased the atmosphere. For example, Lihuo's black magic. It can summon magic fires that are becoming more and more powerful. These fires can be mimicked into the form of some monsters, constantly chasing and killing all combustible objects regardless of enemy. With a curse, the power is so strong that it can only be burned until there are no combustibles or destroyed with an anti-curse. But moles don't do magic, and their firefighting facilities have no effect on this kind of magic. And this curse is estimated that even Draco S and Bankrab can learn it. Although his talent is estimated to want to learn to counter magic, it's more difficult to get burned, but as long as other wizards don't organize this flame, just put it anywhere, just this time, this kind of magic fire can burn the entire Eurasian and African continent. Of course, this fish is dead. This will not happen. The wizards will prevent this from happening. And Hermione and I are also trying to ensure this in the reform. There are also Dementors defined in the Ministry of Magic archives as being beyond life and death. Before Alan discovered the methods of killing them, no, it should be said that all wizards except us can only be dispelled with a guardian spell. They use magic to control them, but they can't kill them at all. Hermione looked a little helpless. And the Dementors can't see them even when they stand in front of the moles. There are many species, like magical creatures. If the world no wizard is suppressing them. But overall, the moles are not as irresistible as the traditional wisdom of the wizard, and my changes are not radical, like Grindelwald, to rule moles with high pressure, but precisely to avoid and mitigate these unnecessary casualties. In a silence, Alan explained in front of the TV. Yes, I set up the TV station not just for public opinion, and I did not intend to be as radical as Grindelwald. Everywhere, there are speeches that cause the wizards to divide themselves. I hope that through these, the wizards of the magic world will have their own ideas about how to do this, and they will feel that it is time to break the International Witches Association confidentiality law. Thought, we will just follow this public opinion. Those reasons why the wizard is invincible don't tell ordinary people on the Wizard TV. Irving crossed his fingers, gently tapping his thigh, and said slowly, be more prepared and slow down. Don't expose your purpose in front of others in advance. You used the identity of the International Federation of Wizards to continually issue to the wizarding community harassed by the mysterious people to let them abide by the law of confidentiality. Not enough. As long as there are such incidents in the future, you have to use your identity to warn them, and make the Ministry of Magic in these countries tiresome, and TV programs can't put them all in one bite, and do a complete publicity plan. Alan, I will make them into a form similar to Hogwarts Mole research classes, make them into a documentary, broadcast at prime time, and use the name of Mole Research to continue the various fields of moles to the Wizards show. Furong was also completely convinced by Alan. To be honest, I had heard a few Hogwarts Mole Research classes beside the Goblet of Fire at the time. I also told my sister Gabri that you were learning about moles. It's already ahead of us at Booth Button, but I didn't expect. Len picked up the pen and paper he put down again and recorded the Furong's proposal, although in fact he still had some reservations, but since Alan insists on his ideals, it makes sense. Do everything in his power to help him make plans and achieve his goals. Morgan Le Fay glanced at his husband's second son, knowing that they were persuaded by the younger son. Daisy looked at Luna, who was already dozing off next to her, quietly rolled her eyelids. She was also quite annoyed that she should learn Luna and save some effort. Anyway, she knew that the result would be now, so everyone was convinced by Alan. Chapter 825 Apprentice. Early in the morning, the sky was not yet fully illuminated, and the dim sky shrouded everything under its shadow. In the Godric Valley, some houses stand on both sides of the narrow lane. Some lazy people's Christmas decorations in the windows have not been removed. There are several shops, a post office, a bar, and a small church in the center of the village. According to History of Magic, the cemetery outside the church is engraved with the surnames of the ancient wizard family. Ghost stories have continued for many centuries. The Godric Valley was named after Godric Gryffindor was born here. The medieval Bowman Wright created the first golden thief here, and this is also the last of at least one member of the Peverell family resting place. Godric Valley had lived many famous wizarding families. Before the murder of Albus Dumbledore's sister Aliana, the Dumbledore family and the author of History of Magic, also Bahida Bashat, the aunt of Gertula Grindelwald, lived in this village. Of all the wizards who lived here, Harry Potter is probably the most famous one, because when he was a baby, he survived Voldemort's killing curse and let the Black Demon head loose for the first time. Power. Since then, Harry Potter has been called the boy who will never die, and this village has become famous again. Outside a Thrush house that seemed rather desolate in the garden because of the seasons, the ground was hardened by a layer of black frost, and Alan and Hermione walked along a stone path covered with currant bushes to a door. Alan knocked on the knocker on the oak door, and soon footsteps sounded, and the door creaked open, and a rather plump young woman looked at them. "Hello, Mrs. Oliver Avery." "Miss Hermione Granger, Mr. Alan Harris, please come in. Bruto will be very happy if he knows you are here." Olivier Avery, who was recognized by the comer before the introduction of Alan, greeted the house. She barely covered the sadness with the etiquette she maintained, and looked at Hermione's eyes very complicated and with a hint of relief. "This is the Mulborn witch who her husband Bruto Mersper will take care of regardless of his life." Oliver's bitter corner of her mouth lifted upwards, and just after a tear fell from her cheek, she turned around and whispered, "If Bruto sees Miss Granger, you should be happy now." A handy robot took Hermione's coat and hung it on the hanger hook. With her red eyes, Oliver led the two into the room. The decoration and furnishings in the room could tell what they had passed. Not bad. Very cold. Although coal and wood were burning in the fireplace, it was not strong. A cradle with a baby in a pink dress was not far from the fire. After Mr. Chiazza finished hanging his clothes, He planned to make tea for the guests, but Oliver organized it to prepare for his hands and instead let Mr. Chiozza take care of the cradle. But Oliver just stood ready to prepare the teapot. The babies in cradle started crying because they were usually taken care of by their mothers and they were not familiar with clever robots. Oliver couldn't care about anything else, and quickly picked up the child and shook it gently in the mother's arms. The little guy gradually stopped crying, and the small hand tugged tightly on the mother's shirt, occasionally choking. "Sorry, there are only two of us at home now." Him being neglected. Oliver's eyes were red, her brown hair seemed to be uncombed, her eyes were red and swollen, and her face was haggard. "Mrs. Avery, I'm sorry, it's all for me. If Bruto wasn't to save me, he wouldn't leave you." Hermione's mouth could no longer bear the sagging trend, her eyes blinked for an instant, jinnying, "Neither he nor Pupae are on duty." I couldn't even say a word of thanks to him. Oliver held her baby in her arms tightly and leaned against the wall, stubbornly making her voice sound more proud of her husband. Protecting others is the responsibility of Bruto as an Auror. I believe that even if it is not Miss Lang, I believe he will come forward. Miss Granger need not be guilty. "Mrs. Avery, I want to invite you to work at the Umbrella Company." Hermione stepped forward and leaned slightly closer to Oliver. She was afraid that the other side would refuse to hold Oliver's arm. "Please don't get me wrong, Mrs. Avery, your newt took 7 Os. This is not compensation. I don't know if I can have this honor to work with you." "Thank you, Miss Granger. The Umbrella Company has great prospects, and I have heard of good employee benefits. It's just that my family is also operating a plantation industry. As the only heir, I must take my responsibility." Oliver politely refused Hermione's compensation method. As the Holy Family of the 28th clan, although the wealthy family was defeated because of the clan who followed the mysterious person, Oliver has not been too much for money since birth. Worry, even if you don't count the Ministry of Magic's material compensation for this matter, the quality of life of her and her children will not decline. She did not intend to go out to work, but wanted to spend her energy to educate her and brew. Child care. "Mrs. Avery, did Bruto leave a portrait of herself?" Alan, who was silent, asked softly for the wizard. Except for the personality that the celebrity portraits were inculcated by the painter, the private portraits were mostly it is kept by the wizard himself, and in the process of privacy, he transfers his memory and thoughts to the portrait. This kind of portrait is usually locked in a cabinet for safekeeping, and will not be taken out until his death. Yes, on his first day as an Auror, he prepared a portrait for himself. Oliver patted the baby gently and led Alan into their bedroom. On the wall opposite the bedroom bed, there was a portrait of Pluto dressed in the H-94 uniform. When Pluto saw them, he immediately stood up from his chair, trying to squeeze out a natural face smile. "Miss Granger, Master Harris, thank you for coming to Oliver." "Bruto, I'm sorry." Hermione looked at Bruto in the painting. The guilt burning in her eyes seemed to be burning her like a flame. Hermione rolled her face and saw a man's dress on the bed. The clothes were stuffed up like a person lying there. Paying attention to Hermione's eyes, Oliver said uncomfortably, "I can't sleep at night, so that Bruto is still with me." Hermione has always been clever and can speak well, but at this time she was completely speechless. But as Alan pulled out his soul, Oliver's eyes were instantly attracted by the glint of Bruto's face on the gem. "Bruto is inside?" She could no longer keep her voice steady, her brown curly hair falling loosely around her neck. "Yes, the devil made Bruto into a soul gem. For some reason, Bruto is actually safer to stay in the world than to go to the kingdom of death. I have asked his opinion, although he failed to become ghost, but also willing to stay in the world to accompany you." Alan spread his left palm. The soul gem floated quietly on his palm. Alan's right finger spread out, made a grabbing action hanging in the air on the soul gem. A trace of soul energy was slowly drawn from the broken soul gem. As Alan gently pulled this energy from the palm of his hand, he slowly moved up and injected it into the portrait on the wall. Leaving the soul gem, Bruto in the portrait was stunned for a moment. Then he was awakened by Olivo's sobbing and sad sobbing sound. He turned his palm to the outside of the portrait. "Olivo, I am back." The soul gem in Alan's hands has become a powder, and although Bruto in the previous portrait can communicate and have the ability to think, it is without soul, and now Bruto in the painting is true. To stay with Olivo, Bruto's movement prevented Olivo from restraining himself. www.mentalnovel.com. Tears came out of his eyes. She touched Bruto's cheek in the portrait and wept sadly against the portrait. Bruto's eyes fell, but the outstretched hands could not hug his wife, and his open fingers gradually gathered again, and he turned to Alan and Hermione. "Master, thank you for allowing me to be with Olivo." "What's the situation with Pope Bruto?" "You do everything for Hermione. We will bear in mind that I will do the same for the pupa. In addition, I will add a few extras. For example, let Miss Rosmer to hang in the Three Broom Taverns. When you re-free, you can go there to meet." Alan looked at the little baby in Olivo's arms. The little baby seemed to feel his father's return, opened his teethless mouth and smiled happily, waving small hands and feet. Alan promised, "It's a lovely baby. When she grows up, I will teach her magic." Olivo finally stopped crying, but because she was just too sad. Her emotions had not completely calmed down, and she still choked when she spoke. When she heard Alan's words, she quickly thanked her. For Olivo, the generous Ministry of Pensions and Umbrella Company's high position are far less soothing than this portrait, not to mention Alan Harris, who promised to drive the mysterious man away, promised to personally teach. Although Alan, as Professor Hogwarts, has taught a lot of students, the promise here is obviously an apprenticeship like the more traditional way of wizards in ancient times. Chapter 826. Someone dared to start first. Runzari Mountain, also known as Moon Mountain, is an equatorial snow mountain above the equatorial sun, where you can see a magnificent building outlined on the mountainside, shrouded in mist. Sometimes it looks like it is floating in midair. That is the Wagada School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It is the largest school of magic in the world, because it enrolls students from all over Africa, and it is the only one in Africa that has stood the test of time and has achieved amazing results. Envious of the internationally renowned School of Magic, students here are good at astronomy, alchemy and self-transformation. Pinlo was wearing a big conical straw hat, his face covered with black mud, sitting in the shade outside the tent. The newspaper in his hand was already crumpled by her, still at her feet stacked with a bunch of newspapers just sent by her house elf. This place can be regarded as a campground with low eyelids in Wa, which was hidden under the effect of various protective magics and illusions. The wolf mother who was guarding the side looked back and was startled again by the look of Punlo. "Miss Griva, does the volcanic mud really work?" The doctor said it was very effective. "She gave me some Vuanga volcano before she set off." Punlo touched some cracked volcanic mud. "This sun is too big and it dries so soon." When the sun is hot in Africa, seeing the dark complexion of the indigenous people here, Punlo is worried that she will also be tanned. Unlike the wheat-colored skin that moles have recently popularized, she feels that Alan will not like her skin to be too dark. Only then did this move, but then, Punlo, who just bowed his head, stood up and kicked the stool underneath, and the black mud mask on her face fell on the clothes because of the excessive movement. She threw away the newspapers in her hand until she turned to singing contrary, and she quickly browsed through the contents. In the face of the evil devil, Miss Luna Lovegood wisely resolved the devil's contract, and Miss Hermione Granger was spared from it. Singing the opposition reported the incident in more detail. The process, but in the description, this is not like news, but more like a legendary story, describing the evil image of the devil bear and the wit and bravery of Luna Lovegood. It was unexpectedly found that the devil was not targeting Alan but Hermione, and she was finally safe. This made the annoyed Punlo feel a little relieved. She let out a sigh of relief and relaxed her tightened straight back. Pei picked up the volcanic mud that fell to the ground and photographed himself on the face. After all this, Punlo's gaze met the wolf mother who had been paying attention to her. Punlo was uncomfortably stared by the other's gaze, and immediately raised his chin, making his voice cold. I haven't killed her yet. Someone dared to start. The wolf mother shook the newspaper in her hand and did not continue to put her jealous eyes on Punlo. Dare to play Miss Granger's idea. These Death Eaters lived impatiently. Wait for us to take this time completed the task. Give them some color to see when they go back. Useless waste. Punlo's red lips raised the news again, watching the sacrificial as satire, but when she saw the faces of Pupa and Bruto, her eyes were fixed. Recognizing that 2 of the 5 deaderers were Alan's guards, she quickly picked up a few different newspapers and read them through. New Wizard's Daily Telegraph. Recently, in Hogsmeade Village, a murderous devil occurred. At least 5 others were killed and many innocent wizards were injured. The Hogsmeade facility was severely damaged, and after being controlled by Professor Hogwarts and the students, Array was rushed to the scene. Once again appealed to the Ministry of Magic to stop doing nothing, lazy politics, and take firm and effective measures to ensure the peace of the wizarding world. Bullshit. Punlo frowned, rubbing the newspaper into a ball and tossing it aside, thinking that the newspapers and magazines he had just read were all controlled by the British pureblood family, and Punlo squeezed his lips and leaned down. Looking through the newspapers at his feet, he found the Prophet Daily, which was controlled by the Harris family and was almost the official media of the Ministry of Magic. The photos of those who sacrificed Ara were enlarged and printed on the newspaper. The following is a brief introduction and evaluation of their life. Unlike the media where the Pure Blood family controls the attack on the Ministry of Magic, the Prophet Daily will focus on the report. It was placed on the Ara who restored things and propagated these heroic sacrifices. Punlo flipped up the singing contrast that was just dropped, and suddenly stopped, staring with dissatisfaction at the magazine. Luna was being applied for the 2nd level Merlin Medal News by the Ministry of Magic and she received special contributions from Hogwarts. The photo of the award threw the magazine aside in disgust and clapped his palm. Punlo looked at the scattered news criticizing the Ministry of Magic at his feet. Although there was no positive mention of Alan in the media, the implicit new savior and the Ministry of Magic implied that British security could not be guaranteed, making her feel that she could not continue like this staying in a far-away country, and Alan was without guards around him. He needed his own strength, and the incompetent waste was not comparable to herself. Thinking of this, Punlo felt that she couldn't stand it for a moment, and her wand pressed against the mark of perception on her arm. The wolf mother saw the expression on Punlo's face obviously communicating with the mark of perception. She originally raised her eyebrows angrily. Without knowing what she heard, her mouth drooped. Miss Griver, they are back. The wolf mother looked at the fat man, Doctor, and Victor who came to the distance, reminding Punlo of the depressed mood that Ellen advised against going back. Road. There is a Uganda copper mining center Kynberg in the foothills of the Wenzari Mountains, similar to Hogsmeade for Hogwarts. This is also a gathering place for teachers and students of the Wagada School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The famous local witch Dr. Yakswa Mutombo auctioned some voodoo items he made at a regular rally. Fatty Men took the opportunity to investigate his specific situation. www.mentalnovel.com want to find out his life habit. As a former professor of the Vagato School of Magic, Yakswa Mutombo has unique family hand gestures. Compared with the general gestures teaching materials in the Vagato school obtained by the umbrella and some special skills of some local wizards, Mutombo's technique allows him to use his fingers to cast spells faster and more accurately than other African wizards. According to the umbrella's memory of those wizards who were lucky enough to have received a few tricks taught by Mutombo during their student years, this method compares to the European witch's need for a wandless spell that requires a spell to be practiced separately. See, although it takes longer to cast a spell, it is much easier to learn. The disguised doctor was wrapped in a white cloth headscarf, and he was throwing a thatch that he did not know from where. He hummed a quirky minor key in the mouth to open the way outside, and the fat man followed the pace, and the size of the pace was deliberately controlled. Be as close as possible to Victor. Miss Griver, we successfully completed the task. The doctor stood upright, and the fat man stood behind her with her head down, looking more lonely. Report it, the wolf mother said in earnest. She glanced at the fat man's status and was a little worried if they had any trouble on the way. Chapter 827. 0 million cannot be used in the sun. We have mastered the lifestyle habits of Yakswamutombo. He currently lives alone in Kielembe, and his whereabouts are very fixed. During the day, he will stay at home and make small things like voodoo dolls for sale. Unlike most local wizards, he has a wizard TV at home, but out of personal habit, he will still choose to go to a local bar at dusk, and drink a glass of elephant wine, Amarula, which is actually more popular with local women. The news program relayed at our Harris TV relay station will come home on time. The doctor said to the left hand behind him, Victor, take your memory. Victor nodded and took out a meditation basin from the tent, then pointed his wand at his temple, pulled out a strand of silver memory and put it into the meditation basin. Punlo lazily got up and used the volcanic mud on his face. The magic was cleaned up, and the wolf mother was close to the meditation basin. The layout of the home of Yakwamutombo was displayed in front of them with Victor's infiltration at the time. After his attribute potion was fully used, it has been more refined, and has never triggered any magic trap set by this famous local wizard. They saw the full name of Yakwamutombo on a particularly large certificate that was mounted in the room. Punlo complained impatiently, "What are these names? Weird and hard to remember, and too long." The real full name of Yakwamutombo has 43 names. This is the case of African customs. They feel that the name should reflect the experience of life. The wolf mother explained with a rough voice. For example, in his name the word means sweat a lot. Probably because he was born in the hot summer. This word seems to be unpalatable. This can also be used as a name. The doctor pointed to one of the names. Although in fact the language of these African countries is confusing, regardless of the mole world or the wizarding world, including Vaga, which recruits all African wizards. The official language of Do College is English, but the umbrella team made up for it before coming to Uganda. In addition to English, East Africa is popular in local Swahili, with the memory brought by attribute potions, although there are still grammatical problems. But at least I remember a lot of words. These weird words appear in many African names. When they are named, they like to record the environment in which the child was born, or to express the personality and behavior of one of the parents. Touched her chin with her finger. As a captain, she worked harder in this area than other people. It's probably because the name of his mother is unpalatable, because his mother is not good at cooking. What does little wife mean? Punlo asked, raising his eyebrows. Maybe his mother is not his father's first wife. The wolf mother shrugged. If only the parents like to give their children strange names, that's okay. The key is that when the locals grow up, they will add your own experience to your name. The older you are, the longer your name is likely to be. The time and place of your birth, the name of the person you loved, the food you like to eat, your favorite skills, your post, all these can be added to the name. Maybe his name will be more than 43 in a few years. In addition, we found another noteworthy thing when we tracked the granddaughter of Shiva Wamutombo, a professor of spells at the School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and wanted to master her grandpa's lifestyle by capturing her soul things. Seeing everyone's partial discussion of the target name, Victor took out another memory of his own and put it in a meditation basin. The picture that appeared in the pot was 180 degrees reversed. It seems that Victor was hanging upside down under a straw house to observe the target. Okia, I can successfully transform. A black female student with thick lips and a wide nose and wide eye distance shouted excitedly to her female companion with a basket on top of her head in English with a local accent said, but before she had finished speaking, her companion covered her mouth. She was the granddaughter of Yakswamutombo. Okia looked around cautiously, pulling Shiva, and hurried away, and Victor also followed, with the fly. This is his use of his animagus form, a bat. The two girls were turning around a street corner. Shiva was suddenly covered by her mouth and her neck was strangled by a powerful arm. She widened her eyes in horror, and the light flashed as the magic wave fluctuated. The companion of Ok's body collapsed softly to the ground, and the basket on his head fell to the ground. Everyone noticed that the female student was bald and had tattoos on the top of her head. When Victor touched Shiva, the illusion spell he applied to his humanoid shape was invalidated. After knocking down his companion, he turned the wand and pointedly indifferently trying to whine for help. Shiva, who was struggling, was paralyzed in Victor's arms after this set of general movements. Looking around left and right, no one noticed that Victor put Ok's basket in his pocket, and then picked up one with one hand. The phantom moved away from the alley. Their figure appeared in a small forest near the village. The doctor saw the two students in Victor's hands, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Which is the target?" "This." Victor raised Shiva. Her head and two arms splayed softly. The doctor simply drew his wand and pointed it at Shiva Vamtumbo. Victor said coldly with his arms, "Don't satisfy your hobby with them. I'm not interested in abusing the weak girl." The doctor turned the wand in his hand and asked jokingly, "Victor, do you want to try it?" Victor looked at the doctor indifferently and ignored her. The doctor sneered and cast a deceptive mind on Shiva. Then the doctor's relaxed expression changed and he used it on Shiva's companion Oki once. After doing all this, the doctor smiled playfully. Her wands pressed against their heads one by one to modify the memories of the two African witches. The bodies of the two girls shook uncontrollably and returned to calm. The doctor withdrew his wand and waved at Victor and pointed at Kelump. "Victor, take them back to the largest baobab tree outside the village and let them lean on it. They will think they are just here, doze off and fall asleep." Victor picked them up and moved away from the phantom. Then the memory was interrupted, and the doctor used the wand to get the memory she had obtained from the two girls' brains to the meditation basin, and then stirred it in the basin with the wand. The pictures of Shiva and Grandpa flashing one by one, and the scenes of Jack's Vaymutam's life at home are displayed in front of everyone. Then, the scene changed. The excited Shiva and OK were mixed among a group of selected 14-year-old and 15-year-old students of the Vagada School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. After signing the confidentiality agreement, they were allowed to participate in the experimental teaching of the school. According to the professor on stage, it is easy to become animagus by studying. After taking the animagus transformation material provided to them by the school, with the help of Grandpa and diligent practice, Shiva successfully transformed into an elephant, and in her memory, all successful students both can only become two kinds of animals such as elephants or cheetahs. After reading the player's memories, Punlo and the Wolf Mother opened their lips with a cracked look. "Now that we know, Wolf Mother, we also got it, although you all can deform, but one more method is helpful to Alan's attainments in transformation. He likes to collect knowledge." Miss Scrive, there are a lot of professors and student activities in Keelemb, and there are many eyes during the day. We will act tomorrow night. What do you think? As the captain, the Wolf Mother arranged for the next time to seek Punlo's opinion. "Do what you want." Punlo returned to his seat, put some water on the volcanic mud and put it on her face. Agange has been less particular about the hard environment in Africa for many days. "Yes." After the answer, the Wolf Mother relaxed and smiled at her team members. "You have done a good job, rest." After Victor nodded, he jumped a few steps into the tree and disappeared. But the fat man who had not been talking was still listless. He chanced to find a withered dry tree and made a homeopathic upset. In the past, there was such a vibrant, humorous, and infinite energy look. There was no smile on his face. He sat there alone, leaving only a back view to the other members of the Wolf Mother team. The sturdy body showed infinite loneliness. Lonely, the whole person shrank. The Wolf Mother stared at her tallest team member with some curiosity. When she just wanted to ask the doctor, she noticed that Punlo was lying on the chair. The doctor mysteriously asked Punlo, "Miss Scrive, look at what I got for you." After that, The beauty therapist handed something in his hands to Punlo before offering it. Just an egg. Punlo saw the doctor who had approached him, and took 2 steps backwards, away from her, and then asked with some doubt, "Male egg?" The doctor raised his eyebrows handsomely at Punlo. "You can always find something weird in the African magic world when you get it at the fair." Penelope took the egg without hesitation, and noticed the doctor's flattering expression, and she extended her finger to hook the doctor's chin, which made the doctor overjoyed, and the body leaned towards Penelope with Penelope's finger. This made Punlo narrow his eyes and pushed her away again. "It's really ruthless," the doctor murmured. "I'm not a man. The young master won't care." The wolf mother saw Punlo's signs of anger. www.mentalnovel.com walked over and glared at the doctor, and squeezed her chin in the direction of the fat man, asking, "What happened to the fat man?" This made the doctor who had complained put his arms up, laughed arrogantly, and couldn't speak for a long time. She didn't speak until she slowed down. "He was hit, and it looks like this from last night to now, so today's mission didn't involve him. This fool bought an alchemy appliance from the merchant witch doctor in the market yesterday that was supposed to make Tintin bigger, for which he paid 70 gold gallons. That witch doctor tell him to take it out after the sun disappears, and instruct him not to use it under the sun. After waiting until it is time to view it, the fat man opened the box. It turns out that the one he bought was a printed in mud china made in China mole magnifying glass. Penelope couldn't keep the expression on his face anymore, and with a laugh, the mud mask on his face cracked. Author's note: in the official setting, at an Animagus International seminar, the delegation of the Well School almost caused a riot when they showed the simultaneous transformation, which attracted the attention of many media. Many older and older the experienced male and female wizards feel threatened by a group of 14-year-old children because they can become elephants and cheetahs at will. At the same time, this triggers Animagus Adrian, who can become a gerbil. Tutley also filed a formal complaint against the International Wizarding Federation against the Vajado School of Magic. Chapter 828 Pear Fruit Cactus. Even if it is not in the summer, Africa is hot today. The temperature of more than 20 degrees makes Jidra Lohart, who is carrying Patricia, walk slowly and breathlessly. Lockhart's well-groomed blonde wig and his handsome posture had disappeared from his desperate escape. The beads of sweat covered his bare head. His eyes were indifferent and stiff. His body strode mechanically, and the little Patricia behind lay on Lockhart's back as if she had lost all her strength, staring blankly at the ground. The clothes on Lockhart and Patricia were already ragged and shattered by bushes and hooks during the previous fight and flight. The sleeves of Lockhart's jacket had been ripped off by him. He used this ragged sleeve to pull Patlixia fixed her back. After a long hike, Lockhart can finally see a scene that is different from the unchanging scenery of the grassland. In the distance, the peaks rise. The mountain passes are all over. The canyon is interspersed with forests. The mountains are misty. This is ahead in the equatorial sun, the equatorial snow mountain. This kind of landscape is extremely rare in the equatorial region. This is the first time that Lockhart has taken such a long road in one breath, and there is no rest in the middle, not to mention that Patricia is lying on his shoulders. He is tired. Physical fatigue and mental energy. The trauma on him made him exhausted, and finally walked into the mountain jungle, shaking his arm to put Patricia on his back, and Lockhart collapsed to the ground. "Will anyone catch up?" Patricia asked with her chapped lips open. Lockhart took a breath and pulled a smile on his face with thin blood stains from the leaves. "Yes, so we still have to continue walking now. Don't be afraid. See the snowy mountain top in the distance? Wait, it's safe for us to climb up. There are many wizards there who will help us, and then we can go back to the UK to find your mother." Lockhart did not resist the temptation to rest himself extravagantly for a few minutes, using a magic wand to pour a few sips of himself and the little girl with a clear spring, and then he dragged his legs and carried Patricia very hard to continue hurrying up. It is not far from the wilderness that has just fled. He thought of those Death Eaters who appeared from time to time and were searching for them. but he had no confidence to escape under the search team again. Sweaty clothes stuck to Lockhart's body, he felt his legs getting heavier, the weather seemed to be getting hotter, and more tragically, Lockhart heard himself and Patricia belly and grunt roar. When we see our mother, let her make chowder for us to eat. Hunger made Patricia miss her mother, clutching Lockhart's clothes tightly. She didn't ask for food from the other, but she was just a bald man. The witch was sobbing quietly behind him. Then the girl jerked a few times in Lockhart's arms, not because of emotion, but in the dark stone cave a few days ago. The girl was beaten by Dolphin after tortured by the Zanzu mantra. She left with sequelae. During the past few days, she could not sleep peacefully and was often awakened by nightmares. When we go back, I will fill your stomach with scone, Lockhart said yearningly. Classic sweetness includes cranberry, banana, lemon, chocolate, etc. The salty taste is mainly added with ham and cheese, a bit like Italian pie. And finally a cup of jam and black tea. The more hungry Lockhart looked at his surroundings and wanted to find a reliable source of food, until he heard the sound of fluttering and fanning wings above his head. He raised his head and found a few birds between the trees, twitter fluttering around. This bird has a crown like a corolla, which can be opened and closed like a folding fan. There are black and white-orange patterns on the body and wings. The overall look is very beautiful, but Lockhart came closer to find that they exude a very smelly and weird smell. Even if the smell reminded Lockhart of the smell of a mixture of graves, rotting tree holes and bird droppings, but hunger also made him tickle after seeing these birds. The bald witch carefully pulled out his wand and pointed it at the nearest bird, unconscious. But unfortunately, although he accurately cast magic this time, it was difficult to aim at such a small target with his accurate head. The bird flew away and disappeared. All the other birds flew because of this sudden shock. Then, a horn-like squeal sounded, and quickly skimmed to other places in the sky. Lockhart anxiously used his wand to continuously shoot the curse at them, but as the distance between the birds increased, the last one was not shot down, and he said to Patricia with regret, I'm so sorry, Patricia. As I told you yesterday, I'm not really proficient in magic. Lockhart's eyes were calm when he talked about his real spell level at this time. He no longer spoke in the same manner as when he was disguised. He really told the little girl his shortcomings on the ground and the way to escape. He has made himself useless except the Oblivion Curse, obtained the experience of others through the Oblivion Curse, and then made up a story about himself as a protagonist to deceive the reader in exchange for fame and wealth. Touching his bald head and telling Patricia, his biggest dream is to sell his own series of hair care products. This is a hoopoe. My mother took me to the park to see it. Little Patri put her chin on Lockhart's shoulder. Although she swallowed while Lockhart was casting a spell, she was deliberately wrong. The wizard said, they are sloppy birds. I never clean the bird droppings in my nest. I don't eat them. When I waited for Wham, I heard that the local wizard would entertain guests with a banana rice called matoki, which is said to be made from an unsweet banana variety, peeled and mashed, and steamed, mixed with red bean juice, peanut butter, braised chicken nuggets, curry beef. It is the main dish of Uganda State Banquet. Lockhart touched Patricia's hair. These birds are not as delicious as matoki. We don't eat them. Well, we don't eat big stinky birds. Patricia wiped the sweat on her forehead with her hand. You are the best, Lockhart. You knocked down a bad guy today. This praise made Lockhart smile, and he raised his eyebrows with pride. He fled the way with Patricia, and indeed used the forgetting curse and the healing curse to knock down several of them to hunt them down. Death Eater. He felt like he was fleeing through this life, and through the training at the juncture of life and death. The level of the spell did indeed grow a bit. Then hunger and distress made the big 1 and 2 walk silently again, knowing that Lockhart suddenly strode forward, and his tone was excited. Aha, Patricia, the cactus has fruit on it. Look. It's much richer. They are not far away with a lot of cacti, and some elliptical tip-shaped berries for the elders at the top. Although Lockhart trotting close, Patricia behind him couldn't help but stretch out his small hand and wanted to pick it up, but Lockhart quickly pulled it back. "Don't move. Let me come with a magic wand." There is a year of Forbidden Forest. When wild boars were flooding, Professor Sprout used something similar to treat them as natural fences. In order to avoid mistakes in his curse, Lockhart carefully put down Patricia and carefully moved a few steps away from her, and then performed a flying spell on those little fruits, and then screamed and fled to the side together with the cactus with thick thorns. He flew towards the place where he had just stood. Lockhart, who escaped flexibly, returned to the distance. There were piles of cracked cactus and some prickly-shaped fruits on the ground. He leaned over and put it on his own branch, and pricked it carefully with his wand. Some thick skins are observed inside our small green grape-like fruit, which looks full of water and attractive color. It looks a bit like a kiwi. Lockhart, urged by a groaning stomach, picked up a small piece of flesh with his wand and put it in his mouth. A bitter taste followed the juice. His mouth exploded, but the rich juice made him feel alive again in an instant. Patricia looked at Lockhart and swallowed a slobber unconsciously, but it seemed that Lockhart did not give Patricia any meaning at all. He saw that he dug another piece of flesh and put it in his own in the mouth, swallowed heavily. The little girl was hungry in the belly, and she couldn't help but stretch out her little hand to touch the fruit on the side, and even without the burr on it, Lockhart took the lead and strung her target on the wand. Guidello said vaguely, "Little Patricia, wait until I finish eating, and you will be eating on the road after we are on the road." Patricia's tears were turning around in her eyes. www.mentalnovel.com. She nodded cleverly. She thought Lockhart thought she was eating slowly, so she just looked at Lockhart sideways, swallowed in large swallows, and ate up the whole fruit, which was not big, in 3 or 2 strokes. Lockhart was not as pretentious as before, but just wiped his mouth with his back in random hands. He also put the remaining fruits into his pocket, leaned over and carried the little Patricia, and continued on the road. Hungry and aggrieved little Patricia lay on the back of Lockhart. Seeing that Lockhart didn't give him any meaning, she could not help whimpering, and covered her hungry stomach with little hands. But Guidello, I walked in the forest as if I hadn't heard it. Hungry in the abdomen, coupled with the influence of the heart drill, Patricia's small body shook even more. After walking for a long time, when Patricia Jr. began to sleep on Guidello's back, Guidello awakened her and shoved her after breaking all the remaining fruits. "Patricia Jr., eat it fast. It's all yours." "It's bitter, but it doesn't seem to be a big problem. After eating, I'll change the water and give you a mouthwash." Guidello Lockhart's herbal class did not perform well, however. He could not judge whether the fruit he actually ate, called pear cactus, was poisonous by his knowledge, so he only tried the stupid method and tried it by himself. When he found that there was no problem, he was assured of using it. Chapter 829. Goose Step. In front of the of Ravenclaw and Diagon Alley, armed errors replaced the usual patrol errors to maintain order here. The Ministry of Magic has sent out news that a press conference will be held here today. The Ministry of Magic, the Harris family and the Ravenclaw will launch a cooperation project nominally dominated by Ravenclaw for the time of the recent attack. The news conference will be broadcast live on the Harris TV station. Therefore, the staff of the Harris TV station also came to God early and busy setting up those large camera equipment. Many news media reporters waited outside the red line set by Error at the same time. Some are even collating their own interview drafts, preparing for questions that can be asked during free visits. In view of the fact that the devil attacked Hogsmeade in the media of various publications, everyone understands that this press conference is definitely the Ministry of Magic's response to this incident. Therefore, in addition to the media controlled by the Ministry of Magic itself, the media controlled by the British native blood family and even some foreign media from the magic world also came to the scene. In addition, there are many wizards who have been oppressed by Harris and seem to be organized. They come to the scene and are ready to find faults. At this time, they express their opinions in an irritable way and try to guide public opinion to the direction of the Ministry of Magic. These people and the media controlled by the purer blood families did not attack the Harris family at all. They just seemed to be talking about things. They held the Ministry of Magic on security issues. After all, this matter has nothing to do with any family, but everyone knows the Ministry of Magic is now under the control of the Harris family, and attacking the Ministry of Magic is equivalent to attacking the Harris family in disguise. A wizard who was reading the newspaper and criticizing the news seemed to be persuaded. He looked up at the armed Arrows and opened a mouth with a pair of big buck teeth to the people around him. It came out so powerful. I saw those Arrows wearing uniforms before. I thought they were more elite than before. I didn't expect them to be able to start with ordinary wizards. They were helpless in the face of slightly more powerful enemies. This time they died. With so many Arrows, even Hogwarts students almost died as a result. A smart short-haired witch who looked beside him took advantage of the opportunity. After the devil has gone, the Ministry of Magic's reinforcement arrived at the scene. The Ministry of Magic's emergency responsibility is so poor in case of emergency. Did they not have a preview at all? This caused some wizards around to nod secretly. The Arrows in your country are pretty good, and their ability is not bad. I came from the Netherlands. Compared with the frequent terrorist attacks and missing populations in Europe, RRS British Magic World died in the incident. It can even be regarded as the safest place in the world. A foreign photographer holding a spotlight in his hand couldn't help but turn back to participate in the discussion. Our mole government is scorched. But they did slow down a bit on this matter, and what alarm medal did not play a big role. I think that Commander Albert Harris should be held accountable for his malfeasance. This time they rushed after the devil raged come here, and have been outside the village of Hogsmeade, probably because of the commander's timidity and unresponsiveness. The stern witch looked cynical. No matter what, this is poor command. Andrea was supposed to be the director of the office, Rufus Scrimgeour, came to manage. This time, Albert Harris had proved that he was an incompetent commander. In this case, it would be better to return the power to Rufus Scrimgeour. People and years of work experience are not stunned. Most of his energy after joining the work is dedicated to dealing with black wizards, so the power of mysterious people will never be underestimated. Some of the onlookers seemed to be persuaded by the brisket witches. This is. If we also need the Ministry of Magic's rescue in the future, will they also not arrive in time? The blonde short-haired witch pouted and sneered, and whatever time comes, they have no way to protect the safety of the people. Even the elite is powerless in the face of the devil. This time it was all thanks to Hogwarts professors, and the Ravenclaw female students are smart themselves. And I heard that the people who work in the Ministry of Magic, even though they are civil servants, have many who can't even read a decent iron armor curse. But this also undoubtedly reflects the professionalism of these employees. There is a flaw in it. The Ministry of Magic is not as powerful as it seems. The brisket witch waved his arm vigorously. Gentlemen and ladies, I hope they don't think about concealment when they speak, otherwise, we must do our best to express our demands. When the noise was gradually noisy under the steps of the gods, the clergy and loyal believers who maintained regular affairs and safety came out of the gods. At this time, they had been uniformly dressed in Alan and gave the students of Ravenclaw College in the Ancient Magic class our ancient dragon skin robe full of ancient Nezreal style, with the opening of the gods, emits an atmosphere that can affect people's hearts from the inside, so that the crowds of people are unconsciously quiet. Klang's powerful footsteps came from far away, which made the calming scene shocking. The journalists who were waiting for the press conference to start to hear the news immediately became excited. They realized that what was about to happen was likely to be a more valuable news point, and they aimed the ordinary wizards outside the field, the direction of the sound. Soon, from the corner, a team of armed Arrows in H-94 uniforms walked with neat goose steps, striding forward and striking forward, which made people feel sorry for the Arrow elite, who was really generous and magnificent, and the freedom that the wizards were used to. The casual style is different. Their pace is uniform, the sense of oppression is full, and their heads are slightly raised. Foreign reporters looked at such an armed force that was close to military power, and involuntarily compared with the traditional eras in their own country who were still more spy. With the passage of time, the expression of everyone gradually produced more changes. The British Ministry of Magic has greatly expanded the ERA team since the reform, but today the number of people here is ridiculously larger for the small wizarding community of British wizards. Does the Ministry of Magic have so many armed ERAs now? The whole series of ERAs walked in front of them in a stride. The shock was extraordinary, but some people know about ERA. The wizard found that this number was much greater than the actual number of armed ERAs. Look at the back part, look at the signs on them. They are not all ERAs. The attentive wizard found the difference. Behind is the armed forces of the Umbrella Company. Then the giants who can bring people more visual impact appeared. Although their number is only a few dozen, they are also at the same pace, and the huge feet step on the ground to make a sound of vibration, which is completely opposite to the knowledge of magical creatures. Discipline widened the eyes of the wizards present. These bald giants with gems on their foreheads had knotted muscles and huge fists, demonstrating their power. In history, many wizards and even mysterious people can do it. Let the giants use it, but train the giants with low intelligence to form a square matrix with such a uniform pace. www.mentalnovel.com. This is almost impossible in their cognition. The glimpse of the war from TV and the visual impact of these big guys in person is completely different. Damn it. What are they doing with so many armed forces? Marcus Flint, with big teeth, stared at his grey eyes and scratched his messy black hair, thinking that even now, his family industry is still subject to frequent investigations by Owen Harris appointed by the relevant departments, and he himself has fallen from the head of a family that can be regarded as theoretically equal to other families to Marcus Flynn, who is forced to personally do some inflaming things especially sad and desperate. The speculative wizards have closed their mouths unconsciously in this situation, and the people of the pure blood family behind them are suspicious. Thinking about the strength of their family, they are surprised to find that although they know from the back of the umbrella foreign wizards have recruited a certain amount of armed forces, but now the number of people exposed is completely different from their original expectations. It seems that the purpose of these armed forces held by Harris is not just to be satisfied with maintaining them in the Ministry of Magic and Commerce on the status. They have a deeper goal. Annette Bobbin didn't know the specific situation like other big-name pureblood, but she also realized that Harris seemed far from being satisfied. The cost of maintaining such an armed force was not a small number. They don't just want to suppress, not just to share more cake. Chapter 830 Q&A. All the armed forces are neatly arranged in front of the temple door. Under the command of Albert, all the armed forces, including those tall giants, took a step on the right leg and moved their hands back to the back. When the Minister of Magic Owen took his son Alan and they came out and sat on the seats arranged at the conference site, the originally noisy venue immediately became silent. Owen used a silent and rodless technique to cast a vocal mantra, and after briefly welcoming Owen's next steps caused a tumult. The Ministry of Magic has always been committed to maintaining the peace and stability of the British magic world, and is doing its best to provide protection in the entire European magic world. After the mysterious man returned, we are as guaranteed that our UK is the safest place, but this attack, in order to better maintain law and order, make up for the shortage of ERA, the umbrella the company's armed forces will assist the Ministry of Magic's ERA to maintain law and order and jointly the safety of the magic world. Minister Harris, ERAs have gone through rigorous various examinations and trainings. Only after passing the examinations can they go to their posts. Is the armed forces of the umbrella company assisting ERAs in handling matters? Isn't it rigorous? After all, the umbrella company belongs to a private enterprise, and it is mixed with official forces. Is this suspected of infringing public rights? If the umbrella company enjoys ERA's functions and powers, does this belong to the public right and private use? And as far as I know, many of the umbrella company members are from abroad. Will this cause more serious security problems? Public and private are mixed together, and public and private are not separated. Over time, where will the next Minister of Magic be placed? This is just a necessary measure to better protect everyone's safety during extraordinary times, but don't worry, the security guards provided by the umbrella to the Ministry of Magic do not have administrative enforcement powers, they just assist her in maintaining law and order, and all work must be carried out under the leadership of at least one professional armorer. In addition, the umbrella security personnel will not wear the URA logo, and their uniform is still the umbrella company logo. Everyone can easily distinguish. Irving Harris, instead of getting angry at these reporters' increasingly acute problems, they patiently explained the status and authority of the umbrella company's armed forces when assisting URAs. But the discussion under the stage was not as sharp as those of the reporters. A gentle wizard stood up and had a reasonable analysis, although the questions of those reporters sound reasonable. But since Minister Harris came to power, our public security has obviously improved. Terrorist attacks are frequent in other countries. We do not have one here. In the final analysis, it is because of the Ministry of Magic and the patrolling URAs. Those Death Eaters dare not show their heads. I think Kazakhstan, the number of patrols has increased, and the frequency of patrols will certainly increase. This has given me a sense of security. Since URA's reforms, there are now even fewer thieves and disputes. A middle-aged witch echoed with her child. I want to say that the umbrella company provides so many armed forces to maintain law and order, and the cost is probably not small. The Harris family is not paying their own pockets to protect the magic world. I don't know them. What's not satisfactory? Why do these people keep holding the Ministry of Magic? Do they have hatred for the Ministry of Magic? This is too harsh. Remember that the Ministry of Magic changed blood last year. I guess it was the dirty political struggle of these pureblood families. Maybe they were the pureblood families who were expelled from the Ministry of Magic. Intentionally revenge? Look, as the scene fell into chaos, the gentleman who watched the others show a sudden look after his words. He was quite complacent, shook his coat, and stood more straight. I can't control how they fight, but this measure will make my life more secure is a good measure. Several ordinary wizards holding the Antisiazan watermelon ripened with magic nodded unconsciously and agreed that they did not feel much about the upper-level struggle. They were very happy about this measure, which caused a lot of civilian wizards to resonate. After all, the more forces surrounding security, the more secure they will be in theory. In fact, like the pureblood families, Owen also put some of himself under the stage to guide public opinion, but the difference is that this time he did not activate Rita Skip, who is entangled with other pure blood like this. Professionals such as and those journalists confronted each other, and as long as they were entangled, the Ministry of Magic would be incompetent anyway. So Irving was only in the audience to let Harris people say something at a critical moment to make the event more controversial. These upper-level battles have nothing to do with those melaniating wizards. As long as they see the benefits they can get from these measures, they will naturally not be in trouble. Then, taking the opportunity, Owen announced the casualties and the specific rescue measures caused by the Devil's attack on Hogsmeade. The news just fell, and reporters raised their hands for rare questions. Minister Harris, did this attack prove that the Ministry of Magic still has lapses in maintaining security? What measures will the ministry take in the future? Has the Ministry of Magic investigated the Behindthesens envoy? Can it be announced to the wizards? Did the Ministry of Magic not get the sound of the attack on the devil? This should be a major intelligence mission. How should the Ministry of Justice make up for its own faults? Is this rumored that Mr. Rufus Scrimge, the director of the URA office, was excluded? And not is it about getting enough command? Ensuring and maintaining the safety of the magic world is the first responsibility of the Ministry of Magic and related functional departments. The Ministry of Magic cannot blame the other party's strength and cunning. Is such a notification? Is the government suspected of evading responsibility and slandering it? What do Minister Harris think? The cameraman pointed the lens at Owen, and the flashes worn by the old cameras continued to explode and smoke, and they didn't miss the slightest change in the look on the other's face. For these sharp questions, Owen Harris was quiet, and his voice was calm. "Thank you for your question, about the principal behind the scene, who is still under investigation, but according to the on-site monitoring rival's own statement and presence passers-by's testimony, I regret that the information currently available, although who is still under investigation and confirmation, is indeed some of our own pure blood families in the British magic world. Behind the scenes are connected with the devil, and even the mysterious person participated in this attack. I think this is a serious betrayal. Our Ministry of Magic will continue to investigate this matter. We will not wrong any innocent people, and of course will not let go of any participants in the attack." As well-informed pureblood families, they were very angry when they heard that Owen Harris knew that the Devil's attack was caused by the mysterious man and the Death Eaters, but the Devil's words poured the pot of sewage on their heads. They really wanted to bring the Harris family out of office, but this matter did not matter to them. In fact, if it were not for the mysterious man, if they were not, they would be more afraid of the crazier Dark Lord. If not for Dumbledore, and they have been fighting openly for many years, and his aging makes these pure blood think that the current situation requires the presence of Alan, they have already launched a stronger counterattack, rather than expecting to compromise with each other as now. Slander. This is slander. A young sorcerer waved his arms angrily. "Minister Harris, you and I know that the real pureblood family doesn't bother to do such a thing. Not to mention killing two little witches for the pure British. There is no benefit to the blood. Isn't the Ministry of Magic even capable of ascertaining the truth?" "Sorry, this gentleman, I just told the truth about what we investigated. In fact, I am also very sorry about this. To know my family, my wife's family is also a member of British pure blood. Such a thing is deeply sad. I am also very angry as a father. I think the person behind this devil is trying to make my son stimulate and fall. If they succeed." Owen's expression looked very sad and suffered a lot. Grievingly, he turned his head and waved to the audience. The reason why the Ministry of Magic did not announce this video is because we have not been able to determine the specific description of the devil, but I did not expect many family and media to respond faster than prophecy. Home Daily is faster. Soon, a monitoring clip of Bayer's speech was released on the TV of the temporary conference site. "If you know that the purer blood families from your home country provided me with something that I can't refuse." Tribute? Hearing Bay's words, seeing the situation at that time, thinking of the devil's words is not credible, but they never tell the lie, plus the recent interests of the pure blood family and the Harris family, and the performance of these pure blood families, so even if they know that the devil deliberately provoked it is their nature, but many people have believed that this attack they may really have nothing to do with it. Minister Harris, would you rather believe what a devil said? Would you rather than trust our family, which has been rooted in England for many years? The young wizard shouted loudly. He heard whispers from around him and saw some people's suspicious expression. His forehead was exposed. Under his leadership, many troublemakers echoed, clamoring for the incompetence of the Ministry of Magic, preferring to believe in the undecided words of the devil, but their population is not enough after all compared to the population of mixed blood and muggles. These words have not destroyed the controversy brought about by the video just now. www.mentalnovel.com. This made the scene chaotic for a while. May I ask Minister Harris, what should we do as an ordinary wizard if such an opponent cannot be solved quickly by the auras alone? A reporter with a white face and a beard helped with a hand holding a pen, eyeglasses and sophisticated chaos open the subject of debate, pointing the target at the weakness of the Ministry of Magic in this incident. As far as I know, even the auras were unable to contact the headquarters in this attack. Then as ordinary people, if we encounter such a situation, who should we expect to help us? I think even with the selfless dedication of the Harris family, this will not solve the highlight of the Ministry of Magic in the Hogsmeade attack. Question: can't we always allow Mr. Alan Harris to participate in patrols everywhere? Please forgive my rudeness. I think even if he participates in patrols, this problem cannot be solved. This reporter is Deeps to Wigswild, originally working in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement of the Ministry of Magic, and also as a consulting columnist for the Prophet Daily. answering questions related to law. And then in Alan and Mysterious People after the duel, Harris officially went to Taiwan before and after losing his original position. It was only after the recent battle between Pure Blood and Harris was heated up that he was allowed to play his specialty by those who accepted his Pure Blood. Whizwild, you have raised this question very well. The next thing to be announced is related to this. Below, my heir Alan Harris will announce that this is his decision. Irving finger pointing at his little son. Chapter 831. This is your own private matter. Alan stood up and neatly announced what he had discussed with his family in the tower that day to teach Ravenclaw to pass on the inheritance of Royna Ravenclaw in the temple through his own voter, including specific implementation plans such as the overall openness of high-level magic skills such as theory and mantras, ways of acquiring magic knowledge, and obtaining certificates from the Ministry of Magic are all stated calmly. After a moment of silence, Alan's words instantly caused an uproar. The wizards of mixed race and malorigins were ecstatic. They looked at the Ravenclaw temple fiercely. When they knew that Alan was teaching ancient magic lessons at Hogwarts, they were very envious of these still in Hog. The little Wizard of Watts can have such an opportunity. As they entered the society, unlike in school, they became more and more important in white power. This is not just a question of how many O can be obtained in the so-called Ultimate Wizard test. Because of their origin, after they left school, they are less likely to have access to advanced magical knowledge. Those pure blood who have inherited the family can still continue to get promotion opportunities. The family that has been running for many years will allow them to continue to grow without worrying about life in the wizarding world. The intertwined relationship between pure blood over the years has connected their bloodlines. The Minister of Magic and high-level positions are controlled by traditional pure blood except for a few times. The first mole was born. The Minister of Magic, Nobby Ritchie, was said to have been caused by a brash Malfoy behind his early departure. Even if the mole and mixed brow wizards have good grades, they can do more work similar to bookstore waiters. Even if they are lucky enough to enter the Ministry of Magic, they are just doing some low-level jobs, unless the personal political struggle is too good or there are enough opportunities. It is difficult to control the real power, and some of the top students of the defeated Pureblood family are not much better. Going to the Cooling Pavilion as a spellcaster is a good choice, so some Pureblood families who still have strength in the crowd can't sit still. How dare he? How could Owen agree? The Harris family is crazy. The older wizards were still sitting in position, but their faces were completely expressionless. The young wizards were angry, while the restless were completely unable to control their expressions, glaring at Alan. The reaction of these pure-blood wizards is also reasonable. The reason why the family that values power slammed the Ministry of Magic in the media was originally just to force the Harris with high weight in the magic part to let the Harris family compromise and cooperate with them. But all this was originally what they expected to be, as in previous years, an internal struggle between the pureblood families, but I did not expect that the Harris family now wanted to break the convention. Pureblood wizards have always used this method to protect their status and only spread ordinary magical knowledge in the magic world, and even those true high-level magic, even if their degradation caused by such a long-term environment makes them unable to learn the knowledge themselves, they are only willing to treasure in their private library to wait for enough talented offspring to study. This is also the reason why the curse is becoming more and more standardized. Most wizards have only become workers who know how to use the curse, and a few have talents. Of students have only become engineers who know how to use some magic principles to create magic spells. But scientists who really explore the essence of magic and the truth no longer exist. Although the products of life like magic are here, this kind of environment is still developing rapidly, and Pure Blood also hopes to ease the negative effects of class solidification on ordinary people through a comfortable life. The legal system of the magic world is also controlled by these Pure Blood families. Under the conservative rule of this group of people, when making these laws, they will also deliberately guarantee the interests of pure blood families. For example, they set that minor wizards are not allowed to use magic wands during the holidays. In fact, for children of wizard families who grew up in the magic world, As long as there is an adult wizard nearby, this law will be useless. However, it is not friendly to children from mole families. After all, the essential purpose of this law is to allow mole children to spend less time on training and magic than children from wizard families. They may be able to hide under the covers and secretly put 1 or 2 small spells in their rooms, but compared with the students who stay in the magic world, in addition to the schoolmasters who have enough talent to gain advantages, these wasted time is enough open the gap in strength between ordinary students. The pureblood families were a little messed up by this sudden blow, and some people even started to complain whether the persecution of the Harris family was too much in the past few days, so that Harris didn't even consider the interests of his family to fight with them. The length of a moment. Although there is no fixed limit for the term of the Minister of Magic, they must hold regular elections at a maximum interval of 7 years. According to the original ideas of the pureblood families, even if the fight fails, as long as the next term is changed, it doesn't matter if the people in Sri Lanka are re-elected. It is very common to gain and lose in the battle of the pureblood family. When the power is gained, the power is expanded. When the power is lost, it is sufficient to keep the power. Including Owen Hallison, his wife was from the Rosier family and was barely accepted by them. In recent years, the wizards of Mullen mixed-race origins have increasingly dissatisfied with their status in the magic world. Some pureblood families who are very worried about this at this moment find that the Harris family does not seem to intend to follow the rules. This is too reckless. The Harris family must withdraw this decision. How can ordinary wizards be free to learn this knowledge? Not to mention the dangers they might encounter in their studies. If there are mischievous wizards borrowing this knowledge for evil, wouldn't it bring more instability and greater turbulence to the magic world? A middle-aged wizard in the Bursted family stood up and opposed hard. His daughter Millicent Bursted is currently studying at Slytherin College in Hogwarts. His daughter inherited his appearance, all with dark hair, tall and strong, sturdy, and a thick chin stretched forward aggressively. Mr. Alan Harris, I must stop your dangerous idea. We tolerate you teaching some magic in Hogwarts, and tolerating what temple you donate in the magic world. But you are too much this time. A horsey-faced witch waved his arms vigorously, with a loud voice. Don't take our concession for the sake of the overall situation as your wanton capital. Don't forget that you are also a member of Pure Blood. Alan laughed, and the curse he taught to the little wizards at the school would not pose too much threat in the eyes of these pureblood families. After all, students can only study for 7 years at Hogwarts. The curriculum and the knowledge and age of the little wizards are still limited in what they can learn, and they are more practical. In fact, even in the past few years, even Alan himself had a conflict with Dumbledore because of the time problem. www.mentalnovel.com, let alone the average person. Now I want to fully open up all kinds of magic knowledge and skills to wizards of all classes and all ages, so that ordinary people can continue to rise as long as they have time. This is too fatal for the pure blood family. This is serious, threatening their interests and status. After all, even Owen felt at the beginning that his younger son, Alan, was fooling around, unwilling to give up this knowledge. In fact, even if Owen was now convinced, when Alan just announced the news, he still felt very sorry and reluctantly. The reason why the horsey-faced witch dared to express his opposition clearly was because he did not care about such live broadcasts, but the feelings of those mixed blood and mole family-born wizards were also in anxiety. In consideration of this, the class that was normally hidden under the gentleman's elegance was said naked. I think you have made a mistake. The purpose of my convening this press conference is just to inform you of this cooperation between the Harris family and the Ministry of Magic and Ravenclaw, not to solicit your so-called suggestions or consider you. Will these few people agree? Alan shook his head slightly with a smile. I'm just here to inform the magic world of my decision. Do you or your family accept it? This is your own private matter. Chapter 832. Ho. Ha. Who? Oh. Minister Owen Harris, as a pureblood, Are you watching your young son Mr. Alan Harris playing nonsense? An uncontrollable pure-blood wizard saw Alan with a determined attitude and tried anxiously to remind his father Owen. His words attracted some people's echoes, and successive wizards stood up to express their passionately and continue to entangle with the previous reasons. I hope that the Harris family can withdraw this decision. If the Harris family does not compromise, they will always persuade and stick to the end. Since the Harris family wants to donate their family history, we are really inconvenienced to stop. This kind of selfless behavior is worthy of praise, which can enhance the strength of all wizards and further promote the development of the magic world. Imstwiswald clapped as if cheering for Alan's decision, and then straightened his glasses with his finger. But after all, Mr. Alan Harris and your family have proved that you are in black magic in recent years. Advantage. But as rumored, Mr. Albus Dumbledore, the world's greatest Twilight wizard and the principal of Hogwarts, was concerned about his conflict with Mr. Alan Harris. I also think that we are ordinary people. If we study magic without care, it will harm us. Maybe we can take a compromise and set up a new institution composed of masters of curses to judge and review the knowledge before deciding which is safe enough to release. How? I think this is a safer thing for wizards of whatever identity and origin. The resident consultant of magic innovation, Mr. Isaac Banjer, will be competent. His ancestor Professor Catullus Spangley has written the famous Magic of Defense and Deterrence. His father, Ben Bursted, who had almost 3 tiers of chin, glared at this time, glanced at Wiswald with approval, with a greedy face. Minister Owen Harris, the Ministry of Magic can also with more participation. I think this is a win-win situation, and it also maintains the tradition of our British wizarding world. Alan nodded to the fat wizard who suggested to his father, well, you all make a lot of sense. It is indeed the responsibility of our pure-blood wizards to maintain tradition. Bimstead was a little unbelievable, and then his eyes were full of light. So, Mr. Alan Harris, you agree? I will just... You misunderstood, Mr. Bursted. I was talking about preserving traditions. I just said that I am always willing to stand alone with the wizard friends who are dissatisfied with me, to carry out a traditional means for our wizards to resolve disputes. That's the wizard duel. I don't need an assistant, but you can choose the assistant you want. Mr. Bursted, what do you think? Alan looked at Ben Bursted with a mischievous expression and smiled contemptuously. He feels that these pure-blood families can't help finding benefits for themselves at this moment. Ben Burst's frozen expression became like a duck with his neck pinched, and his throat made some meaningless sound. The wizards who had previously clamored against it were also blocked by Alan. It is true that the duel of wizards is a tradition of dispute resolution, but in fact, in this easy era, this tradition left in ancient times has rarely happened. The most important thing is that this is a duel initiated by Alan Harris, who can play an Ian with the mysterious person. Even if these pure blood know through their own means that the original battle in the Ministry of Magic was actually different from the report, knowing that Alan actually was, it fell a bit, but who knew the whole process, who had this confidence, and who had the courage to really promise that only Albus Dumbledore could temporarily overpower Alan on this. The scene was quiet for a while, and they felt like they had swallowed a fly in their hearts, and their squeezing feeling made their chests straight, and these pure-blood wizards made eye contact with each other. Since the Harris family was determined to stand in the British family, now, it should be said that it only occupies the opposite of the pure-blood families, so they have to discuss the countermeasures together. It seems that Mr. Birdside has no objections. The strong side was over, and Alan didn't want to fear others because of his previous performance, so he spoke peacefully. Please don't worry about pure-blood wizards. Myself, I am also a member of the pure-blood family, and I am not aiming at anyone. Spreading knowledge is also the will of Miss Royine Ravenclaw herself, so as long as you like, whether you are a pure-blooded or mixed race or mole, Ravenk the Temple of Law welcomes any wizard who pursues truth and wisdom. As long as you are willing to abide by the relevant regulations, the temple will be open to you and also point you to a path to a higher level. There is no identity in the temple, only one shared identity, that is the wizard. The dumb, Speechless Mr. Wigswild, who was originally suppressed by the Allen duel, could not help but say, "Mr. Allen Harris, can I understand your words this way? You are, I also admit, do you think Miss Royna Ravenclaw has really become a god and survived to the present? I think before, the mysterious person Mr. Tom Riddle and my classmate Mr. Harry Potter, the two wizards who were born as mixed wizards, were caused by whether they were heirs to Salazar Slytherin." Alan put his hands on his back. "Of course, I don't mean to say that I am the heir to Mr. Salazar Slytherin, but I want to say, the reason why I can have today's strength is because of Miss Royna Ravenclaw, my gift. I am the heir to Ravenclaw." Wigswild, who heard Alan's words in person, still suppressed the shock. As he chose to stand on the opposite side of Harris today, he seized the opportunity to continue to express himself. "So, Alan Harris, it is a premeditated sir to donate the Ravenclaw shrine at Street Mungo's hospital. Let me take the liberty. Are you really sure that Miss Ravenclaw has really become a god? Maybe it is possible that Mr. Alan Harris, are you deceived by some demon? As far as I know, some demons and demons often use these methods to trick moles into believing them to gain their souls. I'm just following all the will of Miss Royna Ravenclaw, in order to spread knowledge and wisdom. Our wizard's glory makes it hard for us to feudalize superstitions like moles to believe in gods. But it is beyond wisdom, is our greatest asset." Alan spread his hands behind his back. "We should think about what we have done since Miss Royna Ravenclaw's manifestation, and various ways to obtain knowledge from the temple. I think everyone can see that Miss Royna Ravenclaw is just trying to spread the knowledge of our wizards, the knowledge lost because of our conservatism, the glory of the revival of the wizarding world. If you have a good history of magic, you should have heard of in a sentence from ancient times, the wizards of the legendary era thought that the gods were no more powerful wizards, and now the miracle of Miss Ravenclaw just confirms this. As for the question of faith, as for whether you believe it or not, I believed it anyway." After talking, Alan looked at the grey-haired wizard who had found them in trouble several times and fell into silence again. Some regretted that the other party's ability seemed to be quite good, or that Renan and his father should use a more gentle approach to him. Of course, this thought was only a flash, and it was only a pity. In addition, I have to remind everyone that the library in the temple, no matter what method you choose, as long as you follow the rules of the method you choose, the knowledge in this library will be open to you. But this temple and later will the built temples will be protected by powerful multiple protection spells to ensure that nothing but wicks and wax oil can burn, and no piece of paper can be burned in this castle. There are also protections that can block transmission and destructive spells, killing any fungi and bugs, and some other secret traits. Alan gave himself a glance at everyone under the stage. "And I want to remind everyone that wizards who don't wear the special marks of the temple library are allowed to enter the area. If you try to enter these internal rooms, you will be attacked by the magic traps and temple guards that I personally arranged. So those who don't want to die are better to visit in the normal way. This is also the power given to the temple by the Ministry of Magic Laws." Alan's the tone was very plain, as if to say something normal, and when he had finished speaking, he turned and waved to the open space beside him. Whether those who are dissatisfied with Alan's decision to be a pure-blood family www.mentalnovel.com or the dissatisfied process is too troublesome, I have a small abacus in my heart, and the pure-blooded mole wizards who want to act behind them dare not take this. In fact, there are many pure-blood families who are quite annoyed and can kill trespassers. This legal provision was originally set by their ancestors to prevent their knowledge from being stolen by outsiders. Alan used it to deal with themselves. As Alan's arm fell again, two flames appeared in the air. Countless skulls that appeared to be silently screamed after burning, and along with the flames, a tall arch made of skulls appeared. Ho ha, puo, ho ha, puo, ravenk nalts in Losvian. At this time, a neat and loud call sign came from the door, followed by a magnificent and low-pitched song like a war song. This song has an ancient atmosphere, very powerful, and surging infinite war. meaning replaced by Raven. Chapter 833 Fuse Roda. All the original noise of the wizard was attracted by this sound. Everyone held their breath and stared at the door. With the powerful battle song, the tall and curvy bow with the dragon head statue hung out of the door. It was hard and sharp. The metal collision angle makes people feel terrified. But all the wizards who saw this scene were dumbfounded. The floating battleship slowly reveals its full picture in the dumbfounded state of the wizards. This is a Viking dragon-headed warship. The curved dragon head with the dragon head statue is extraordinary. The head and tail are tall and narrow, and they are upward. The ship is large and flat, with a row of 9 round shields on each side of the ship. A tall mast is erected in the center of the cabin, and the bow is larger. The outside of the ship is covered with a layer of ship plate, which is fixed on the hull with long iron rivets. A number of small holes were cut in the side of the ship. Wooden paddles of different lengths protruded from the holes. The long, medium and short paddles were arranged in order. In addition to several modes of transportation, in terms of transportation methods that can fly in the sky, the wizard's conventional flying method is the flying broom. Although the British wizards are prohibited from using magic carpets, the magic cars recently produced and sold by the Harris family are emerging. Although the product has not yet been popularized, the comfort and convenience of the magic car has left a deep impression on everyone through advertising. Now the Harris family has produced ships that can fly, and the vehicles that can fly in the air are getting bigger and bigger. This idea was born in the minds of many wizards at the same time, but in fact the ship was temporarily forced by the powerful suspension mantra used by Alan Branch on the other side of the door. The boat stopped slowly, and the singing stopped. The sound of a tidy and heavy horseshoe sounded, and a group of mighty knights came down from the boat. These knights are much taller than ordinary people. Their black metal armor makes these wearers look like they put a fire dragon on them. The shape of the helmet is like a skull-like skull with a long horn pure-breed black dragon. On both sides, there are 2 sharply curved dragon horns that are slightly curved downward, shining icy light in the sun. The wearer looked out from the mouth with teeth, wearing a metal Viking half-faced butterfly mask, wrapped their head tightly, leaving only the position of the eyes and mouth, chin. The little skin on the elaborate beards of the above shows an abnormal state of unnatural whiteness and bluishness, surrounded by a terrible breath of death. The black leather cape shaped like a dragon wing and the black armor neck with dark red drape around their shoulders. This armor is decorated with thorns of various shapes and angles, whether it is the shoulder or the elbow. Help these knights to make full use of their strengths in the confrontation of the body, using these sharp thorns, especially the 2 forearm parts and several fire dragon claws with carved demon runes installed on them, which makes these each limb of the knight can be used to pierce the enemy, and can easily destroy the armor spells cast by ordinary wizards. On their wide metal belts around their waists, a row of belt bags was buckled. In addition to some modern wizard alchemy objects such as super powerful dung eggs, objects like their horn cups that they liked during their lifetime were also tied to it. Layers of plate armor covered their vitality, even on the side, and these armor are worn on these Viking Death Knights at the moment, with their highlighting the characteristics of the Viking berserker animal fur, so that the enemies facing these Death Knights will find that they can hardly find any defense loopholes. In fact, the armor worn by these Viking Death Knights is composed of the golem armor that has been transformed from the battle golem in the previously slow-going golem research project. These armor made of fine gold are very thick and fine. Gold is the hardest metal known in the magic world, and it is stronger than mithril, but it has a good guide to mithril and is lighter than most metals. This makes the gold, which is actually the heaviest metal, in the eyes of wizards. Li is not as useful as mithril, but for these Death Knights, it is undoubtedly the best choice for armor materials. In addition to the uniform armor, the remarkable thing is that these Death Knights are equipped with enchanted gold weapons filled with Viking pirate style. These Viking Death Knights mounts are the same bone horses with the same style of vest that they summoned. When they stopped singing, they walked neatly from the boat and slowly moved forward. The heavy horse treads echoed. One walk is like stepping on people's hearts. The unmatched killings are rushing heads. In fact, the reason why their speed is slow is because these Death Knights did not ride horses during their lifetime, and they also learned to adapt to modern times at the Umbrella headquarters. The life of the wizarding community is mainly related to content, so Alan is worried about the shameful scenes before they appear. In order to ensure order and stability, they have to let them move forward slowly, but they are more imposing. Most Viking Death Knights are equipped with Viking battle axe, whether it is a long-handed giant axe made by 2 hands and 2 hands or 2 any-handed battle axe hanging around the waist of their leader. Without exception, the head is crescent-shaped, and the lethality is huge. The curved blade surface can gather the lethality in one point, and it is very easy to break the protection of the helmet and chainmail. Some Viking warriors seem to attest better than their leader. I chose the combination of Viking sword and Viking shield used by the Viking nobility, but no matter what kind of weapon, they are all carved with ancient demon scriptures with effects and defects. Plus the broken claws on the arms all indicate that the imaginary enemies of these Death Knights are wizards who can use iron armor spells. As they approached, the wizards were stunned. They felt their happiness seemed to be taken away, and fear and despair gripped their hearts. They have a fear-like ability similar to Dementors, which will cause people around him to feel a sense of fear and despair from the heart. The Death Knight is a powerful undead creature. How could Ravenclaw use this kind of evil thing? The wizards whispered, but no one could look away from these Death Knights. They walked away for another distance, when some timid wizards could not resist the escape as these undeads approached. They stopped the bone horses and stood neatly at the same time. A particularly tall Death Knight in the front raised his thick right hand with sharp metal fingers. These Death Knights stopped and arranged neatly. Then, the leader of the fractional Death Knight jumped off the bone, and after turning around, the heavy, high-sounding voice of the Iron Bell sounded through the world and hit everyone's hearts. Then, the wizards knew why the Death Knight was covered by armor, but he had to miss his mouth too. Fuzzed. The energy of the violent flamed shockwave released from the mouth of the Death Knight leader is half the magic flame, and the other half is completely unmatched with death. It is similar to the shockwave composed of the divine energy of the Guardian Curse. This flame will the empty space in front of the queue filled up instantly and spread outward, rushing directly to the warship in front of the door of the outside world. The warship was instantly swallowed by the flames of magic, and in the silent combustion of the wood without even the crackling sound, its high-cocked bow and the metal collided with the metal, and it burned violently in a short time. The lower part melted from the middle, and the behemoth fell down suddenly, as if collapsing from the inside. The entire warship was destroyed by this flame shock wave. The Death Knights used their supernatural ability Abyss Fury to use their mouths, but they actually don't need any spells. But they are only in the personal preference of their master Alan, so let them add this at the time of spellcasting. Shouts that do not have magical effects require them to roar at least during the show. These are the Death Knights given by Ravenclaw. They were born in the Viking pirate guards who invaded Britain thousands of years ago. Now, as the punishment of the goddess for their invasion of England, they will act as knights to protect the gods. The important people of Hessian are not infringed. Alan is satisfied that these thick-lined Viking knights have completed the arrangement, and will briefly explain the fabricated origin. Perhaps the wizards with bad history are still at a loss to understand the famous historical events in the Mull, but some pure-blood wizards reading books at home, watching these Death Knights suddenly feel that many of their ancestors are millennia. England, who followed William the Conqueror of the Mull King from the European continent, is more familiar with the hidden nature of this period of history. They are somewhat surprised to realize that the appearance of Alan Harris is somewhat like that in the legend left by the ancestor. The powerful black wizard who suppressed all other wizards, and the powerful wizard who had this raven cloak and pale skin in ancient times may also be a voter of Ravenclaw. Combined with the current strength of Alan Harris, this is to allow many wizards who did not believe in the existence of God to believe that Alan really inherited Ravenclaw's heritage, and how many began to believe that Royna Ravenclaw might be true has mastered what power has become a more powerful kind of existence. But no wizard has considered the Black Wizard in the legend of Alan Harris and their family is actually a person. Alan's performance in ancient times was stronger than his magic. The performance in the ministry is too strong, and the most important thing is that the last one who returned too long ago was the silent person Lois Mintaboo. And she died almost immediately after returning to modern times. This has a huge impact on time. The incident penetrated into the hearts of every wizard. And seeing the attacking power of these Death Knights, www.mentalnovel.com. No matter what birth background wizards look at these Death Knights, their eyes are full of awe and prudence and insecurity. With such a powerful power to guard divine, once secretly sneaked in to be discovered. The result of waiting for them is undoubtedly death. The fat Benbaside recovered from the embarrassment after being threatened, and he asked some revenge. This is the behavior of the mysterious talent. The mysterious man has also used the body of an undead creature as a means. Harris the family uses the undead knight to take advantage of these dark and evil creatures. Does this want to embark on the path of a mysterious person? Isn't the female singer Tina Wobeck also raising a team of theoretically more dangerous female ghost choirs? The audience of those female ghosts likes it very much. Isn't Mr. Benburst her famous fan? Lee Tuskett raised her pair of jeweled glasses with her hands, and flicked her blonde hair into an elaborate curl. Many wizard families still have ghouls, as far as I know. The wife's younger brother Attic also had a ghoul, and he drove away the ghoul expulsion team in the magical creature management and control department who was trying to help. Could they all become mysterious people? Don't know what you think of Mr. Benburst. After refuting, Rita Skeeter smiled at Alan with a flattering smile. The female Ravenclaw decided to stand in advance after Harris showed his strength. Chapter 834. Are all distant relatives seeing this situation? No one has tried to raise objections to the Harris family anymore. Those who previously deliberately caused trouble also closed their mouths. They have seen that the opposition has no effect. In these pure blood families, in the eyes of the wizard, the Harris family has made up their minds to make their family's profound magical knowledge public, which is almost equivalent to declaring war on them, telling themselves in disguise that they have made up their minds to stand opposite them, is to intend to put them rush to kill. The tactics of slapstick and noisy are no longer applicable. These pure blood family wizards tacitly communicated with one another, and left the venue one after another. The press conference continued with a few more scenes and officially ended. Alan said goodbye to his father and planned to eat a small food mat in the diagonal lane. He was stopped by a little bit of a voice. Mr. Alan Harris, please stay. Alan stopped, turned around and saw a well-dressed, long-witted wizard, dressed as a housekeeper, and hurriedly came to him and saluted him. Mr. Alan Harris, it was Alfred Crawford, the steward of the Bock family, and came under the orders of the family's owner, Herbert Bock. Alan nodded and responded, then invited the housekeeper wizard, Mr. Crawford, let's go to the cake stall over there and talk. Alfred Crawford obediently followed behind Alan, and Alan led the way without saying a word. He knew the Herbert Bock and was on the wall of the Black Mansion. Seeing his name in the family tree, he married Belvina, the daughter of Phineas Nigellus Black, the least popular principal in Hogwarts history, and now the portrait of the least popular principal. And his mother-in-law, Ursula Flint, is also related to Marcus Flint, who had just called off the court just now. This Herbert Bock should have 100 if he counts now. Years old, and his family-run Bojin Boak is the largest shop in Upturned Alley. The owner of this shop, Mr. Bojin, often deals with unusual ancient wizard artifacts, and because of the dangerous maps of his cunning customers, and the owner himself for the greed nature of money, this store has handled a lot of grey business, and even sells those with black magic or other dangerous items, but it is not possible to open such a store in the name of illegal transactions in the Upturned Lane. Being investigated by her is enough to explain the background behind the family, and the purpose of the Bock family to open this store is also likely to be the same as one of the purposes of the Ravenclaw Temple, but also to collect the pure blood broken down from the family. Magic mystery. Even many years ago, Tom Riddle himself worked as a shop clerk under the owner of the time, Caractacus Bock, and thus had the opportunity to get close to many items with specific properties and learn some of his Hogwarts did not learn anything, and by virtue of being a store clerk, Tom Riddle also got from the old customer of this store, Hepzibah Smith, who claimed to be a descendant of Helga Hufflepuff. It was Salazar Slytherin's pendant that had been bought by Caractacus Bock, who occupied the mysterious Mother Melop's ignorance and poverty and was cheap and bought after not spending a few dollars. Box and Helga Hufflepuff's gold cup. After the two of them were seated and ordered a meal, the Alfred Crawford could not wait to speak. "Mr. Harris, there are no reporters and outsiders around us now. What my host wants to know is that there is really no room for the Harris family to speak at the press conference. Maybe we can do further." Of course, my host did not intend to stand opposite the Harris family. Mr. Harris' mother Morgan Le Fay is a member of the Rosier family, so strictly speaking everyone is a distant relative, and my host is really unwilling to do things. At this point, everyone was just a little bit of a joke. If Mr. Alan Harris can think more about your relatives who belong to the British bloodline, Alfred Crawford with a heart-to-heart look, my host Mr. Herbert Bock expressed his willingness to join other pureblood families to support the bill to modify the term of the Minister of Magic. For this matter, our Harris family has already made a decision. If the Bock family really wants to make friends with the Harris family, we might as well use another method. If the Bock family is willing to donate knowledge, we can be friends. I think whether we are Harris, the Ravenclaw Temple, or the Ministry of Magic will be willing to give back to such an enlightened family. Alan fully understood the meaning of the other party's suggestion that he spoke, and the pure blood wizard family united is indeed there is a huge force, but Alan will not be threatened by this force. From the perspective of Harris' current size and development, if he stays still, he will at most only make himself a relatively strong member of their circle. It is not unacceptable that there is no education reform and breaking the secrecy law and Luna's deity, but now there are so many things to do, and Harris can only the cake from these local rulers and let the real themselves people come to control, so that the British wizarding world can truly obey them. Alfred Crawford saw Alan so decisively refused his own conditions to allow Harris to control the Ministry of Magic for a long time. He paused, and he realized that he could not shake the decision of the person in front of him. So he no longer wasted his tongue, saluting again towards Alan. "I express regret for my master, Mr. Alan Harris." Alfred Crawford said www.mentalnovel.com and then turned to the counter to pay the bill again and bowed slightly to Alan, then left without saying a word. Alan looked at the well-trained butler with a straight back and shook his head gently. Without any interest in eating here, he picked up a piece of cake and fed it to Phoenix Anchor standing on his shoulder. Anchor swallowed the cake in 2 or 3 clicks, pecked Alan's ear intimately and expressed his satisfaction, and then began to comb his feathers. He got up to greet the clerk and ordered some extra brownie cakes for him to pack together. He planned to take them back for the girls to try, but after carrying the packing box past by the other party and leaving, the 2 patrollers trot past to see it seems quite anxious. Alan asked the Eras somewhat curiously, "Gentlemen, what happened?" Mr. Alan Harris, the owner of the Broken Cauldron Bar, reported to the police that a female mole called or for help outside the door of the Cauldron Bar. "We have to go over and see what is going on." Back to the road, although they were under the jurisdiction of the director of the Era office Rufus Scrimgeour, the patrol Eras privately and the Harris armed Eras also had conflicts with each other, but being directly questioned by Alan's existence he was flattered. Chapter 835 Draw. The witches and hustle and bustles have played against a large group of moles. Alfred Crawford, who left Alan, drove straight along the streets of Diagon Alley. He looked at the road because the Harris family had just been there. The ordinary wizards who cheered and excitedly talked about the news announced at the press conference, things were almost the same as his master envisioned. If the Harris family rejected his final proposal, then he would perform the second set of schemes. The arrogant Harris family will be sanctioned sooner or later. These black hearts secretly armed such a powerful force. They must have made a plan. They are a poisonous tumor in the magic world. If they are not cleared soon, they will endanger the entire magic world. Marcus Flint grunted to the ground bitterly, but the presence of others around him made him completely dare not say these lines too loudly, and finally complained of being a muttered mutter. Master Marcus, please forgive me for taking the liberty. It is of no avail to discourage his development by discrediting the Harris family. We need to join together to discuss and then act. Alfred confronted the current incumbent wife's family. The patriarch exhorted, please move to Boak Manor, we arranged a banquet and await your presence. Then, Alfred went to the conference site where the crowd had not completely dispersed, and found a net bobbin. After a whisper, a net bobbin touched his turquoise ring. He lifted his chin and hummed his lips. At this time, Hogwarts was in class, and the teachers and students in the school were still not sure what happened in Diagon Alley. Although Harry didn't have a potion class, he walked to the cold potion classroom below. In the hallway outside the classroom, Harry hid behind the pillars to watch, waiting for the wizards in the classroom to finish. I strongly recommend that you revisit the Antidote chapter. In the next lesson, we will continue to explain the magical effect of bovine dungstone. Now the get out of class. Slughorn's voice came from the classroom. Alice, this is not my little tale. Slughorn stopped a fat Hufflepuff girl who smiled at the professor who was packing up the locker, and ran back in 2 or 2 steps. A lizard-like tail forgotten on the processing table was taken away. When Slughorn greeted the students, he keenly spotted Harry hiding behind the pillar, and his enthusiastic smile immediately filled his face. Aha, see who came here. Harry, listen. When the devil attacked Miss Hermione Granger, Miss Ginny Weasley was next to her. The fear of facing death is not something she should bear at this age. How is she now? Maybe let me give you some tranquilizer. She's okay. No one is hurt. Thank you for your concern, Professor. Harry shook his head and thanked him, then pondered a bit. His heart was agitated. He mimicked the way Tom Riddle asked Slughorn and asked, Professor, can I ask you something? Not waiting for the other party to agree, Harry had completely walked into the potions classroom. Ask. Boy, just ask. Slughorn carried his teaching aid box in one hand and walked to Harry with a few books in one hand, a posture of endless knowledge. This time I learned about Diagon Alley. Ginny was luckily not hurt by the devil this time, but if I encounter such a thing in the future, with my current ability. So I went to the library these evenings. The area. Harry's hand pressed onto a magic book, disguising his anxiety. Professor, I read some materials about some rare magic. If a person wants to become strong, the best way is to have a person who wants to protect. Slughorn nodded. He thought about it enthusiastically. If you want, Harry, we can use the weekend time. Let me teach you a few easy-to-cast, more practical little magic. Thank you, Professor. I really need your teaching. Harry said, by the way. For example, that rare magic material has troubled me for a long time. The green eyes behind Harry's glasses stared at Slughorn with a mistake, and Slughorn's brow gradually wrinkled, his body leaning forward slightly. Well, what is that thing called? I don't remember it very well. The name is quite confusing. Harry lied. So I was thinking, is there really some magic? Professors can't teach students. The two were looking across from the large potion handling table, but Slughorn lowered his head at this time. I'm just potion teacher Harry. I think you'd better ask Snape this question. Professor, I think Professor Alan Harris is also very suitable. Don't you also take classes with him? There seems to be no magic that Professor Harris can't teach there. Slughorn crossed Harry and wanted to leave, but Harry immediately turned around and continued. Professor Harris is teaching according to each person's different circumstances. He will not master it when the student has not yet mastered it. New knowledge was taught before the knowledge, so the teaching progress is different for everyone. If I ask Professor Harris about this, He will definitely not explain it to me. Although Professor Snape is now a black magic defense, the professor of the technique class, but he and I don't see each other very well. I mean, he is not like you. He will misunderstand me. Harry's expression looked very sincere. Slughorn's eyes looked at Harry from bottom to top, and he heard a word, and a smile on his face was covered with a mask. Yeah, where is the light without darkness? The same is true of magic, and I always try to live on the bright side. Slughorn stared at Harry meaningfully. I suggest you do the same. After speaking, Slughorn walked forward. Harry immediately asked the sharp question without any concealment under the urgency. Professor, when Tom Riddle asked you this question, did you answer the same way? Slughorn frowned, turned around in amazement and confusion, his long-sleeved hands clenched into fists. Don't Dumbledore send you? Harry stared at the other person's anger without blinking, unable to speak for a while. Isn't it? Slughorn asked, looking at Harry's dumbfounded look. Slughorn's robe flicked, turned around angrily, and walked a few steps angrily, and suddenly stopped again, without a head. Back to remind Harry, give you a piece of advice, Harry. You should stay away from these things you shouldn't care about and let someone like Dumbledore or Alan Harris solve it yourself. Although it was still daytime at this time, the Bock's house was brightly lit, and Hines walked to the Bock Manor's room with an unusually large fireplace. The base of the fireplace was paved with bricks, and the brick surface was cleanly maintained. It's red again. An old wizard was sitting in a wheelchair in front of the fireplace, and several well-dressed wizards were sitting beside Herbert Burke. Alfred nodded to the wizards he had previously invited. They were all the core figures of the pureblood family who had made friends with the Bock family. Master, the Harris family once again rejected our offer. Alfred walked over to the old wizard and reported the events at the press conference one by one. The room was quiet and there was a shelf on the shelf beside the fireplace, the desk clock. The ticking sound of the desk clock was very pleasant, but Alfred did not dare to let out the atmosphere, waiting for Herbert Burke's instructions. Regarding the relationship between Rosier and his surname, we had given them many opportunities to choose. They have done their best. Since they refused to join the independent portal, we don't have to be polite. The old voice slowly sounded, commanded, go down and prepare the dinner. Today's guests should stay for a long time. I don't like Dumbledore and his style. It's just that in the current situation, do we really have to fight against him to compete with Harris? Ben Burst wiped his chin with his handkerchief. Khan, if Harris is really unreasonable with the strength of that stinky boy, we have to rely on Dumbledore to control him. The little guys in the B-side family, rest assured, Harris now wants to rely on the demographic advantages of mud and hybrids against us, and according to their words today and past styles, they have to admit that they are essentially pure blood. I prefer to use the law instead of violating it. As long as we don't give them reasons, Irving will not let his younger son use violence to portray himself as the third Dark Lord. Herbert Bock sat in a wheelchair. Some tilted his head slightly hard at Alfred, beckoning a fat whiskey to the fat man who had been scared by Alan just now. They are named Harris after all, not Rosier. We need Dumbledore, but the world's greatest white wizard is not a good choice, and the conflict between us and him is unlikely to last for a long time. You also know that those who follow Dumbledore do not end great. This old bee sacrificed others much more than we are. A blonde witch with high nose and thick eyebrows and a high forehead echoed, but this is better than leaning on a mysterious man, who is going to school. I would have thought that he had good potential, but this half-breeding family settled down and there was no family to teach him. He relied on talent and chaos to learn. Maybe he was crazy by practicing black magic. He is now a terrorist. There is nothing real. Political ideas have never been within my consideration. I once thought of making good friends with Harris. Unfortunately, this group of arrogant Germans not only did not accept, but even wanted to solve us from the roots. This is not tolerated. The green fire in the fireplace flashed, and the figure of Mr. Bogin with a well-groomed oily hair appeared in the fireplace. After greeting the people around him, he sat quietly in his place. His face, the expression is not as slick as being the owner. Paul, How are your two daughters? Herbert Burke moved his finger in the wheelchair. I'm sorry. Bogin's boy is incompetent, and he hasn't been able to find a way to break the blood curse. Maybe we put before Harris drove out of the UK www.mtlnovel.com. Maybe you should let Daphne and Astoria try that temple. Thank you. Daphne hasn't shown any signs, Astoria. But no, I didn't let my daughters join the Harris training class, nor would they let them believe in Ravenclaw. The Germans look down on them. The high-nosed blonde witch turned and bowed slightly to the silent Mr. Bogin. We have to rely on ourselves, and we have to continue to trouble Mr. Bogin. Too polite, Mr. Greengrass. I haven't made any progress. I'm sorry. Bogin quickly returned the salute, and then got up to express his opinion. The Harris family, in recent years, because of a genius in the family strength rapidly improved. These Grindelwald's remnants are also together, but it is also because of this that they are too arrogant, and the ambitions and appetites of the people who have followed the first generation of the Dark Lord have been raised too much. They are as arrogant as they once were in their delusional control, as well as in the wizarding world and the Mull world. This time, they not only want to control the status and power they have gained in the past few years, but also want to take our roots in the United Kingdom for thousands of years. The forces swallowed them all in one go, and then replaced them all. But now they also gave us the handle. Since the stinky dare to teach black magic, and dare to use undead creatures as a guardian force, we can use this as a reason, using Dumbledore, Longbottom and Burns, who had no ambitions to fight for power and had refused to cooperate with us. Overemphasis on justice also attracted families to fight against the Harris family. Chapter 836 Merlin. If you really have any power at this time, Jidero Lockhart had just solved a Death Eater while carrying Nancy's daughter. They had just walked up the hill just now and they found this Death Eater standing on a tree and looking away. Lockhart, who had experienced several life and death duels, put down the little girl and came close under the cover of the tree. The ground-cursed curse knocked him down on the ground. The Death Eater's arm turned into a hose with no flesh and no bones. The wand fell on the ground with him. It seemed that for a moment, because of the height of the unconscious, Lockhart carefully held the wand, and Patricia slowly approaching. When there was still a distance, Lockhart said nothing, and first extracted all the bones from the other party's legs. The Death Eater, who had been repaired, was awake. He watched Jidero approaching little by little with Patricia, trying to hide behind, but his arms and legs were boneless. Not at all. Way to borrow. The Death Eater shouted at Lockhart in anxiety and angrily, Jidero, you don't have to do unnecessary resistance anymore. All of us are in front of you. Even if you successfully dealt with me, you will still. The court surrendered and we went back to see the master, so that we can suffer less before death. Everything is forgotten. Jidero raised his chin, his body slightly sideways. The curse hit the opponent's chest and made him close his mouth. Then he turned round and picked up the little girl and continued to walk up the mountain. Death Eater. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a trance and confused. Seeing Lockhart solve another bad guy in person, the little girl was a little excited. She slapped on the back of Lockhart and slapped, You are getting more and more powerful, Lockhart. Of course, I am Lockhart. But Patricia remembers not to say anything. Maybe we can solve a few of them in this way. Lockhart responded with a smile, but he was very heavy at this time. These Death Eaters already know their destination they want to go to. They are distributed on the way to what to intercept themselves, and this guy has just disconnected from those people. I am afraid that they will know that they are here soon. Direction? And he is not sure whether he can successfully escape in the hunt of these Death Eaters. Thinking of this, Lockhart clenched his lips and secretly cheered himself up, encouraging himself. Since he can already look at the building on the top of the mountain, he can escape with Patricia if he is careful. On the way down, Lockhart became more cautious. He was like a frightened rabbit, advancing on high alert, trying not to make too much noise. Patricia was lying on his back, covering his mouth. She didn't dare to go out. She was so guilty that she was so excited that she forgot the other party's previous account. Their caution was effective. After crossing a hill, a Death Eater he had seen cruelly abuse moles looked around in front of a pile of cactus jungle. Lockhart is some distance away from the Death Eaters. His healing spells cannot be cast so long, and Lockhart does not dare to be too close. This time, unlike the previous one, there is no tree cover. He is worried too much. I'm afraid it will be discovered in the near future. Lockhart's eyes are on the cactus jungle behind the Death Eaters and the prickly pears scattered all over. The eyes are turned. The distance of the flying spell is not this kind of summoning spell. Flying distant objects into the hands of the spellcaster is also one of the wizard's oldest spells. Lockhart continued to hide behind the tree, using his wand to slowly reach out to the cactus cluster behind the Death Eater, seizing the opportunity to turn around and issued a cactus flying. Those cacti that grew on the ground and the fairy flew to Lockhart. But the flight route was also facing the Death Eaters, and because they were too close to each other, countless cactus pieces were ferociously inserted into the Death Eater, especially his eyes were caught off guard, and a few sharp thorns were inserted directly into his eyeballs. The pain made him scream out instantly. I couldn't care about the cactus on the bare arm and wanted to pull it out, but the pain in the eyes made him after a little touch. I dare not continue to act lightly. Although he succeeded in tying the Death Eater into a hedgehog, under the effect of the spell, some cacti and fairy flew toward his palm at high speed. Although he tried to avoid it, there were still a lot of ties that began when the spell was finished. Lockhart's arms running towards the Death Eaters, now he's ragged with a layer of clothing on his arm. Ironically, Lockhart's arm with a black demon mark printed by Voldemort. The tattooed skull, the tongue-like venomous snake in the head and mouth also happened to be stabbed in the eye by a cactus. Lockhart resisted the pain, rushed to the Death Eater, pointed his magic wand at the other person's tricks, and let him get the same end as the Death Eater in front, and then quickly ran away with Patricia. Lockhart began to try to pull out the cactus thorns on his arm, but after finding out that it was too time-consuming, he could no longer take care of so many and started to hurry. It's just that Patricia didn't understand the reason. She saw Lockhart successfully defeating a bad guy, and she was excited, but when she saw Lockhart pulling out the thorns that left him, she couldn't help whispering, "It must be painful." "It doesn't matter, it's just piercing some skin. Time is precious. Once these bad guys find someone who has just been defeated by me, they will touch it and hold me tight. I have to speed up and we will be safe." Lockhart, carrying Patricia in the jungle, cautiously accelerated some speed to move forward, but while walking, it was necessary to observe the surrounding situation, so their speed was still not fast. Merlin bless. Lockhart prayed secretly. He knew that he must seize the time, and watching the buildings on the top of the mountain far away filled his heart with the feeling of darkness before dawn. The world's largest magic school can be saved. Those African wizards will protect themselves, and the few Death Eaters dare not blatantly make trouble here directly. Rohat bit his lip tightly, hoping to make him ignore the pain caused by the cactus thorns on his arm and the soreness of his muscles, and tried his best to move in the direction of Wham, and then passed through a forest of trees and cacti, and climbed up. After a small hill, Lockhart suddenly stopped and listened, looked up, and the frightened bird flew around in the direction he came. Lockhart's brows were tightly screwed together. It seems that the Death Eaters have found the two wizards who were defeated by themselves. The sound behind him grew louder and louder, and vaguely came the sound of the Death Eaters' search and a Restoltorf. They didn't find Lockhart because they still needed a carpet search. The emotion of despair enveloped him more and more. In his heart, if it fell into the hands of the Death Eater, he had absolutely no chance to do such a big thing last time. If it was not for the Academy of Magic, it was forbidden to move, and Lockhart planned to take the risk of direct and teleportation. In the past, he did not dare to transport himself and the little girl across the continent to another place, and if it was too close, even if he successfully escaped the moment before. But if the other party positioned again, Lockhart felt that he himself it is impossible for his mental state to support him to escape again in front of the Death Eaters who can take turns to rest. Now that the Death Eaters are behind, Lockhart no longer hides his movements, and tries his best to run. Lockhart's heart beats like a drum, and the branches scratch Lockhart's face and cut it. After his clothes, the violent exercise made the thorn on the arm make the wound bigger, and the blood beads suddenly appeared, and Lockhart felt his eyes blurred. But suddenly, the woods in front of them also startled a lot of flying birds. It seems that the Death Eaters directly phantom moved to the front and surrounded them. Lockhart wiped his forehead with cold sweat and rubbed a few cactus thorns on the forehead to show a sense of existence. He bit his lip and wiped off the thorns with a few rough strokes. The little girl who didn't understand the situation smiled and put a finger on her lips to make a forbidden sound. He slowed his pace and looked left and right to observe the surrounding environment. High jungle, low bushes, where there are places that are not easy to find and suitable for hiding. Lockhart anxiously searched for places to hide around. The sweat on his head also kept flowing down. But here are tall trees all low grass. Should we hide in the grass? The sound of cracked and snapped broken branches came faintly, and the voice of Death Eaters gradually became clearer. He clenched his teeth. A green cactus jungle reflected in Lockhart's eyes, and his lips had been bitten and bled by himself. He was carrying Patricia and rushed towards the green cactus jungle. In front of the cactus jungle, he paused and squatted down. Patricia slid off his back. His hands supported Patricia's shoulders. The disordered breathing made his voice subtle and weak. "Little Patricia, I will hide you in a cactus bush for a while. I have to get rid of those bad guys and come back to you. But you know that I have a bad sense of direction. If I never return, then when you see the sun rise again, you will walk in the direction of the hilltop building, find those black uncles, and let them take you to England to find your mother." Patricia looked up at him. Her big eyes were covered with bloodshot eyes due to the side effect of the heart mantra and the day-to-day escape. Her nose was also red. She sucked her nose hard, and there were teardrops on her dirty little face. "I don't want to part. Let's hide together," the little girl said intermittently with a milky voice. "We are going back to the UK to find my mother." Patricia covered her face with her hands and wiped her tears and snot, and sobbed uncontrollably. Jidero Lockhart's expression on his brutal face because of his bald head and bloodstains became incredibly gentle. It was a kind of expression that he had never seen before in his previous world. He squatted down and reached out to touch the little girl's tangled hair that hadn't been shampooed for a long time. "It's just a short separation. If I didn't come back to find you in time, I would go to the big house on the top of the mountain to find you. Take you to see your mother." "Are you really coming back to find me?" Jidero Lockhart never lie. "Will not lie to you." Patricia nodded sadly, and then she rushed to Lockhart, who was squatting on the ground, and kissed him quickly. Then she buried herself in Lockhart's arms and continued to sob. "Patricia, if you are accidentally stabbed by the cactus, you must hold back, hide it. No matter what you see, don't move anything when you hear it, don't make a sound. Use the stick to hold the cactus when dawn is over. Poke." Lockhart took a hole in the cactus bush with his wand and let the little girl drill in. Immediately, Lockhart waved his wand, and the cactus and the fairy ball gradually covered the small hole. But when it was about to completely cover the hole, Lockhart suddenly remembered that he had to reach out and pulled out the already crumpled manuscript from his pocket. When his old face turned red, he couldn't resist handing the book to the hole. "Patricia, if I come back late, remember to teach this book to those black uncles." "Okay." The little hand in the cave took the book and the girl's voice came out. "Then don't come back late." "I will try my best. Remember not to make a noise." Lockhart's eyes entangled with the movement of the book, and murmured, "This time, I am not a liar." Immediately, Lockhart waved his wand, and the cactus and the prickly pear completely sealed the hole. He adjusted it manually again to try to make the cactus that had actually broken and pushed down see no trace. Lockhart stood up and was about to leave www.mentalnovel.com. He heard a childish voice from the cactus pile. Lockhart's head trembled slightly. Turning his head, "Patricia, don't be afraid. I told you not to say anything. You are my hero." Lockhart's pale face twitched slightly. His lips closed tightly, and he placed his hands on the cactus above the little girls' heads, and he didn't care about the pain caused by the thorns, and secretly prayed to Merlin, "If you really have any magic power, Merlin, if you really have any power, show your power to protect this little guy from climbing to Wa and returning to the UK." The bold wizard did not consider the possibility that he would escape the Ascension if he used Phantom Shift now without people, because the Death Eaters who did not find him would definitely continue the carpet search before getting the news. So small the girl is bound to be discovered by them. He just ran to the place where the forest was just starting to take off the bird, intending to show up deliberately to attract all Death Eaters. Death Eaters' goal is him, whether they or they none of his masters care about a mole girl. "Goodbye, Patricia." Lockhart responded softly, tears already flowing into his eyes, but he had a determined expression on his face who went forward bravely. Chapter 837 Surrender. At this time, the Umbrella team was camped in the deep forest outside Kybulon village with various hidden spells. Punlo, who was just sitting on the recliner, rubbed his hand on the chair and sniffed in front of his nose. After a while, "What strange smell is this?" "The culprits are those hoopoe birds, who were scared when we came back. They should have been looking for food in our camp before." The wolf mother pointed to the flocks of yellow necks, black and white flower wings. Thin there is a bunch of hairy hoopoe birds in the long mouth. As the captain of the umbrella team, she made a lot of preparations before the action to deepen her understanding of the local area. Punlo looked up and watched these hoopoe birds moving forward in a wave. Even if they were frightened, their postures were still smart and light, like a dancing butterfly and flapping their wings. Before the action of Punlo, the wolf mother raised her wand and waved. Several hoopoe birds whined and fell straight from the air. The other hoopoe birds were even more frightened, from hovering over the camp to desperately flapping fans. "Fled with wings. The appearance is beautiful but the smell is terrifying." Punlo held a voodoo doll in his hand and ordered to other people after playing with it. "Although the action is perfect, the speed of organizing items is faster. Let's hurry, go back to the UK and have a good meal." "There is nothing delicious in Britain," the doctor mumbled, and she didn't want to go back so quickly. After that she had little chance to get close to Punlo. Punlo waved his hands impatiently, and Victor jumped a tree with his strength a few times, and then disappeared, alerting him, and everyone else started to run in an orderly manner. Punlo pressed the visor on his head, looked at the memory bottle in his hand, and a happy smile appeared on his gorgeous face. This trip to Africa was very fruitful. Not only collected from the African wizarding market, which is available on the market, the wandless gesture casting technique and the unique techniques of several well-known masters, also unexpectedly obtained the special skills that Wagado launched in the school about transforming into animagus, and even the doctor got a male egg. "Humphrey, she can't do well for Luna." Punlo satiated habitually, then put the voodoo doll in his pocket. "Emily would like this gift." So under the leadership of the wolf mother, they used their wands to collect things in an orderly manner. Of course, it is the memory bottles and the little wizards found during the operation that will be transformed into the potions used by Animagus and the various special and precious magic they collected in Vagato books. These are carefully packaged one by one. Even the ingredients that they haven't finished and the pots used for cooking are all neatly packed. Although it is about to evacuate, everyone is not particularly anxious. After all, they were successfully completed in the previous task. Whether it is the wizard who encountered when copying the documents of Vagadu turned into Animagus, or those masters who have been successful in certain fields and have been extracted memories and interrogations have been cast several powerful forgetting spells afterwards, regardless of whether they will leave sequelae in the process. They have not been cast by any other wizards. The people in the camp are also busy with their duties, and have spent a long time in this difficult environment in Africa. The thought of returning to a more developed wizard society soon, even fat people who have been in a low mood have become indifferent. less. During these days in Africa, whether it is clothing, food, housing, transportation, or whether they are completely different from the United Kingdom. These days, even those who are not British people have missed the United Kingdom more and more. The often gloomy weather, humid climate, comfortable beds. The most important thing is that they are returning with honours, and they are full of expectations in thinking of their successful completion of this trip. Harris's various returns to them ensure the quality of their services and loyalty. After all the things in the camp were finished, they began to remove the traces of their previous residence, the ashes from the burning campfire, the scars left on the ground when setting up the tent, and the garbage generated by life. Be prepared. Someone is approaching. More people come in the distance, down the mountain. Victor whispered to the others in the tree, reporting on the situation he had just detected. We were exposed so quickly? The doctor frowned and dropped the pad he had just sat in and pulled out his wand. He asked strangely, knowing that all the previous actions were completely forgotten by her. Even if they found out that what we did came after, they should have come from the mountain. The wolf mother ordered coldly and stretched her fist to make a few gestures to the players. The one in front of me was given to Miss Cravat and me. The latter will be handed over to you not to let them approach the camp. If the other party is hostile, don't show mercy and deal with it all. Despite their doubts, everyone did not hesitate in their actions. The members of the Wolf Mother squad moved quickly, pulling away from the distance and preparing to fight. Victor, who maintained the magic spell, only disappeared after a little movement when he first jumped down the tree. The doctor was not far behind some swaying fat men. The three launched a counter-surrounding charge down the mountain. Punlo's chin lifted slightly. She pulled out her wand, and greeted the direction reported by Victor just now. The Wolf Mother followed behind Heraldorf. Punlo was stronger than her. She handed it to the umbrella as Alan. She didn't dare to care about the team's goal in this operation. As the two acted, behind a pile of cacti, a bear witch with a head appeared in front of Punlo, and he saw him with a greasy face, a flushed face, purple lips, and unnaturally trembling limbs. In a trance, he realized that Punlo had raised their wands as they approached and was about to prepare to cast a spell. The bald witch who wanted to aim raised his head, his desperate and angry eyes glowed with glory, and every skin on the blood-stained face shone with joy. Suddenly opened his mouth, and frowned at Punlo, stretched his arms in the direction of constant waving. www.mentalnovel.com is Miss Cravat! Save. Excessive exhaustion made the bald witch breathless, but before he had finished speaking, he heard Punlo's cold tone that was sweeping across the Death Eater's mark on his arm. Death Eater? Surrender and not kill. Under the surprised eyes of the bald Death Eater, he realized that the expressions that the situation was trying to justify had not yet been transformed, and his face was still half relaxed as he thought he had survived the rest of the robbery. A dark red curse had hit him, and blood spewed out of the bald witch's mouth. He bowed down in pain and knelt on the ground to start vomiting. The blood was mixed with cracked visceral pieces. Vomiting came out. The Death Eater was more tenacious than they thought. He didn't die immediately and stretched out his blood-filled fingers in one direction. His eyes were full of pleading, but he couldn't say anything anymore. After frowning with the Wolf Mother and only glancing at him, he continued to run in the direction he came from. The author says, October 31st is the day when Lily and James were killed in the original time, and the day when Lockhart was killed by the author in real time. Chapter 838 Rose Baby. From the shadows of the trees in the forest, the cascading leaves shuddered, the sound of the branches being stomped on successively. The Death Eaters who had been arming in the mountains, because Lockhart deliberately put a few spells after revealing the location, they came one after another and quickly moved through the jungle along the trail left by Lockhart. The magic light gleamed beneath the feet of a slender Death Eater. Bang! A low, slight gas explosion sounded. This Death Eater was wrapped in a huge blazing flame rising up. What had happened before his brain had reacted before the incident? it was instantly fried into pieces of flesh and blood. This unlucky egg stepped on the alchemy bomb that the fat man had buried before. There was a blasting spell in the bomb. This spell could blast everything it touched, and the risk factor was very high. Abuse could even kill the little dwarf Peter. This kind of evil mantra, the Thunderbolt mantra, killed 12 moles at once and caused a lot of damage. And the fat man chose the alchemy that specially reduced the sound effect because it was too close to Vajado and Kaibalan. Bomb. The explosion began to be filled with billowing smoke and dust generated by the explosion. Someone has met Lockhart. A Death Eater in a cloak was keenly aware of the anomaly here. After sending a message to his companions, he hurried over to check the situation. It was just that he had just stepped into the smoke, and before he saw the minced meat of his companion, he got a petrified curse, with his legs against his legs and his hands against his body. He fell straight down, followed by the fat man. The recurve knife appeared in the waist, and the Death Eater watched the recurve knife leaning against his body in horror, but he could not move at all, and he had no power to fight back. But unlike the Death Eater's expectations, the witch in front of him just swiped down with a knife as he passed him, and then inserted the knife neatly into the scabbard. The Death Eater, who didn't feel the pain, was really puzzled, but the wetness in his belly made him control his only movable eyeball to look down, only to find that his intestines had flowed from the abdominal cavity under the muscles that opened his abdomen. It came out and sprinkled with blood, and the organs in the body were still intact in the abdominal cavity. The look is very good. It is more advanced than my previous methods. The doctor was satisfied with the mental pain caused by his new technique, and looked at the victim greedily before turning around to find a new target. The Death Eater's eyes were still glaring with fear, the green muscles on his forehead bulged, sweat oozed out, and he slid down his face, his desperate eyes trembling uncontrollably, but he couldn't even utter a scream. A little bit. The pain that aggravated the upgrade made him unable to faint, and he could only clearly feel the passing of life, waiting for the arrival of death. A fast-eating Death Eater had just turned away the interleaved branches in front of him, and saw the scene in front of him. Realizing that the enemy was not Lockhart, he took a breath and just wanted to send a signal. Companion, but the whole person stiffly fell back to the ground. Victor, who was invalid due to the attack, showed a figure beside him. He raised the wand's hand and turned it flexibly, turning the tip of the wand. Hold yourself, then hide your body again. And the nominal Death Eater leader Dolphinalol in this operation also noticed that the atmosphere was not right. The Death Eaters rushing ahead lost contact in a short period of time to make Dolphin realize that the situation was not very good. His nerves were tense instantly, although Lockhart's strength was better than they originally thought, but also very limited. If they are not too large in Africa, they dare not disturb their masters to help them locate them, and have caught him long ago, especially after knowing that their masters have been deceived by the devil with the word game. They are even less afraid of Albania. Contacted. I am afraid that my master will be angry. Once again try to contact through the Death Eater imprint on the body, but the feedback is still silent. Dolphin greeted colleagues around him to slow down and raise his vigilance. Because of the tension, the blood flow all over his body accelerated, and the blood on his chest was cursed by his master with his fingers to make the wound continue to flow, and the plasters that were attached were stained red. The eccentric taste formed by the plaster and the blood seeping mixed with his body odor was pungent and unpleasant. Dolphin's feet rubbed on the dry grass, and hesitated, and struggling flashed in his eyes. After thinking about it, he still called the Odopi, which is considered to be a mid-level demon, to the master. Once the monster was released, it seemed a bit difficult to control it or even to recover it, but thinking about the fear caused by the end of the mission after failure, he could only cast the devil out of his skin at this time. Hundreds of puffy and different orange arms of this monster waved wildly, like giant tumbleweeds, rolling forward, under the trample and crushing of his arms. The trees and vines, everything that blocked him was torn into pieces by him, and the two Death Eaters in front of him were caught by it without any resistance. and couldn't get rid of any struggle, only to sleep. Watching him being swallowed into the monster's mouth hidden in the center of countless arms. Ignoring Dolphin's orders for it completely, the screams of the Death Eaters can still be heard from the demon's body, but the sorrowful scream gradually weakened, and later on the monster's stomach wall crushed and strong acid. There was no sound under the erosion. Punlo, who was standing with the wolf mother in the distance, raised his eyebrows and watched this fast-rolling monster destroy everything it encountered like a whirlwind. The chaotic and evil breath of this 100-eye ghost demon occupied this space. Each arm carries a palm with the same number of fingers as long, short, fat, and thin, and the long yellow claws on some of the fingers are very sharp. All the evil eyeballs in the palm of the hand moved from the palm of each hand to the surrounding immobile. The thing kept blinking, and its tentacles twisted and grabbed all the objects around it that seemed to be disgusting. Then let's be more powerful than Anon's pet. Punlo looked at the demon's eyes, and she stared at the demon, from the small pocket that the Aunt Josephine gave her to accommodate the pet. After releasing the demon spider, her magnetic voice was coldly and lovingly commanded in an abyssal language. Baby Rose, the Ministry of Magic did not release you last year for your safety, and you can now eat open. Hearing the command of his master, the demon spider rose, stretched out its fangs with a faint blue light and rubbed it. Toxins dripped from the corners of his mouth to the ground, making a corroding sizzling sound. It held high the two claws in front, sinking downward, jumped towards the direction of the 100 Eyes demon. The Death Eaters encountered on the road, some of the Death Eaters who were not flexible enough, were wrapped and stuck in place by the spider silk he sprayed out. Only those who had enough experience in the show should use iron armor to block these spider silk in time the attack, and some of them escaped by virtue of their relatively agile skills, but they all froze in cold sweat. The fat man who just stuffed an alchemist bomb into the mouth of a Death Eater and threw him back into his companion heap was laughing. The fat on his body flickered with his movements, which passed him by. The poison dripping from the corner of the mouth of the demon spider is faster. This demon lifts two giant claws and clips in the direction of the fat man. I noticed that the iron armor of the attacked fat man was instantly broken by the devil's claw with a demon-breaking effect. Fortunately, the time difference allowed him to escape from the scene and immediately complained of grievance. "Kerry, Miss Watt. Sorry. It seems that the fat meat is more attractive to it." Punlo apologized insincerely, and then made the red light flashed on the head of the gargoyle enslaved, and the gargoyle was obedient. The ground changed direction and continued to march in the direction of the devil. Dolphin had noticed Punlo at this time, as she and the wolf mother approached, although they were not wearing the H-94 uniforms they used to be with. They also made him recognize that this was the Aruri out of the Ministry of Magic, the famous female devil. "Although I don't know why I met this killing star near the Moon Mountain in Uganda www.mentalnovel.com, but in fear of his master overwhelming his fear of Punlo, Dolphin commanded in a panic, every of you cooperate with the demons to keep these Arurs out. Try to hold back as far as possible. Selwyn, you guys try to break through their siege and take Lockhart to everyone and withdraw. Cooperate with the demon. That demon eats even his own." Avery looked at the devil's dense tentacles, Punlo's sharp limbs, and his heart was horrified, reluctant to approach. He shrank and complained, "Dolphin, having demons is enough to deal with them. You haven't seen the demon knowledge opened by the master once. That's the demon spider, idiot." As you can imagine from the name, it's the higher demon hunting demon in the bottomless abyss. "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up." Dolphin gave a low roar. Avery was flabbergasted. What about the demon our host gave us? I can't control this much. And it's much better to lose a demon and more Death Eaters than to fail the mission. Dolphin stroked the hole in the finger hole of his chest from the air, like comforting Avery. Also comforting himself. "Master can easily summon more demons to come out, but Lockhart, we have to take it back." Chapter 839. Do as promised. Aware of the threat, the 100-armed demon stopped the rampage charge, and instead used the dense tentacles to grab some broken trees and stones and threw them at the hunter spider. They hit the hunter spider covered with exoskeleton armor. There was a thumping sound in the abdomen, and he was bounced away. The uninjured hunter spider Rose was irritated by the boldness of this lower-level demon. Its figure disappeared in place, using its teleportation ability to reach the Bima ghost demon instantly from top to bottom. When the mouth opened, a large piece of silver-white tough sticky net hit the demon head. The devil stretched out those tentacles to tear these webs, and at first it was easy to get rid of the entanglement, but as the demon spider spit out more and more webs, those strong webs even wrapped some of its arms tightly around each other, layer after layer, circle after circle. The demon spider, with rich experience in demon hunting in the spider web that it spit out, and began to crawl towards their Bima ghost demon freely. The sharp limbs will poke the eyes of the devil's palm and tear off the arms that are caught by the spider web. The demons given high hopes by the Death Eaters did not show any strength except killing several Death Eaters themselves. It seems that they will be solved by the demon spider. At the same time, the spider silk just spit out the seemingly waste, but in fact, the cactus and the tree have been connected into a cobweb to separate its prey from other Death Eaters. These sticky silks are very serious. Slowed the speed of the Death Eaters who tried to help. Selwyn carefully used magic spells to disperse the scattered spider silks in front of him. He wanted to burn them with fiery flames, but worried that the companions that would be entangled in the spider silks would also be burned to death. He glanced away. Punlo, who released the demon spider and had nothing to continue, complained with fright, "Unlucky." This witch can be encountered in the UK. Selwyn, don't stand silly, don't worry about these errors, and rush over. They are too late to stop all of us. Grab Lockhart and withdraw. Dolphin's left hand covered himself with a severe pain from the wound in his chest. His right hand fired a life spell on the demon spider, but because it just hit its carapace, it bounced off like a bounce. Although he was not hit by the key, which was not covered by the carapace, the demon spider that felt threatened was still attracted by Dolphin. The compound eye of the demon spider looked at Dolphin and raised two from a distance. Giant claw. Seeing that he had attracted the hatred of the other party, Dolphin's face changed suddenly, revealing a horrified look. He was so scared that he stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. His eyes were full of terror, and his heart was cold. Don't get entangled with it. The few of you follow me to grab Lockhart. Selwyn screamed at the opportunity and greeted several Death Eaters to stop ignoring the battlefield in front of them, so that they began to distort in a short distance, going behind the umbrella and rushing to find Lockhart's trail. Punlo rubbed the ground with his feet impatiently. The wand in her hand was about to participate in the attack personally. The Wolf Mother quickly calmed down and said, "We must be the final victory. Miss Kryvat, if our camp hasn't been cleaned up, it's been destroyed, or it attracted people from Vagato. Do you want to stay in this ghost place again?" Punlo looked around and looked at the Wolf Mother who had been pulling her. As a guard, the Wolf Mother has been persuading Punlo not to shoot, but now the Wolf Mother obviously has no way to use this as an excuse to persuade Punlo. No longer talking nonsense, Punlo directly collected his little wand and replaced it with an abnormally large wand, and his body quickly changed. Penelope used her animagus directly. The demon spider witch with the giant wand teleported to Selwyn's others who had ran behind them, and the 6 compound eyes in the circle above Punlo opened at the same time, spouting like their pets. The silver wire and the cobwebs cover the ground. After a few repetitions, the silver and white like chopsticks are crisscrossed in thickness, laid on the road ahead of the Death Eaters. This group of Death Eaters vanguards is like the broadcast on the Wizards TV. Like the victims of horror movies, after some eruption of enchantment light, they were either killed by the enchantment and claws taken by the spidering witch, or they were wrapped in a circle of silkworm pupae and squirmed slightly on the tree. Dolphine stared at the nebulous movement of the demon spider and turned the witch sharply, which was more powerful than the Ministry of Magic last year. She used one person to cover the sky and seemed to be turned into a huge net. What was so fragile was that it was not his illusion, because after a moment of hesitation, The other party had teleported to the top of his own head and hung him upside down. Punlo, who was watching the battlefield with the Wolf Mother, had long noticed that it was this seemingly wounded Death Eater who was in charge of the wizards. After solving the few Death Eaters who tried to cross the battlefield, a goal was placed on him. Dolphin waved his wand again and again, hoping that the scholar had successfully resisted the Death Eater who was attacked by the pet spider silk of the Devil's Head, and made the armor protect himself. He succeeded, used an armor curse to put Punlo's the cobweb turned aside. But that's all. Punlo whispered how long the broken devil's claws shattered the shield he made, and then swept over with the huge metal wand with a physical attack. Snapped. Dolphin's breastbone collapsed and flew out, and his nose and mouth began to bleed, but soon, this witch no longer had to worry about bleeding from his new and old wounds. He wrapped it tightly, like playing Yo, and pulled him back to hang on the tree. He seemed worried about dying, and after doing all this, Punlo also smoothly repaired a curse spell to temporarily stabilize his injury. Penelope's strength became the last straw to overwhelm the Death Eaters. Selwyn bit by biting his hand because of the selection of his hands. His clenched one pointed at his arm with the Death Eater's imprint. Stroke, only the imprinted arm broke with the palm of the hand, and fell to the ground with the blood. He didn't even use a healing curse to stop the bleeding, and he didn't notify any companions. The shift shape disappeared in place. I insist on fighting with two monsters like that. I am afraid that my life will be buried here, and if I run back like this, there is no doubt that the Master's punishment will only be more miserable than the death. But his current choice is just to lose one arm and give the remaining Death Eaters made an example in despair and despair. They all made the same choices as Selwyn, except for a few unlucky eggs who were facing the rising Punlo and the Umbrella Team members. Hundreds of tentacles have been eaten up by the demon spider. The broken tentacles fell to the ground, and the palm eyes closed. And in the hiding place of Nancy's daughter, after hearing the rapid footsteps of the Death Eaters passing by outside the cactus pile, Patricia did not dare to hide in the cactus pile, holding her breath. She heard her heartbeat in the dark. And outside here comes the breathing sound that runs because of fast running. Bad people are chasing Lockhart. Patricia sat quietly inside, grabbing the ragged clothes on her body and listening to the movement outside. There was a faint blasting sound and the sound of human wailing afterwards. Patricia Jr.'s head pressed against her knees, trying to see the outside through the gaps in the stacked cactus thorns. Through the gaps, she saw the fleeting light from time to time not far away. Huge the spider-like figure flashed over the treetops. Lockhart is so powerful. The little girl jumped inwardly, but thinking of the number of people who had just passed by, the little girl's heart was raised again, learning to be a believer's maiden, silently praying for Lockhart, placing her crossed fingers mouth. After a long time, there were some footsteps outside the cactus, and the sound was getting closer and closer, and finally stopped in front of the cactus pile. Even at a young age, she also understood that the number of people came was not right. Heart's worries and fears curled up to cover his mouth or it would make a noise. Patricia, don't be afraid, I brought someone to save you. The familiar voice of Jidero Lockhart sounded, and Patricia raised her ears. The joy that filled her heart made her speechless for a moment. Patricia, Jidero Lockhart, those bad guys won't hurt us anymore. Without hearing Patricia's response, Lockhart's tone became hurried. Patricia, you are not injured. Why don't you talk? I, Jidero, am very good. I listen to you. Not speaking or moving, Patricia finally recovered her voice, and the voice choked with excitement was hoarse. Jidero Lockhart, a third-level medalist of the Merlin Jazz Order, an honorary member of the Anti-Black Magic League, and won the Witcher Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award 5 times. Lockhart's voice sounded loose with a sigh of relief. He began to comfort Patricia with some complacent tone. I promised to do what you said. We can go to your mother. Can I find my mother? Great. Lockhart. Little Patricia's big round eyes soaked in tears widened, cheering uncontrollably, her voice full of joy. She moved her body gently, but the thorns of the cactus pierced her skin instantly. The little girl whispered in pain but didn't cry anymore. "Don't move, we'll come to rescue you, don't move first." Lockhart hurriedly stopped. He begged to the umbrella team around him, "It seems Merlin's part is good, please help Patricia rescue, don't let the cactus her." At that time the situation was urgent, and I didn't give her any protective measures. "Doctor, you go, be careful, don't hurt the child." The wolf nodded to Loa and said to the doctor, "I don't want to move, little devil, it will be fine soon." The doctor drew his wand neatly and nodded toward the heap of cacti. The topmost cactus floated, pulled aside by the magic power, and fell to the ground with a thud. "Don't be afraid of Patricia, don't move. The wizard's police aunt is saving you out." Hearing the doctor's less gentle tone, Lockhart rubbed his hands and comforted. "I'm not afraid of Lockhart. www.mentalnovel.com. I will obey." Patricia's childish voice was full of joy. The outermost cacti were quickly cleared by the doctor and floated one after another. Although as a pure blood and personal hobby, the doctor's attitude towards the person who would not cast the law was not as gentle as she treated her patient. But in the face of a child, the doctor still came up with the precise control and keen insight of her as a professional therapist. The speed of cleaning the cactus was so dazzling that she was so precise that her magical control was staggering and her movements were coherent, any flaws as long as she wants. Under the direction of the doctor, none of the cacti rolled down, causing secondary damage to little Patricia. Soon, little Patricia curled into a ball and her face on her knees appeared in front of everyone. "Patricia, it's all right," Lockhart called softly, as if afraid to scare the little girl. Patricia looked up, she widened her eyes, saw Lockhart's translucent body a little puzzled, but then saw the familiar smile face and put the doubt just behind her head, and stood up suddenly. She rushed towards Lockhart, but she held her hands empty, and the whole person seemed to pass through a bucket of ice water, fell to the ground, and the palms were scratched with blood. Chapter 840. She turned out to be a wizard. Patricia carefully looked at Lockhart, who had become a pearl-white, translucent ghost, on the ground. She rubbed her eyes, and the little girl couldn't care about the pain in her palm. She climbed up again and reached out to touch Xiang, tried to lift her but also got an empty Lockhart. Her little hand was put into Lockhart's body at once. She raised her head, her brows were raised, and her eyes were full of doubt. "Jidrao, what's wrong with you? Why can't I touch you?" Lockhart's expression stiffened in his face, and he didn't know how to reply for a while. In fact, even he himself hadn't really realized this morphological change. The wolf mother saw the big watery eyes of the little girl's face full of puzzles and doubts, but the embarrassed but strong appearance was distressing. As the only mother present, the wolf mother softened and stepped forward to pick up Patricia, stroking her back and comfortingly. "He is a wizard, because of the magic, he must maintain this state, but this does not affect his continued presence with you. Go back, move faster." Punlo pressed the visor on his head, without looking at Lockhart, who was a professor of her black magic defense class, and turned around first, her long curly hair fluttering behind her. Just after they fought, they still made some small movements. Although Punlo never feared the fight, Punlo, who was eager to return to the UK, did not want to have any other accidents, which attracted the attention of Vargas. Hearing Punlo's cold voice, seeing her indifferent eyes and expressionless expression, Patricia's body in the wolf mother's arms unconsciously moved quietly in the direction of Lockhart. Small hand he habitually lifted up to hold Lockhart's hand, but pulled an empty one. The little girl stumbled. Fortunately, the wolf mother hugged her again so she didn't fall. "Don't be afraid, we'll take you to find your mother." The wolf mother touched the little girl's soft hair, thinking of her daughter who was far away in England. She felt soft inside and carried the little girl behind her. Little Patricia glanced at Lockhart, seeing that he had no objection, but instead floated beside them, and cleverly wrapped her arms around the neck of the wolf mother. Behind them, in the back of Patricia, the doctor withdrew his wand and sneered, "These blind Death Eaters live in the burrow like mice, and even the way to abuse moles is so simple. Rough, not artistic at all." Gee, Too bad. Hearing the doctor's words, the fat man stepped a few steps away from her, and muttered with his arms, "This famous liar actually sacrificed himself to save the little mole." In front of them, Victor's figure appeared beside Punlo. "Miss Krivat, the particularity of our mission. The mole kid is nothing." Punlo's head was lowered, and his wand was turned around. "There is no way for the ghost to move, and we can't throw him here without any supervision. This liar used to be. I like to talk about it. If you don't look at him, in case he talks about our things while showing off, it will be troublesome." Victor waited for Punlo to dispose of Lockhart. Punlo's hand gently rubbed his soul-absorbing wand and commanded, "You take him back to the UK with my tools. If he has anything, notify me. I can make him disappear. In addition, bring me the leader of the Death Eaters back." "Follow the order." After Victor received the order, his figure disappeared again. "Mishla," Punlo called, and the doctor quickly heard Punlo's magnetic lazy voice calling her real name. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly accelerated her pace, trotting all the way to Penluo. Punlo glanced at her coldly. The doctor smiled pretendingly, and was about to retreat to the right place, but Punlo leaned back to her ear and whispered. The doctor nodded again and again. "Fat and Victor, you will stay to clean up the ventilator. Don't disturb Rose to eat. Eat." In addition, after all, our battles have more or less made some movements, so move fast, just in case one. The wolf mother asked little Patricia to adjust her posture and told the fat man and Victor. The fat man immediately speeded up and rushed towards the battlefield. Although he could not see Victor's figure at this time, the long-term tacit understanding let him know that Victor must be going to the battlefield like him at this time. The pace was different. The doctor walked to Lockhart, who had become a ghost behind the wolf mother, and the two slowed down and fell to the end. "Guidero Lockhart, what to say, what to say, you should know." The doctor's thin lips twisted and pointed to the little Patricia on the wolf mother's back. "Please rest assured. Of course I wouldn't talk about it everywhere." Lockhart looked at the doctor with a bad smile. He quickly took a package ticket, and he now realized that he could meet these Britishers near Waju. The elite with the most Harris family background are sure that the other party is performing private tasks. "It doesn't really matter what you say, you know our strength in the magic world." The doctor saw Lockhart promised to shrug, and smoothed his messy hair because of the battle into a meticulous back. "Good." The smile on her face made her look a little milder. "Let me say that Miss Krivat can make the ghost disappear, and I, like you, are actually very good at forgetting curses. Anyway, according to the international confidentiality law, that sooner or later Mull will suffer like this. I have become a ghost, and I have nothing to ask, and I can bring Patricia back to her mother in peace." Lockhart heard the threat of the doctor before realizing that he was most precious to himself during his lifetime. The experience, after returning to the UK, will disappear from the other two participants' minds, and he is a little melancholy to himself. This is fine. Patricia at least no longer has nightmares. The speed of returning to the camp was very fast. The wolf mother put the little girl down and gave her some rations to continue to clean up the previous camp with the doctor neatly. www.mentalnovel.com. Clear all the traces of living and living here. Punlo was sitting on the chair under the tree that she had read through the newspapers, and comfortably leaned back on the backrest chair. Slender fingers professed to read the copy of Lockhart's book from Patricia. The handwriting on the front of this crumpled manuscript is very neat and beautiful, but the handwriting on the back is very sloppy, and the plot is very frivolous from the previous period. It talks about the simple documentary records afterwards. The length and thickness of the characters are different. It is written in Chinese. Little Patricia, who hasn't eaten normal food for a long time and gorged on some tea, regained her spirits. She was puzzled by the fact that Leo Hart, who was drooling with her when she talked about the food with her, was not eating now. Then she turned her head, and she saw Punlo half lying on the chair, randomly looking through the Lockhart manuscript, which was not cherished enough, and her eyes could not be retracted. The little hand grabbed her clothes and frowned. Punlo, who was half lying on the chair, suddenly stopped reading. and the manuscript suddenly began to float outward on her thigh. This abnormality stopped the wolf mother and the doctor, who were packing up the camp. Together with Punlo, he looked at the initiator with some surprise. She turned out to be a wizard. The doctor said the surprise of the wizard at the moment. Chapter 841. It is time for us to bully him. Patricia sensed the frozen atmosphere sensitively, and she moved to Lockhart's side, grasping her shirt with her small hand. Lockhart, am I doing something wrong? Did something happen? Good thing you did nothing wrong, Patricia. Lockhart blinked. His neat teeth flashed, his tone excited. On the contrary, this is a great thing. You are a wizard like me. Maybe you can go to Hogwarts to study and learn how to use magic. The wolf mother commanded a tent with a magic wand to pack and shrink herself, and stuffed herself in the suitcase. She turned and smiled encouragingly at the little girl, Patricia, at the age of 4 or 5. There is a magical reaction. You will become an excellent little witch. Is this magic? Patricia spread her hands and bowed her head. I just wanted to get your book back. Lockhart, she's not a black uncle. Lockhart thought of the situation of the two of them at this time, fearing to anger the most terrifying female demon in the mouth of other Death Eaters. He quickly calmed down and said, Patricia, that lady is Anura. I let you give the black uncles who get the manuscript will hand it over to her. She is the policeman of our wizard. Punlo, who was sitting on the chair, did not say anything. She narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at the two men from above the manuscript. She changed her legs and continued to turn the page of the manuscript. Slender fingers rhythm on the manuscript. A little bit. Oh, I see. Patricia stopped, and Lockhart gave a soothing smile to the obedient girl. He wanted to touch Patricia's head, but this time he didn't raise his hand anymore. He got up, but as soon as she turned around, she hurriedly walked in the direction of Lockhart, her eyes fixed on the direction when she first came, and her round eyes were full of fear. The fat man carried a cocoon wrapped in a human-shaped cobweb and walked in front of him from time to time. The rose with dripping venom in his mouthpiece was following him. The huge arthropod walked on the ground and made a clicking sound. The fat man felt Rose's eyes didn't seem to drool because of the cocoon. The doctor put down his work and went directly to the Death Eater pulled by the fat man. Her wand tapped gently on the wrapped cocoon, raised his eyebrows at the fat man and asked, Why are you dragging back? Victor said what Miss Cravat had ordered. The fat man threw the cocoon in his hand and clapped his hand to answer, and there were several wailing groans coming out of the cocoon. Mishla. The doctor looked at Punlo, who called her, and saw Punlo raise his hand and pointed at his temple. The doctor raised his right hand and made an obedient gesture handsomely. When the doctor lowered his head again, her smile narrowed, and her wand issued a spell. The cobweb of the cocoon was torn apart, falling from Dolphin's body, which made him reveal his head. The doctor pulled out a meditation basin, pointed the wand again at Dolphin's temple, and in the terrified and desperate gaze from the other eye of the other party, the doctor took some flashing silver memories from his head and put them into the shallow stone in the basin. Dolphin's memories flashed in the pot one by one, when the meditation pot returned to calm again. You guys are kind of instigating people when they run away. The fat man came over and wanted to pat Lockhart's shoulder, but he forgot his ghost identity and stumbled. I had no other choice at the time. Lockhart was a little ashamed, knowing that the other party saw him using the moles to delay time when he fled. They should not dare to kill people at will. That is a mysterious person and the devil-less bargaining chips. Now those moles are imprisoned in the grotto in the deep forest of Albania. They are all innocent and poor people. Can you contact the Ministry of Magic and send us to rescue them? Mr. Police, beg you to catch the bad guys to save them. Patricia recalled those prisons before, and also begged Lockhart. The deal between the mysterious man and the devil has been completed. Punlo threw a newspaper in front of Lockhart. Lockhart saw the title and content of the devil's attack at a glance, and was swallowed by guilt. The wolf mother touched the little girl's soft hair. Although the little girl was puzzled about the transaction, she could understand the general situation from the atmosphere. The doctor broke the silence. and she pointed to Dolphin on the ground and asked, "What should he do?" "It's not suitable to take him back to ask for credit. After all, we take it to play." Penelow's hand flicked lightly onto the leaves on his clothes, and he spoke as if he was bouncing off an insignificant bug. "Still, you understand me?" The doctor raised his eyebrows with interest, and she looked at Dolphin shuddering. "Miss Scrive, please ask Rose not to eat him too quickly, from bottom to top. Take a bite and stop. Let me treat him. This guy likes to abuse moles so much. Let me teach him how many hands." "Well, yes, anyway, the facts are true. Even pulling him back, he can only kiss the Dementor." Penelope nodded with satisfaction, and issued an order in abyssal language to his pet. The doctor took a bottle of healing potion from his pocket and swayed it in front of Dolphin's eyes. "Relax. These potions and healing spells will help you live longer." Dolphin Troll heard the doctor's words. Desperate emotions poured into a cold heart like a frenzy, making him feel trembling. Glancing at Penelope, the wolf mother approached the doctor, kicked the doctor secretly, and then hugged Patricia, patting the little girl's back and yelling at the doctor, "Asshole, how can you say this in front of the child?" The doctor didn't look back but just laughed and started training to prepare his props. Penelope's slender fingers squeezed on his hat. Looking at the short time, he was still not used to the way of ghost walking. He wanted to be down to earth, but he could only float in the air. "Do you want to go over and see the end of your enemy?" "No, I don't read it." "Oh, I mean, thank you www.mentalnovel.com, but no, I don't want to have a nightmare." Lockhart shouted and shook his head again and again after being frightened. The killing method sounded better than all the means of abusing moles he has seen in the underground caves of Albania are terrifying. "You can't have a dream now," Penelope said sarcastically. She lowered her head and asked Patricia with a tempting tone, "How about you? He bullied you, now we should bully him. Do you want to see the bad guys punished?" "Miss Crivat, she is too young to be able to." Lockhart's courageous rebuttal and Wolf Mother's worried dissuasion retreated under Penelope's fierce eyes. "I don't want to see it, thank you." Patricia saw Lockhart and the Wolf Mother, who was very kind to herself. Although she didn't understand the meaning of the doctor's punishment, she refused. Thinking of Alan Espanlo about accepting or arrest children as apprentices, he made his playful voice sound like magic, and got into Patricia's heart. "I am going to finish watching, if you can keep watching. Wait for you to grow up after I teach you magic. You can no longer need someone to protect you, but have the power to protect yourself and your mother." Chapter 842. Of course I have nothing I want to see. Hearing that he could protect others, Patricia Jr. pretended not to see Idero, shaking her head behind Penelope, pursed her ruddy lips, and nodded firmly. Rose's huge arthropod rattled, and as it drew closer, Dolphin looked pale, swearing in despair, and even moved out of the mysterious man intimidation. Lockhart just looked at himself and looked down in shock. The Wolf Mother stared at Penelope, who carelessly stared at the little girl, her hand touching her chin thoughtfully. Although Patricia was scared of the big bug in front of her, she stepped closer. Dolphin was in the eyes of the captured moles, but it was more evil than the mysterious people. After all, the black wizards who abused moles were happy. He is the most enjoyable, and the torture and pain are enough to impress anyone, and the mysterious person himself is less likely to appear in front of moles after gaining demon knowledge. Rose picked up Dolphin's leg and took a bite. Although it is different from ordinary spiders, they actually have a palate to eat fixed food as a demon, but now time permits, it still secretes venom from the venom gland in the chelon. Injected into Dolphin's leg, and obeyed the owner's request, but injected a little bit without directly killing the prey. Then, the digestive enzymes secreted by the midget infused into the shredded tissues of chewing limbs. Part of Dolphin's legs became soft and prone in the eyes of himself and everyone, and the inside began to be decomposed into juice. and then was Rose sucked into the digestive tract. The horror and directness of the scene in front of him were completely beyond the expectations of a little girl. Although Patricia had seen moles being abused by Death Eaters in the grottos, Nancy would put her in her arms and cover her eyes. Although she heard many similar screams, I have never really seen such a terrible scene, let alone face the cruel scene of this monster eating people. Suddenly, the little girl was shaking like a sifter, so scared that she even forgot to sob, and her body habitually leaned a little towards Lockhart, and was held on the shoulder by a pair of powerful hands. Either you finish reading it yourself, or you just give up. You can't rely on this Lockhart in the future. Punlow's cold voice rang in Patricia's ear. When one leg of Dolphin had been changed to only cover the remaining bones, Rose was not wasted. It chewed from the bottom to the top. Compared to the pain, Dolphin was afraid to put Dolphin on the forehead. His blue muscles burst, and his screams rang through the world. Punlow frowned, and the doctor's wand crossed, releasing a closed earplug curse on this area, making his screams full of an unrecognizable low when it reached everyone's ears. The decibels are buzzing without worrying about attracting attention from Vedra and making them feel a lot cleaner. Rose was very good and stopped after eating a part. The doctor pinched Dolphin's chin, poured a bottle of healing potion into it, and then put on a healing spell. Don't worry, sir. Your health is not a problem in a short period of time. Except for a small part of you, these potions can actually make you healthier. The doctor refused to let go of each other's expressions. He called for mercy, but no one knew what it meant except for himself. But the doctor stabbed in his chest strangely at this time. What are the 5 holes in your chest? Cursed? Come and try this bottle of my own. The doctor took the special potion that he had left for himself and poured it on the wound on Dolphin's chest, but the potion played a little role. After being washed away by blood, it seems to be completely useless, just like ordinary powder without any effect. Is it with a curse? The doctor raised his wand and pointed it to his wound. It was just a curse used by the mysterious man after mastering the devil's knowledge. It was not something she could easily lift. Although after she repeated and continued to cast the curse, the condition of these wounds seems to have been relieved, but the price is more unbearable for Dolphin. As a punishment for his attempt to treat the chest injury, this curse increased the power of the pain. He has now completely ignored the leg. The pain was just watching his chest panting round his eyes. Lockhart looked at Patricia anxiously, and the little girl's stunned appearance made him feel distressed. He raised his head and took a deep breath, even though he could no longer breathe, and gathered the courage to plead with Punlow. But the wolf mother had already taken the lead to Punlow, whispering, "Miss Crivat." Jidro Rohart saved the mole mother and daughter, but he also committed serious crime after all. He personally participated. They arrested moles, and in the end they used them to escape, causing many mole deaths. You don't need to be like this. Of course I'm fine. Punlow squinted and narrowed his eyes, which attracted the attention of others, and then she casually put her arms around her chest. With the devil's own choice, she can become a wizard anyway without looking. You can also go to the temple to learn it by yourself, but I won't teach my skills to the wicked. Patricia heard Punlow's complacent tone, and her original stunned eyes came to look at her. Are you better than everyone else? She is the most powerful female heir of the Ministry of Magic. The fat man encouraged by the courage of the little girl. The bad guys who torture you are afraid of her. Lockhart glanced at Punlow quietly, daring not to speak much, but crouched down and stayed with Patricia. I will insist. I want to protect you and your mother. Patricia's head flicked violently, and even walked a few steps forward. At this time, Dolphin continued to gnaw at Rose, but the doctor's timely treatment when unable to faint. He made a howl that turned into a buzzing sound, and tried to use his eyes and gestures only to ask the doctor to give him a happy. Patricia widened her eyes, bit her lip, clenched her fist, and watched Rose wait for the doctor to treat Dolphin. She would continue to bite, and blood was dripping from the corner of her mouth. It was chewing Dolphin's leg bones, The rattling sound of a rattling sound was creepy. The bad guy, who had only half of his body still struggling with his upper body, was completely desperate to give up the request, and even the wailing gradually fell down, gave up the shout, and then was silent, except for the scattered blood on the ground. No trace of Dolphin. Patricia turned stiffly to face Punlo. Her childish face was pale, her lips moved slightly, but she was unable to speak. "I need a hard-hearted apprentice, since you can keep watching." Punlo squatted down and stared at the little girl. "Will come to me when you are on vacation after school." At the end of the short episode, everything in the camp has been packed, except for some excited doctors taking pleasure in the incident of the fat man with a magnifying glass. The others are a little silent. To be obedient, Patricia, we will see you again soon. Lockhart had to follow Victor to take the mule transport to return to the UK. He didn't know the name of the wolf mother, but he was a little awkward. The kindest woman in his eyes, begged, "Wolf, Madam Wolf Mother, please take care of her on the road." Patricia is very obedient. "I hope you are too, which is good for you." The wolf mother nodded and walked to the little girl. She had to pick her up, but Punlo took the lead to lead the little girl in the hands. "The distance is a little long. I will take her to teleport and return to England. You will lead this troubled little ghost over." Chapter 843. Mr. Rickman Hogwarts. After class in the afternoon, Pansy hurried to the stone wall surrounded by burning torches. The ceiling is so high that the ceiling can hardly be seen, and the Emily meets. At this time, the little sweet bear is standing by the gate. He took the snack score bought from Hogsmeade. "Wait a minute, Pansy." Emily waved at Pansy. "Gregory, how much?" "I invite." After Gore's habitual rejection, he habitually flinched the price under Emily's size. 1 gold gallon and 10 silver. Psych. "Well, you don't need to find 2 gold gallons." Emily put the sugar quill pen and snacks in her pockets, and took 2 hands from the inside to put the coins together in Gower's hands. "Go, Pansy." Emily and Pansy just turned around, and Hermione approached her and greeted her. The eyes of Miss Masterstone were covered with red blood stains, her hair was messy and pale, and she looked tired. She didn't wait for Emily. When they responded, she pulled a smile and walked directly past them. Pansy and Emily stared at each other and continued to climb the luxurious marble staircase to start upstairs. "Miss Masterstone's condition looks very bad." Pansy touched her hair. She was nervous about the task. She felt that she was still better than Hermione. Since she was attacked by Devil Bear in Hogsmeade, she was a little irritable, and she was too anxious to improve her strength. Emily's voice was a little solemn, and she grumbled with dissatisfaction. Hours of training time. On the 8th floor, except for Emily's empty corridor, opposite the tapestry of Barbara who played silly monsters, Pansy and Emily concentrated on thinking about the place where they could hide things. The door was very smooth, and the two entered the room where they could. Last time the axe with bloodstains sold a lot of money. Emily looked at the dazzling and strange things on the shelf and started her treasure hunt. Put some things that you feel easy to put into your small pocket. Pansy went to her disappearing cabinet and tried to repair the cracked gap with her wand, and her mouth was not idle. "Emily, what?" Ellen announced. "I know a few. The Wizard of the Pureblood family received a letter from the family, asking them to cause some trouble to Professor Harris's ancient magic class, or else. We haven't sold anything recently. Those people are really looking for your home unlike before." "Trouble? Come all here, let's pick out some points for a while, then let's go." Emily squinted her back to Pansy, which made her look a bit obscure, and Emily stood up to collect her own. The small waste bag walked to Panksy's side and saw Panksy poke at the cabinet to repair it carefully, looking at the pattern on the cabinet. "Who do you want Panksy to bring to school with this disappearing cabinet?" Emily's words made Pansy's body stiff. She didn't look at Emily and said softly, "I promise nothing to do with the Harris family." "If it succeeds, maybe it's still a good thing for Alan." For a while, Emily shrugged. She took out her wand and pointed at the disappearing cabinet to help Pansy repair. The wood and potions automatically repaired the cabinet rhythmically under her command. "I'll try it." The portal opens. Author's note: The portal opened. This spell is a spell designed by the film director himself. The effect is to enhance the magic of the disappearing cabinet. The cabinet door popped open with a snap. Pansy held the door of the disappearing cabinet with his hand, put a piece of paper in and closed the door. There was a silence in the request room, and after a while, Pansy grabbed the bouncing cabinet and picked up the paper strip from the cabinet and bounced. The rough edge of the strip of paper that was torn to half left shook few times. Watching Pansy's emotions feel a little low, no longer so high, Emily put away her wand and came to Pansy in front of her toes. Watching this big girl who has exuded some desperate breath since this semester, if you can told me everything, maybe I can let Alan save you. You know, you are not the same as Gower and Crab. I treat you as a true friend. Pansy stared at Emily staring at her, and her emotions rose in an instant. There was an urge to tell Emily everything, but in the end she gave up the idea and turned her head. Thank you, Emily. Lee, your Harris family has had enough trouble recently. Well, you know you can find me when you need it. Emily retracted her tiptoe. Is there anything else I need to help? Emily, you better not be involved. Pansy shook his head and refused, then said with no hope, unless you can help me get an invisibility coat. Don't you learn the magic spell? Emily wondered. I don't worry about using the cloak to get rid of the spell, Pansy replied in frustration. This year, the Ministry of Magic has investigated the attacks so severely that they can't buy them. We'll go to the Black Lake, cover me back home, and I will give you immediately. Emily promised to go down lightly. The Umbrella team from Umbridge took a stealth cloak from Umbridge last semester. According to the account of Umbridge used it to deal with Lupin and replaced his wolf poison potion with no supplies. And now this loot was randomly thrown in Harris Manor. Oh, okay, it's okay. Pansy promised casually, then frowned doubtfully, and she looked at Emily with a surprise immediately. You have it at home? Isn't it strange that my house isn't? Emily's excited Pansy smiled sweetly. However, the hair effect of the invisible beast may have faded after the invisibility cloak has been left for so long. Look at you. Of luck. In Diagon Alley, hearing that it was just a female mole trying to ask for a, Alan was no longer interested and let those patrolling errors hurried away along the cobblestone streets. I am not very optimistic about the implementation of the secrecy law before I have acted very much. www.mentalnovel.com actually let Mole come to the door. Alan shook his head with a snort, then turned his attention back. Put it back on their cake. Maybe don't bother. They will be exposed to Mole's sight. Just as Alan was about to get up and leave, Snape walked over, disguised as a red-faced wizard, ignoring Alan's shoulder, staring with hostility, and went straight to the open dining table where he was sitting. Professor Alan Harris. The voice of the red-faced wizard was usually slightly higher, but clearly passed into Alan's ears. Hello, Mr. Rickman. Came out of the temple. Alan called the other person's surname as the object and nodded. Want to try the cake here? It's much better than Hogwarts house elves. Snape groaned habitually. He was used to expressing his attitude in this way, but when he thought of the resurrection stone, he felt his tone was too blunt, forcing his already opened mouth to return the satire to the turtle. No, what you want. Despite having changed his appearance, Snape's eyes were still cold and empty, like two dark tunnels. He took a bag from his robe sleeve that cast a seamless stretch spell, put it on the table, and pushed to Alan. Chapter 844. Nancy Snape waved with the magic wand hidden in the sleeve of the robe, casting a closed earplug curse, which made the surrounding people hear their conversation only a buzz. Alan put down his hand to caress the feathers on Anka's head and tapped the bag. How much should I use at once? As long as 3 drops. It will quickly stimulate the peristalsis of the intestine, making you roar in the abdomen, tumbling in the intestine, and accelerating the excretion of feces. Snape said that the effect was a little serious. I added an extra, the effect of drying the dried fruits of basmati. Seeing his professor of potions taking a serious line that sounded funny, Alan nodded secretly, but actually bit his tongue sharply so that he would not laugh out loud, and then he began to ask, then lose the power. A small cup is enough for that person to be at the mercy of him. Snape used his unique tone as the example of the mysterious man as he used to explain to Harry the truthfulness. Alan nodded with satisfaction. Are they dangerous? I mean, will it be fatal if taken too much? If you don't think it's dangerous if you don't die, then it's not dangerous. Snape's tone became a little impatient. I added a lot of turd stone to relieve the toxicity, but I can't find a test drug. Subject: I have done a lot according to your requirements. You can try it yourself if you are not worried. Sorry, I trust your potion talent very much. Alan spread his hand in apology, and then hung his pocket on the belt of his robe. It's just that the subject is a bit older. Am worried about something. Are you trying to be right? Snape's disguised red-faced witch's expression became a little shocked, and then his gloomy and cold eyes rested on Alan's body and said coldly, today's press release will let you standing on the opposite side of those who have not lost their families. They will definitely unite all forces to deal with you, relying on their personal strength and doing tricks like the two graduated red-haired boys who actually want to play tricks. If you think you can play with everyone I am in charge, no, but you'd better give me the resurrection stone in advance, otherwise I won't find anyone to collect debts. Thanks for reminding. Alan was still a bit uncomfortable with this Snape way of persuasion. Trust me, I did this because I wanted the scene to be too extreme. Alan explained to the others' good intentions, and then suddenly fixed his eyes and looked behind Snape, and the sloppy female mole who walked in from the side of the broken cauldron with the arrows looked very embarrassment was pulling Ara's arm with a pleading look. The movement of the female mole set her tangled hair aside, which allowed Alan to recognize that she had encountered the Weasley family on a trip to Egypt during the summer vacation after the end of his second year. Nancy's dirty face under her messy hair was very haggard, and she knew at a glance that she had suffered a lot during this time. She had not walked far into Diagon Alley, and the patrol arrows took her phantom away. Diagon Alley disappeared. Thinking of the patrol arrows' remarks, the other party seemed to be asking for help. This made Alan quickly wave Snape to say goodbye, and followed the Phantom to the magic department that the patrol arrows should go to. Alan, who was completely indifferent to this matter, intends to understand the situation. After all, he also has a relationship with the other party, and the reason why he started to break the confidentiality law is also the experience that made him start. Meaning, when the silent person's ID was revealed, he went to Ara's office in the name of sending cake to his elder brother Albert, and heard the sound of discussion at the door. This lady, since the deal of the devil was completed a few days ago, your daughter and other moles are probably already. And, this thing happened in Albania, regardless of the region, which is not under the jurisdiction of our British Ministry of Magic. I don't know who should take care of that ghost place. He looked from the door and saw a middle-aged patrolman drinking a sip of tea and said slowly, this lady seems to have suffered a lot. We will advise Director Scrimgeour to extract her memory and hand it over to the memory clerk of the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters to eliminate the memory, and then send it back to China. Which is also pitiful. No, don't clear my memory. I beg you, save my daughter. Although Nancy couldn't understand what department, but she understood these errors didn't want to save Patricia. My own memory. Also Mr. Jidero, Lockhart, he is a wizard. You are a wizard in England. Your own people. Ha, ma'am. You may not be fooled by him. Lockhart is a big liar, and the fugitive wanted and the Death Eater, if they die, save trouble. The middle-aged Ara said contemptuously, so he said he revealed the location of the magic world to you. This is also a crime. Lockhart saved me. He's not a liar. He was forced. Nancy saw her arrogant and indifferent appearance. Despair made her roar, and she collapsed because she lost hope to maintain her strength. On the ground. It's just that the patrolling Ara noticed Alan at the door, making him even less moody to ignore a trivial mole. He greeted him. Alan, Professor Harris, why are you here? Are you looking for Albert? Chief Harris, go to the Division of Mystery Affairs and drop by to bring him something. but it seems he is not there. Please forgive me for just hearing your inquiry about this lady. Alan raised the cake bag in his hand and then pointed to the guide. Kian said, the secrecy law needed to be maintained by us at the time. But there is no need to worry, it can be suspended. I just heard that this matter seems to be related to the mysterious person. You know, we should not miss any information about the mysterious person. This maybe can help us solve mysterious people. The middle-aged patrolman, scratched his head. He coughed violently and coughed a few times as if choked by tea. Professor Harris, if this can help you, of course we should pay attention to. In fact, the reason why this middle-aged male proposed to clear Nancy's memory was only because he was afraid that he was the first person in charge of taking over the female mole, so he would be sent to Albania to participate in the operation to face the mysterious person. So he wanted to blame. But unexpectedly, he was looked at by Alan Harris, which made him very embarrassed and frightened. Under Alan's eyes, he felt that his careful thoughts seemed to have nothing to hide. If I can, I hope to arrange a room for me to talk to her. Alan's request made the Aras smile more embarrassing. He waved his wand and directed the teapot to start making tea, taking the opportunity to arrange time for himself. Of course, we all expect Professor Harris to defeat the mysterious man as soon as possible. The Mailer handed the brewed black tea to Alan with a tone of flattery. Although he felt bitter and relaxed in his heart, and looked at the other person's desire to be intrigued by himself, obviously he wanted to know more precise information about the mysterious person, so that he could take action no matter what was dirty between the above. But at least in such a scene he thought that he had no confidence to refuse, so he could only agree to this request, and hoped that Alan could personally participate in the operation, so that the other party would definitely lead armed Aras instead of letting them patrol Aras to participate in transnational operations. Although Nancy as a mole on the side can only understand what he said to them www.mentalnovel.com, but she saw the low posture of the fascinating middle-aged Ara in front of Alan. She bit her pale lips and carefully observed Alan, but Alan's pale skin and hair, ancient wizard-style costumes, and a belt made of a devil skull exuding evil spirits made her unconscious. Just think of the masters of those bad guys in the grotto. In addition, although Alan did not have the chaotic and mad breath of those people at all, as the beautiful flaming bird-like creature on the opponent's shoulder glared at Nancy, who was looking at Alan, Nancy, who was already a little scared, quickly shrank, not daring to get close. Alan noticed her behavior. Nancy's energetic and confident appearance was still vivid in her eyes when she was in Egypt. In a blink of an eye, she felt haggard like this for a few years. Her body smelled unkempt and her hair was disheveled. At the time, her humble request made Alan feel sympathetic and made him sigh. The memory of the other party seems to have been completely wiped out by the forgetful spell in Egypt. Alan didn't know whether to say she was lucky or bad. She encountered wizards twice in her life. The second time she faced the mysterious person directly. She suffered torture but escaped successfully. He handed the tea in his hand to Nancy, and eased her voice. This lady, don't be afraid. I look like there is something wrong with the magic. Just drink a cup of tea slowly. You are safe now. Chapter 845 Memories. Sincerely thank the leader of Montenegro Supreme. Nancy was a bit timid, but at this moment, after hearing Alan's tone, thinking of his previous words, she gathered courage and said, Dear sir, I have seen the mysterious man you said, and I am willing to contribute my memory. Tell you what I saw and heard. Hearing the meaning in their words was to deal with the owner of all the demons, Nancy felt it was useless to directly plead with them to save Patricia. They didn't care about the lives of Moles and Lockhart, but more about the mysterious person. She realized that this was an opportunity to defeat the mysterious person, and Patricia would naturally be rescued. Although the young man in front of her seemed to be underage, she could only treat Alan as the last life-saving straw. The middle-aged Mailer quickly poured another cup of tea and handed it to Alan with a grinning smile. Alan took the teacup and thanked the middle-aged for a smile. When the other party was flattered, he looked at Nancy, This lady, you are willing to cooperate with it. It would be great, but please calm down, which helps to organize our thinking and facilitate our rescue. I have just a few cakes here. Fill in your stomach first. I didn't think the food was okay. After Alan handed over the cake he bought, she began to swallow after thanklessly thanking her. Nancy, who was transported to Scotland, rushed to London by herself, because she was afraid of being smuggled. The customer did not dare to ask the police for help. She was afraid of being sent back directly to her country. Therefore, even if she had eaten something brought by Lockhart before she fled, she hasn't had anything in her stomach for a long time. She did get help from some kind people in Scotland, but since she entered after the England region, she fully experienced the English apathy and pretentiousness from these Englishmen and Britishers. So Nancy believes that even if she asks now, she will not be taken seriously by the other party. It's better to obey some to get a good impression to help her achieve her goals. Not to mention her imprisonment and escape career make her really need these cakes in front of her. Anchor, don't make trouble. Didn't you already eat your share? I promise to buy you another one when you go back. Don't make trouble. And Alan was forced to stroke a few times because he watched Alan put the cake, gave the angry Anchor, and then remembered the characteristics of the phoenix. He tried to convey his meaning. Anchor, I will buy you 2 copies when you sing a song. Phoenix on Alan's shoulders began to sing moving songs in a way that no one had ever heard before, and Nancy felt that the elegy song was in her mind, not in reality, as if it were this one. The creature used Nancy's own sadness in her mind to make an elegy, echoed in the era's office, which not only released Nancy's fear, but also brought courage to the era's present. Looking at the woman in front of him who had been through hardships, covering her mouth with her hands, sipping tears, and having her eyes wide open, Alan had some sympathy for Nancy, but despite his regret, he did not intend to rely on power to stop the memory canceller of the reverse occasional team of the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters cleared her memory for her. Nancy himself was just a mole who took a risk of getting along with Alan for a few hours. He has not yet meant to break the secrecy law for the other party. This will be used by pure blood families who are trying to resist. Find some trouble. Although the idea that caused Alan to break the secrecy law is not unrelated to his original experience in Egypt. Alan also did not really intend to remove the sword of Damocles hanging above others at this critical period, which would allow other wizards to focus on himself and kill him. The Dragon Warrior is regarded as a new evil dragon. Dumbledore was also the period when his various negative messages were exposed in the time before the first generation, and the mysterious man was not known to the wizarding community to return. But because of the aversion to the secrecy law and the experience of taking risks together, Alan decided to help the other party as much as possible. In fact, Alan was already attracting her when he was talking to the other party. There are various means of transmission, and Alan of Phoenix Anchor said that it is not difficult to at least bring the other daughter back to reunite this mother and daughter and let the Ministry of Magic clear their memories from them, as long as the other party is still alive. As for the trading chips that he did not know and should have been taken away by Bear, as well as other victims who might be generated in the future of their wizarding struggle, Alan can only express regret and powerlessness, which is also for more great interest, compared with the lower grades. Whether it is because of the improvement of strength vision or the influence of magic or other things, Alan at this time does not say to ordinary moles. In fact, the heart's attitude towards the average wizard is also a little indifferent. This is not that he degenerates into a black wizard who likes to hurt the lives of others and take pleasure in it. He still wants to carry out educational reforms to break the secrecy law, but also wants the wizarding world and most people to live better. But in a heart in the deep subconscious, he has already begun to regard them as his own kind. In fact, it is similar to the situation after the greatest white wizard became the greatest white wizard. His focus has been placed on a more macro level. But unlike the greatest white wizard as a Gryffindor, AI as a Ravenclaw, Lun is more likely to compromise reality, especially as a means to achieve his goals. Alan himself didn't really pursue power and honor, but having power and honor was useful for his goal, so he let himself and his family get it, and let his family control it for himself. Dumbledore didn't care about how others felt, and he doesn't care how much he really cares, because he thinks this is useful for his goals. So when he feels that some people's feelings become his obstacles, just like these traditional pure-blood families, they are all bad guys. But Alan's choice will not take into account their feelings. Now that this lady agrees, please allow me to talk to her alone. Relaxing the environment will help me to be enchanted. We can't miss any information about the mysterious person. This may help us beat Tom Riddle. Alan said pretentiously, "You know that I have been busy recently and have little time. But if it is just a simple and crude extraction of her memory, there will inevitably be incomplete information. I think it is best to give this person Miss Torture provides a temporary accommodation to allow her to recover, and also allows us to obtain useful information in sufficient detail." Hearing Alan shouting the real name of the mysterious man, the middle-aged mailer shuddered, and he carefully worded, struggling with his brain to think about what to say. Rufus Scrimgeour was tough at the door. Voice, "Where is that female mole?" "Professor Alan Harris, why are you free to come to Auror's office today?" The director of the Auror office of the Ministry of Magic came in and saw Alan at first glance, then glanced at the ragged Nancy, and he asked his staff directly, "Is it her?" "I was fine to come and see Albert." Alan took a sip of tea and responded, "The lady's affairs involve a mysterious person. I think I need to find out." Scrimgeour stepped in and sat down in the chair opposite Alan. "Professor Harris of the Mysterious Affairs Department is not bothered. This is Aurora's business. I think we are enough to investigate the matter." Alan thought of the patroller as timid remarks he heard before he came in. He laughed inwardly. He just extended his hand and made a gesture of gratification, but he didn't mean to leave at all. Scrimgeour saw him. It's hard to say much at a glance. The middle-aged mailer hastily presented a cup of hot tea to his chief carefully. www.mentalnovel.com. Scrimgeour is upright and treats his subordinates with unflagging smiles, and he has deep qualifications. In dealing with the Black Wizard, the decent style mailer under his care inevitably be more careful when facing him. "I heard that you want to suggest that I transfer the female mole directly to the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters to eliminate memory. Her encounter obviously has important hidden secrets that involve mysterious people. Such a big thing can be solved simply and rudely. If you dislike trouble, why not go home and plant potatoes? Don't be a Nura." Scrimgeour put the teacup heavily on the table, and he didn't dare to lift the middle-aged wizard so hard patrolling Aruhas Scrin. J.S. own eyeliner was usually gone. Although he was dissatisfied with the thoughts of his opponents, he was irresponsible, but today some of the shameful remarks were heard by outsiders or Harris. The middle-aged mailer wanted to divert Scrimgeour's attention and quickly reported on the request just made by Alan. After listening, Scrimgeour snorted, "Professor Harris, don't forget that your identity is a silent person. This matter has nothing to do with the Department of Mysteries. We can't control you, but here is not for you to intervene. Yes, this matter should be handled by Auror. We will extract useful information, then clear her memory, and then send this lady home." Chapter 846. Reliable and popular. Sincerely thank the leader. Montenegro Supreme Nancy heard their argument and wanted to say something, but the atmosphere made her fail to say anything she knew would not be valued, and Alan smiled at her as a comfort. Rufus Scrimgeour has never liked the Harris family. Even if the so-called new savior in front of him ran away, the leading mysterious man of the Black Wizard, he couldn't like it. With the current strength of the Harris family, he can take more direct and more effective means to deal with mysterious people, and they did not do that. From the follow-up events and the recent press conference, it can also be seen that the wolves of the Harris family are not only satisfied with controlling the Ministry of Magic, they have gone too far. Scrimgeour also had to agree to the invitations of the purer blood families and use their power to unite to resist the hegemony of the Harris family, who wanted to control the magic world. Now that Alan wants to intervene in Auror's office, Scrimgeour is bored in his heart. He thinks this is also one of Harris' attempts to control Auror's office. "You are too absolute, Mr. Scrimgeour, this is not a matter of a department inner's office. Alan was completely unaffected by the other party's toughness and leaned forward slightly. I can get the Magic Law Enforcement Division with the permission of the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters. Although it is a bit more troublesome, it can still do all this legally and in compliance. Professor Harris came to dominate the matter. Scrimgeour sat upright. If you know the exact location of the mysterious person from her memory, then you have to lead the team to solve the mystery immediately. People, as long as you agree to this matter, my men and I are willing to listen to your assignment, and there is no difference. We don't have to be so nervous between us. Alan paused, although Scrimgeour was too stubborn. But indeed all his purpose was to fight the Black Wizard. He eased his tone and continued, You have to be safe. If you just break in with such a big swing and let him slip, it won't be so good next time. Sterling's attention was all on Alan. He didn't notice it was on the table next to him. There was a little ripple in the cup that belonged to him and it was calm. Alan lifted the cup flat and lifted it up, conjuring to Scrimgeour. No matter how unhappy he was to Harris, out of courtesy, Scrimgeour picked up a teacup and took a sip of tea. Scrimgeour stared at Alan intently. If Professor Harris is unwilling, you can also choose to go through your so-called program. However, before you get permission, I will personally extract the memory of the female mole and eliminate it for her. Scrimgeour's hard face showed a sly smile, and he pulled out his wand and held it in his hand. Although this does not fully comply with the regulations, it does not violate the law. In fact, the director of the Office of the Ministry of Magic has another layer of worry that he did not say it. The reason Scrimgeour insisted on retrieving his memory is that the Harris family's armadillos are too particular about the results and the means are crude, and he is a little worried about this exhaustion. The female moles who escaped from the Death Eaters will be hurt again under Harris's hand. Even if Harris is getting more detailed information, what sequelae will be caused by the excessive extraction of the memory of the female moles they left it will not be blamed. After all, this is to fight the mysterious person, and the victim is just a mole. Scrimgeour did not like moles more than the average wizard should have, but only out of disgust and confrontation with Harris and admiration that Nancy could escape from the Black Wizard. But just before Alan spoke, suddenly Scrimgeour changed again. The director of the Office of the Ministry of Magic was stiff at this time. His lower abdomen was violently painful, and the diarrhea of the mountains and seas without any signs strongly hit him, and the severe colic struck his lower abdomen, and he felt his stomach churning. His legs were tight, and strong self-settlement put his mind on the control of the sphincter, which made his face very embarrassed and unnatural. But this unexpected and sudden strong feeling made him unbearable. He stood up quickly and said stiffly to Alan, "Sorry, be out of company." When Scrimgeour got up, Alan's hand waved a little, and Scrimgeour's wand fell to the ground. In a hurry, Scrimgeour felt there was no time to pick it up, but sprinted quickly with his legs in between. After going out, and in the process, he turned his head to some other dumbfounded and inexplicable commanders. "You entertain Professor Harris? The Miss Mole must wait for me to come back." At this time, in the toilet of the Magic Law Enforcement Division on the second floor of the Ministry of Magic, Cedric Diggory's father, Amos Diggory of the Department of Magical Animal Management and Control, has been plagued by constipation for many years. Colleagues here ridiculed that they had taken 2 floors from their own manager on the 4th floor underground. Recently, they tried to use the bathroom on different floors every day to avoid being ridiculed by others. But today, he also squatted for half an hour and was unable to give birth to anything. At this time, after hearing the stomping sounds that hovered and hurriedly outside the door, Amos understood that the bathroom was estimated to be empty, and the person outside the door obviously. He was very anxious to solve personal problems, so he decided to go out for a while and said again that he got up and pushed open the toilet door and went out. A man rushed in from him like a small whirlwind, and Amos turned to look at the slam-closed toilet door. He didn't miss Rufus Scrimgeour's watery face. "I didn't expect Rufus, who has always been very popular, to compete in the toilet like this. Amos rubbed his hands and wanted to improve efficiency. However, his strength in this area did not allow him to do so. It was brewing outside, and some unexpectedly watched the wizard, who estimated that the raven was also flying to the toilet. As Mo's inner activity was not over, the toilet's door was closed for a few seconds, and there was a sound of whistling and dripping. Amos rubbed his belly and walked a few more times. After a short silence, Scrimgeour opened the door and came out. Seeing Amos Diggory still standing at the door, Lynn's expression was stagnant. His eyebrows tightened tightly, his lips were closed, and his breath was like a volcano that was about to suppress for a long time. Amos looked at him with admiration and praised him. Director Scrimgeour, I would be nice if I could be as fast as you. What a fart. The belt buckle is locked. At a moment of excitement, Scrimgeour even spoke with the accent of his hometown, and then he looked stagnant and returned to the toilet compartment. The door was vigorously pulled by him. There was another burst of excretion that made Amos feel happy. But this time Amos was no longer envious. He just looked down at Scrimgeour's stiff posture, and the strong smell made him notice the yellow-brown paste flowing from the opponent's trousers. Mr. Diggory, could you lend me your wand? Scrimgeour's embarrassed voice muffled across the toilet board. Amos was reluctant to think of the other party's intention to borrow his wand, but because of the other party's power and position in the Ministry of Magic, he still passed the wand over the toilet door. It didn't take long for Scrimgeour to walk out of the door frame. His belt was gone. He returned the wand to Amos, and Amos looked at Scrimgeour's twisted shape, which turned red like a pig liver's face. He felt this situation. It is hard to forget in his life. Chapter 847 Mew sincerely thanking Linkai, the leader killer. What about them? Scrimgeour returned to the office and saw Alan and the mole disappeared, and asked in a cold voice. That female mole has been taken away by Professor Alan Harris. The middle-aged mailer wiped the sweat on his forehead, and his chief's mood now looked unprecedentedly bad. You started. He took the mole forcibly. Scrimgeour looked at the table and chairs in the room, and there were signs of burning. A look of confusion, frightened. No, sir, it was Miss Punlo Crivat who came back. For some reason, she got into a ball with the phoenix on him as soon as she approached Professor Alan Harris. This look. The mailer hurriedly lifted a stool that fell to the ground and explained to Scrimgeour. Then who asked Alan Harris to take her away? Wouldn't I ask you to wait for me to come back? Scrimgeour jumped, his finger almost pointing to the middle-aged mailer's nose. The unlucky middle-aged witch lowered his head and explained, it was Chief Albert Harris who came over. He allowed Professor Alan Harris to take the female mole away. Procedurally speaking, there was no violation of the system. As a subordinate, I can only obey orders. What about the memory of the mole? Scrimgeour stepped forward and asked. Professor Alan Harris left a memory of a female mole in our office. The wizard explained with his head down. Since the memory is left, has the mole's memory been cleared? Didn't they send the person back? Scrimgeour asked reluctantly. At this time he only felt that anger was burning in his chest, and they are all a little anxious. Master, by coincidence, Miss Crivat, who was on a secret mission abroad, actually rescued the daughter of the mole. The mole was very emotional, and, the mailer glanced carefully. Scrimgeour looked at the other man's sullen face and said carefully, the daughter of the mole is actually a wizard, so in theory, we can actually not use the forgetting spell on her. At this time, it was Hogwarts dinner time, and the aroma of food permeated the entire hall as usual. Outside the auditorium, Ginny and Harry gave a hug. Harry, do you really want me to go with you? Professor Slughorn also likes me a lot. I don't need Ginny. I'll go by myself. Don't let him hate you even with you. Harry scratched his head anxiously. You don't need to accompany me. Why don't you go back and eat more? I don't think you are full. It's okay, I'm losing weight. Ginny shook her head. And today's dishes are terrible. That Scottish dish, haggis, tastes so big that many people have no appetite. After Harry and Ginny separated, he came to the door of Professor Slughorn's office for the third time today. He knocked on the door, rubbing his hands a little anxiously. straightened his back and waited. The small window on the wooden door of the office opened, and he had a very friendly attitude toward him in peacetime. The professor in the potion class was somber. "Oh, it's you again, Potter?" Before waiting for Harry to speak, Professor Slughorn refused coldly. "Sorry, I'm still busy now. I guess he'll be busy for many days." "Quit alcohol." Harry spoke weakly to the portrait of the fat lady and returned to the Gryffindor common room. However, unlike Harry's listlessness, the entire lounge has become a mess and many objects are scattered on the ground. Neville Longbottom and Frege Brown, who had the best relationship in the ordinary times, shot each other's spells at each other. After Frege's spells with little effect due to lack of magic power repeatedly hit Neville, who was used to being cursed, they simply threw away their wands and began to tear and writhing on the ground with their hands. "She is mine. It's mine." The two men roared some unambiguous words, such as bulls with red eyes. "Shut up. What's the matter with the two of you?" Recalling, Harry hurried over and wanted to stop the two of them. "Who is she?" Hearing Harry's voice, Frigg was slightly distracted, and completely immersed in the fight. The sturdy Neville finally found the opportunity to overturn Flegg and put him on the body. Next, Flag tried to push away Neville, but he was almost unable to move by him. He simply grabbed Neville's hair and tore it frantically. "Asshole, come and help someone!" Harry shouted to the people around him, desperately pulling Neville away from Frog. But Frigg continued to wrap up again, and if he didn't hit Neville look like "I will never give up." Neville also struggled and wanted to go on a showdown with Flag, but the others didn't shoot. In desperation, Harry pulled out his wand and fairly gave them a petrified mantra one by one. Neville and Fletcher put their hands on their legs and fell stiffly to the ground, only their eyes were still there. Turning Bones. Did you just watch the excitement? Harry relaxed and some others began to complain, only to realize that many people seemed not right. Only a small part of the turmoil in the common room was stunned, and the sound of the corner of the tower came to Harry. He found that his roommates Simone Finnegan and Dean Thomas were surrounded by girls' dorms. The doorway, trying to break in, but as a means of defense in the school. After a few steps of male voice just climbed up the stairs of the stairs, they all turned into slides, sliding them all down, like a person who fell over. I am generally crooked on the ground. But they were completely discouraged and yelled to continue to join the doorway in the girls' dormitory. I want to marry her. I love her so much. She must love me too. I must see her. We must get married. The wedding is to be held at Hogwarts. We will be the cutest couple in the world. I love you. You are the cutest. I want to see her. Mew. She's so cute. I really miss Mew. I really love her. I want to see her. I want to touch her cute long hair. The two witches regarded each other as their lover and began to kiss each other. The crazy looks of these two people made Harry Gryffindor take a step back. He didn't know how to deal with it for a while. So many people can't give petrochemicals one by one. Harry scratched his head inexplicably, and saw Ron sitting on the large and soft sofa, looking up at the sky, with a pure smirk that seemed to have infinite longing, and his arms was full of box with chocolates. Ron. Harry looked at Ron, who was quite different from usual, and worried. What the happened? She's so beautiful. She's the most charming woman in the world and the one who makes me feel the most. Ron exclaimed as if chanting, she has lived in my heart. Harry, do you think she knows me? Question mark. Hopefully, you have kissed your mouth for months. Harry was so goosebumped by his voice. He looked at the cluttered witches in front of the girls' dormitory. Realizing that the temptation asked, it doesn't sound like when you describe your girlfriend. Who is she? Of course it is Romida. Romida Vanny. Ron got up and approached Harry quickly. His own head was about to stick on his friend's face. www.mtlnovel.com made Harry have to shrink back. But Ron just said it with infinite affection. I'm in love with her. Ron. Sober? Have you ever spoken to her? What does she look like? Harry shouted to Ron, then stared at the chocolate box in his arms. Damn you, you are in love with him. Elixir. I don't know what he looks like, but I'm in love with her. After that, Ron nodded to Harry with that smirk and confirmed his statement again. Do you know her? Can you introduce it to me? At this moment, The witch is in a mess in front of the girls' dormitory suddenly squeezed into it. The door of the girls' dormitory was shut with a snap, and Parvati Patil pulled Hermione holding her head. Granger is trying to push the group of witches out of it. Hermione, Parvati, the same in the girls' dormitory? Harry quickly thrown away and recovered a smirking Ron. In the past, she helped the girls push the boys who tried to go upstairs to free her both. The Indian girl turned back frequently and looked back in horror, seeing that no one was chasing her out, and then relaxed and relieved. Hermione followed her, and her face was a little distracted from time to time, but she was embarrassed and embarrassed. There are several lip prints on the floor. Chapter 848. Oh honey, Ginny said when she came back that she was not full, and Ron saw a box of chocolates on your bed and took it out for her. As a result, many people in the common room shared some. Parvati, there was some sympathy and fear in the voice. Harry, fortunately you didn't miss the trick. And fortunately I was losing weight during this time, otherwise it would be too shameful like them. Oh, sorry Hermione, I am not talking about you. By Parvati. Hermione had blushed and her lips squeezed tightly out of her teeth. The box of chocolates was given to you by Romidavani, she added it. The chocolate of the powerful aphrodisiac. In fact I think she added more than one in it. Is it bad in the girls' dormitory? Harry looked at Parvati's expression and Hermione's appearance and guessed. Hermione, I thought you didn't like sweet food. Hermione, who had begun to lose her mind, yelled back. I was thinking about something else at that time, and I was fed by Ginny. Now the girls' dorms are very chaotic. The witches who are recruited are chasing Romida in a frantic manner. Romida is more attractive to them than anything else in the world. They are just like the Mull horror broadcast on the Wizarding TV a few days ago. The unconscious zombies played in the movie are the same. Parvati looked at Hermione's expression with a little vigilance and lingering fear. At that time Hermione hadn't recovered her mind. She was very quick and very powerful, and almost immediately turned Romida. I grabbed it and pressed it to the ground. The other girls also came around obsessively. They tore Romida's clothes. That passionate kiss. I wish I could swallow Romida. The lip print on Hermione's face is lavender. Yes, in the confusion, she took Hermione as Romida and hugged her and kissed her a few times harder than Ron. But fortunately it also made Hermione sober by her kiss. Originally, Parvati said nothing but Hermione, who was glaring at her, and she couldn't complain at this time. She realized that there were still marks on her face, and she wiped her cheeks with her sleeves. Because she didn't eat too much, she drank the attribute potion, and the kissed demon Lavender Brown felt that the skin layer on her face had to be broken, so that she could recover her sanity. A lot of people are fast, so even if the effect of the obsessive agent has not subsided, she is allowed to regain control of herself and successfully ran out behind Parvati. Isn't it all right? He heard Parvati's description so crazy that Harry's eyes widened. Apart from Romida, it's actually pretty good. Parvati shook her head with uncertainty. Hearing no problem, Harry looked at Hermione's face with Lavender's lipstick. He couldn't help but want to laugh, but he was stared down and coughed. We have to find a way to help them solve their problems. Let's inform Professor McGonagall first. Parvati remembered her plan just before she ran out of the dorm. No, tell Professor McGonagall, we will definitely be deducted a lot of points. In fact, Harry felt that this might be a good opportunity to relax the relationship with Professor Slughorn, so he persuaded, we eat too much lead to unclearness and go to Professor Slughorn. Maybe he will be happy to help us. Others can stay here first and wait for us to bring the medicine back to them. Maybe we have to bring Ron? He eating too much sanity is completely unconscious. Even if the effect of the obsessive has not completely subsided, Hermione has made arrangements. Parvati, you are here to wait for us to bring the antidote back, watching them not to let them leave the common room, lest they go out and encounter any danger. Harry and I will bring the antidote back. Following Hermione's instructions, Harry picked up Ron, who was holding a chocolate box with a smirk, hung his arm around his neck, and the half-princess hugged him. and walked out of the common room with Hermione. Go with. Harry knocked on the door of Professor Slughorn again. Slughorn opened the small window on the door and saw that he would habitually close it when he looked unconscious. Sorry, wait, Professor. We are in big trouble and need your help, Harry quickly explained. This time he may have a more plausible reason. What's wrong with Winnie? Slughorn frowned when he looked at Harry on Ron. He remembered it by another name, and then smiled. Oh, Miss Granger here too. Harry leaned closer to the small window and whispered, aphrodisiac. Did the potion not expire? Slughorn began to look at Ron with professional interest. You know, the longer it is released, the stronger the potency will be. Ron wailed just at this moment, I can't see her, Harry. Did he hydromida? Oh, help him in. Professor Slughorn opened the door and walked to his medicine cabinet, and said to Hermione with a fully restored smile, Miss Granger, mix the antidote. It should be a piece of cake for you. Hermione was a little embarrassed and muttered as a response, and she was a little embarrassed to say that she was also intoxicated. We unanimously decided that this had to be an experienced expert, Professor. Harry made a clearance for Hermione. We wanted to take him to Mrs. Pomfrey, but according to the school rules, we can't buy and use vice. This kind of stuff is sold in the magic workshop, so you know. It would be awkward to ask. Other professors are not as forgiving and friendly as you treat us. Ron, who had always been in a demented state, was now looking up, his eyes shining with light, and he looked at Professor Slughorn with a happy look. He slowly moved a little bit, as if he had infinite love embracing his body involuntarily. The entire upper body leaned on Professor Slughorn, cheek rubbed on his shoulder, and suddenly looked up and kissed Professor Slughorn's cheek inexplicably. And then looked at those potions with a smirk, and said with a clear expression, Dear Vanny, do you want to have a drink with me? The movement of Professor Slughorn, who was kept by Ron, stopped and tried to wipe the saliva on his face, but was helpless because of the embrace of the red-haired boy. He reluctantly turned his head to Harry and said, Is it still powerful? Maybe you are right. Hearing Ron's name Wonny, Hermione's face suddenly turned red, but she forcibly suppressed her upset emotions. She pretended to be an unaffected look and walked with Harry, pull Ron away from Professor Slughorn and push him to the couch. I'm sorry, Professor, about the previous misunderstanding. Harry walked back to Slughorn and apologized to him. Slughorn concentrated on debugging the potion, and his tone was relaxed. Let the past pass it. I think you've been fed up with questions for so many years. Harry replied understandingly. Those things about Voldemort. Don't say that name. Slughorn interrupted Harry hurriedly. Hermione was still under the effect of the obsessive agent, and did not react to the conversation between them. Slughorn saw Hermione's lack of attention, and hurried at Harry to Hermione's side. A wink. Suddenly, Harry hurriedly approached Slughorn and whispered, Sorry, Professor, she is my good friend. She knows the situation, she doesn't need to hide it from her, and she's actually infatuated but can't help herself. Come here. Now the spirit is a little confused. Oh, Miss Granger is really amazing. Harry, it seems that you have a good relationship with both sides. Slughorn teased the potion in the potion jar and exclaimed, As a person coming, you listen. I persuaded Albus Dumbledore and Alan Harris, you better stay away from both of them. At this time, they heard a boom. It was originally that Ron had just stood up with a pillow on his back, climbed up and leaned on the back of the sofa, and fell back to the sky with his back. He hit the floor and brought it with him. With a charming smile, Harry hurried back again and helped him back to the sofa and sat down. I really admire Miss Granger, your will is so strong, and you can keep calm under this powerful potion. Professor Slughorn handed Hermione a glass of pink, glowing potion. Thank you, Professor. Hermione looked a little embarrassed, and quickly drank the potion. Seeing Hermione taking the antidote, Professor Slughorn handed the remaining cup to Ron. Okay, boy, dry this cup. Hermione's expression did not change after drinking the potion. You read www.uukanzu.com's eyes were clearer, but unlike Hermione, who was calm, Ron's smirking expression suddenly turned into a panic. Ron finally came back. He felt a little salty on his lips and asked in panic, "What's wrong with me?" "Aphrodisiac," Harry answered aside. "Strong." Professor Slughorn took away both of their glasses and added, "It feels terrible." Ron sat in horror, trying to recall what had happened before. "You have to drink something refreshing. I have butterbeer, wine, and aged oak nectar." It was originally used by others, but now this situation is particularly suitable for your situation. Slugho Professor N took out a beautifully packaged bottle of oak honey from his wine cabinet. He looked closely at the brown wine bottle and raised his head slightly, frowning and wondering about his memories. Then he shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. He took out 4 transparent goblets and poured golden honey wine. The flames burning in the fireplace refracted the luster of the wine in the glass. Chapter 849 Curebite Respect for Life. Slughorn toasted with Harry and Hermione, but Ron on the side was already eager to drink the wine in the glass because no one had taken care of it and could drink justice. Before Slughorn, Harry, and Hermione's cups were fully retracted, Ron's cup fell from his hand, and the whole person fell to the ground, his wide eyes staring at the ceiling indifferently. "Ron!" Harry yelled, crouching down to check Ron's condition. He cut Ron's collar with his wand. The red-haired boy was spitting foam in his mouth and twitched violently. His face began to turn green and his neck, the top strip, has raised green bars, and the grunting sound deep in the throat is very scary, and there is a horror hiss, just like using a straw to the liquid that is hidden in the corner of the drink. Ron tried to reach out and grab his throat, but the muscles that had begun to cramp left him only getting his hands on his chest, and his nails made 5 blood marks on his right chest. His best friend was dying. Harry woke up, and then looked up for help. "Professor, think of a way." Professor Slughorn took a few steps back with the bottle and glass, and looked frightened by the sudden change. "I don't understand." The movement of Hermione's toasting suddenly solidified, and she stared at her glass with wide eyes, throwing it away like a snake's conditioned reflex. She realized that Ron had poisoned her and returned slightly. God came to meet Ron's face. His face had started to turn blue, his eyes were prominent, and his expression was terrifying. Hermione immediately began to pass over the others, ran to the medicine cabinet opened by Professor Slughorn, flipped the drawer, and quickly searched among the bottles and jars. Ron's head was raised fiercely, almost 90 degrees to the ground. His breathing became more difficult, and the capillaries on his cyan facial skin that turned purple became more prominent. "Harry, put it in his mouth." Hermione called to Harry and threw the cow dung in the box he had just found at Harry. Harry sharply reached for the waist-shaped stone with his neatly looking golfer, broke Ron's chin, put the dung stone into his mouth with his hand, and closed his jaw firmly. Shaking Ron, he encouraged Ron, who had stopped twitching unawares. "Come on, Ron, breathe." Professor Slughorn was still holding the glass and slumped in the chair beside him, watching his wine glass not yet recovering, and murmured in disorder. Then Ron's symptoms disappeared. In fact, all his reactions disappeared, leaving only a horrible silence. Horace Slughorn, the potion class professor, was now decadently sitting on his recliner, watching the glass of honey in his hand, panting. Ron's chest undulated violently, and he resumed his breath, sitting with his arms supported. Harry sat on the floor in front of the sofa, breathless and speechless. "These girls are killing me," said Ron, looking at the people in front of him with horrified faces, before falling back to the ground and fainting. At night, the school hospital was not as quiet as it used to be. The hospital room with the curtains and the lights on was filled with a group of Gryffindors who were obsessed with drugs, except for Ron, who was lying in the hospital bed with unknown personnel. The little lions on the road are not a big deal. In addition to the bad luck like Fletcher, he not only needs to release his attachment to Romodavani, but also needs to treat the body caused by the Arcan Fist. The wounds, all the pain on them came back after the obsession was released. Miss Pomfrey is very busy. The school hospital has not been so lively for a long time, and the school's management has rushed to the school doctor's office. Hermione, sitting on the chair, was pale, and she was confused when she encountered several life-threatening events in a short period of time. Her lips were as tight as Professor McGonagall at this time, showing a difference from the usual. In silence, even the professors did not rush to answer what was specifically happening. Romidavani. Shameless enough. Harry is my boyfriend. You dare to drug him. Ginny, who had just recovered from the obsession, as soon as Romidavani was brought in, angrily threw Harry's hand away, pulled out her wand and rushed up to point at Romida. She wanted to use the bat charm to clean up the little witch who had coveted Harry. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Romid resisted with his hand in front of his face. His impulse made so many classmates obsessed with drugs. It also caused him to be chased by so many classmates. It was so regretful that the tears were turning in her dark eyes, and she couldn't bear to fall. Don't impulse, Ginny. She will be punished. Hermione grabbed Ginny's arm and stopped her. Hermione's light eyes flicked across Romida and saw Ginny's face showing some pain. The expression, realizing that his just unconscious movements were too violent, and the strength was a little strong, and immediately reduced the strength of the hand. Sorry, Ginny, let the professors solve it. Romidavani, whose shirt was messy and her face covered with lipstick and tooth marks, saw Hermione reach out and stepped back reflexively, her hand unconsciously touching the tooth marks on her face. Her eyes were horrified. In the Gryffindor girls' common room before, Hermione Granger was the first to knock down her who was running away, and Hermione's strength was so amazing that she was completely unable to break free and was Hermione chewed on her face. Hermione saw Romida's shrinking, and she felt helpless anger in her heart. She was obviously recruiting herself, and she also showed a fearful appearance of her victim. No, I must teach her. Ginny was willing to be reconciled. She was actually the most Gryffindor in Weasley's house except for being a shy little witch when facing Harry. The witch thought to seize Harry with an obsessive agent, which caused her and Hermione to be lost, and finally caused Ron to be so miserable. Ginny was all angry like a jumping flame. She wanted to give this girl a lifetime unforgettable lesson. Miss Ginny Weasley, calm down. Let us solve it. www.mentalnovel.com. Professor McGonagall stood up and persuaded, and beside her, Parvati was telling Dumbledore what happened. Premeditated to give medicine to her classmates. Miss Romidavani deserves to be punished. So many wizards have been poisoned. I think Miss Romidavani can go back to the dormitory to clean up and take the Hogwarts home. Snape's cold voice and far more than usual hostile eyes made the already tormented Romidavani chill. Miss Romidavani really deserves a lesson and punishment, but the expulsion of her is a bit too serious. Under Bob Eye's treatment, these children who misuse the obsessive will soon be cured. Dumbledore touching his long beard. His voice calmed Romida, who had just heard what Professor Snape said. His hands clenched into fists, his body trembling slightly. Wrong things deserve to be punished. Principal. Professor McGonagall glanced sternly at Romida. This is ridiculous. Miss Romidavani, you will be imprisoned. And I have to deduct 100 points from my own college. The tears that Romida had been rolling in her eyes fell willfully, and her grief at her heart, and her shame made her unable to raise her head. Go to Madame Pomfrey to treat you to a bite and rest. Chapter 850 Xiao But the most pitiful thing is Mr. Ron Weasley. This child is counted as having been poisoned twice in a row, and he has suffered a fall and nearly died. McGonagall's eyes were taken from Mrs. Pomfrey. Romidavani on one side turned to Ron on the bed. You must be proud of teaching such a student, Horace. Dumbledore looked at Professor Slughorn, and his eyes turned back to Hermione. Miss Granger, her mind turned very well. Hurry, want to get temporarily detoxified cow dung stone. Slughorn, who was not at home, heard his name for a moment. Well, yes, very proud. Fortunately it was something that happened to Professor Slughorn. Hermione didn't participate in the repeated discussions between Harry and Ginny about how Ron was poisoned, but just gritted her teeth, looking a little bit nervous, watching him touch the glass hand, If this happened to other professors, it would be too late. We all agree that Miss Granger's behavior is very clever. The question is, why did this happen? Professor McGonagall questioned. Yeah, why? This wine looks like a gift. Horace. Dumbledore walked to Slughorn and took the beautifully packaged bottle from his hand. Do you remember who gave it to you? Actually, I was going to give this away. Slughorn's voice was solemn, and he was terrified. Can I ask who it is for? Dumbledore looked at Slughorn's frustrated appearance and sniffed the wine at his nose. In addition, if this wine is not poisoned, the fragrance of licorice and cherry still tempting. Snape took the bottle of wine from Dumbledore and sniffed it. Send it to you, Principal. With Slughorn's answer, everyone's eyes turned to Dumbledore. Slughorn looked at the upper left, muttering in horror, I think there is something wrong. The fact is undeniable. I am an old man with poor memory. Now I want to come. The direction of the bottle label seems really wrong. But I really don't understand. Who would want to harm what about me or Dumbledore? Perhaps he may not know me well. Their conversation also caused discussion between Harry and Ginny beside Ron, who wants to kill Professor Slughorn. Dumbledore thinks that Voldemort wants to pull Slughorn, Harry whispered to Ginny. Slughorn had been hiding for a long time before coming to Hogwarts, and he thought Dumbledore's memory from Slughorn. Maybe Voldemort wants to get rid of him, thinking he might be valuable to Dumbledore. Slughorn said he intended to give that bottle of wine to Dumbledore as a gift. Ginny reminded her boyfriend, so the poisoner may also be targeted at Dumbledore. Harry glanced at Snape and found that he seemed annoyed too. It's Pan in my opinion. Hermione. Harry and Ginny took a look at Ron and then looked at each other in surprise. At the same time, they turned to look at Hermione, who was teaching there. Somewhat embarrassed, Ron in a coma read in a mosquito-like voice it's Hermione's name, but his current girlfriend is Lavender Brown. Fortunately, only Harry and Ginny beside him heard him murmur. The door of the ward slammed open again, and Hagrid led the Weasleys into the stride, with rain in his hair, a bearskin coat flapping behind him, holding a crossbow in his hand, and stepping out of the dolphins on the ground. Mud footprints. The Weasleys hurriedly greeted the professors and walked to the hospital bed. Mrs. Weasley grabbed Harry and hugged him tightly. Dumbledore told us that you saved him with dung stones, she sobbed. Oh, Harry, what shall we say? You saved Ginny. Saved Arthur. And now saved Ron. No, I didn't. Harry was almost squeezed out of breath, and he blushed and said crampedly, in fact, Hermione found the dung stone and threw it to me. Yes, and Hermione. Molly hurried to grab Hermione. Really, now it seems that half of the lives of our family are saved by you. At least you are involved, said Mr. Weasley, his voice tight. I can only say, Leon decided to sit in your car on the Hogwarts Express train. It was a lucky day, Harry. Harry didn't know what to answer, but Mrs. Pomfrey hurriedly ran from the bed next to him and rescued him. A visit to a bed cannot exceed 6 people at the same time. We don't have 6 of them, Ginny pointed out. Oh. Yes. Madame Pomfrey seemed to regard a huge Hagrid as several people. In order to conceal her mistakes, she hurried to remove his mud footprints with her wand. The door of the ward opened again, and Alan, who walked in from outside the school's medical room, made Harry and Ginny look at Ron with embarrassment. Anchor, whose feathers were messy, was crouching on Alan's shoulders, trying in vain to comb his uneven feathers with a sharp beak. Alan first greeted the professors like Dumbledore out of courtesy, and then asked, I heard that many students got into the school hospital with obsessives, so come and see, what is the specific situation? They are not a big deal, right? The incident happened in Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall felt a bit gloomy, but she still explained the specific process to Alan again. After all, it was Hermione who didn't have any major problems. It's a pity that I originally said I wanted to take Ron to meet an old friend whom he had met before. Alan shook his head, then turned to Dumbledore and said, Principal Dumbledore, recently mysterious people seem to be moving more frequently and disregarding the means. You see, in order to avoid the occurrence of similar incidents, Do we need the Ministry of Magic to cooperate and send more Aurors to the Hogwarts patrol? Dumbledore seemed to hesitate to stare at Alan, and finally refused. Thank you for your suggestion, Professor Harris. But I think this is just an accident. Their goal is actually me, Hogwarts. It's the school, not the Ministry of Magic. They shouldn't waste the Ministry's manpower too much. Slughorn held his hands together. He held his jaw slightly, his eyes fixed on Alan. His lips moved, but his mouth closed again. If you need anything, please let me know at any time. You know that the Umbrella Company can also help in this regard. Dumbledore's refusal did not affect Alan, and he apologized to the professors and pointed out what was being embraced by Molly Minutes. Please forgive. I'm out of company. When Molly saw Alan coming, she finally let Hermione go happily, greeted Alan, and thanked her again for returning to the hospital bed. Alan walked in front of Hermione and observed Hermione's expression. Hermione, you look so ugly. Haven't you been relieved? I'm okay, Alan. I've taken the medicine and it's just a little tired. Hermione saw Alan worried, and she patted Alan's arm to comfort him. Little Un. A tone that seemed to go back and forth, sweet and goosebumps sounded suddenly in the room, and Lavender Brown, who was previously obsessed with drugs, finally recovered and she ignored the presence. The eyes of others saw Ron Weasley lying on the hospital bed with an exaggerated twisting head, and rushed past the other Weasley and Harry, exclaiming in a fuss, "My little Un, what's wrong?" Did he shout to see me? Harry and Arthur looked at each other awkwardly, and Mrs. Molly frowned like her daughter. Lavender Brown didn't notice the difference in their emotions, and her facial features seemed to wrinkle together, calling in horror, "Little Un, my little sweetheart, what's wrong with you?" "He's poisoned," Ginny replied without looking down. Ron on the hospital bed shook his head a little at this time, and Lavender Brown squeezed Ginny away with a hip but, holding Ron's hand. He shouted joyfully, "See, he felt I was coming." After finishing speaking www.mentalnovel.com, she called to Ron affectionately again. "Don't worry about Xiao-En, I'm here. I'm here." She put Ron's hand on her face. The little fuss here also caught the attention of the professors next to him. Professor McGonagall tightened his lips and hesitated whether he should stop the greasy behavior in front of him. "Oh, the taste of love is always so touching. It's nice to be young, and you can express your love with a smile." Dumbledore sighed with his hands in front of him. Professor Snape looked at them, and the uncomfortable appearance of a student swallowing a head of garlic. "Okay, let's all go," Dumbledore called. "Mr. Weasley is taken care of." After that, Dumbledore took the lead to go out, and the students who took the antidote also left one after another, and their degree did not need to be hospitalized for observation. Only Lavender Brown held Ron's hand and happily stood by the bed, as if he could do something for Ron and take care of Ron personally. It was her great pride and honor. She fully expressed her feelings. Only then did we find other Weasley members who remained, and the familiar ones greeted them.